Chapter 1256. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Gu immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female immortal saw that Zhao Lianyun's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the five of you did not mean to barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" What? Zhao Lianyun looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone. There were 4 Gu immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Lianyun had just become a Gu immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Gu immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Zhenzi. He was the supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House. A rank 7 Gu immortal, he was ordered to protect Zhao Lianyun. Yu Yizi, this young and beautiful Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shi Yi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Lianyun earlier. Although Zhao Lianyun did not speak to Shi Yi, she had seen his father, Shi Gu. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Lianyun did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi Yi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Gu immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. I also find it strange. Space suddenly shattered and threw out the 5 of you. The female immortal spoke with a plain tone. You barged into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Xianxia shouted, looking at the outside world through the window of the hall. It was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Xianxia found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The central continent Gu immortals quickly reacted. Bu Zhenzi quickly ran to Zhao Lianyun's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Hair Mistress. The blessed land of the Great Snow Mountain. Hong Yun is here. Zhao Lianyun's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. So you really came for Ma Hong Yun? That's right, hand over Ma Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun shouted. Hair Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hong Yun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and Old Ancestor Shui who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shi Yi clenched his fist and shouted. Even if I die here, I will save Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. The 5 of us are only the vanguard. There are still rank 8 Gu immortals behind us. Your Snowy Mountain Blessed Land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have 1 rank 8 Gu immortal. Mu Linglan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval Gu immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Lianyun's group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and Zhao Lianyun's obsession, the 5 Gu immortals directly landed in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Hair Mistress's expression changed slightly. She was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while the 5 Gu immortals in front of her not only had the advantage in numbers, there were even 2 rank 7s present. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Hair Mistress was at the 9th snowy peak and did not expect the peace to be suddenly broken. 5 Gu immortals appeared in front of her without any warning. I will be the main attacker, you guys retreat. Mu Linglan secretly transmitted his voice. He did not pass on responsibility and decided to step forward. Hair Mistress saw something amiss and quickly stretched out her hand. Please wait, we are friends and not enemies. What do you mean? Bu Zhenzi stopped the restless Mu Linglan. Hair Mistress said, Do you think I am willing to risk my life for old ancestor Shuehu? Old ancestor Shui who forcefully ordered us to plunder immortal materials for his own benefit. We are suffering unspeakably, but we are afraid of old ancestor Shui whose tyrannical might and have no choice. To speak the truth, I had wanted to surrender long ago, but I was thinking that Northern Plains' righteous path Gu immortals would attack. I had never expected it to be you Gu immortals from Central Continent. I have no intention of fighting you. If you want to find trouble with old ancestor Shui, I will welcome you with open arms. It's like this. Wu Zhenzi and Mu Ling Lan glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. Hair Mistress continued, since you want to attack Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered the relevant information. To speak the truth, Snowy Mountain's internal affairs are already divided. Old ancestor Shui has already gone crazy in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, completely disregarding our peak lord's feelings. Unfortunately, we are under his control and cannot resist. We can only wait for external help. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. They had not expected the situation to develop like this. Mu Ling Lan pondered for a while before saying, since you want to surrender, just this is far from enough. Join our subjugation team, we can see your sincerity. Hair Mistress smiled bitterly. If I could attack, I would have resisted long ago. Sir, you don't need to probe if I really join you. Can you trust me? There is more than one way to help you. I am willing to tell you the defensive arrangements of Snowy Mountain's internal affairs. Speak. Mu Ling Lan nodded. Hair Mistress looked at the 5 immortals, speaking slowly. In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Shui who has greatly modified Snowy Mountain blessed land, and not long ago he invited Sun Ming Lu to set up a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful. It uses the peak lords of the snowy peaks as the formation cores and connects to Reverse Flow River. Anyone who tries to challenge the formation can only charge through one snowy peak after another. And the peak lords guarding the snowy peaks will receive the amplification of the Gu formation, but their rank 6 cultivation can display rank 7 battle strength. In contrast, the battle strength of the Gu immortals who challenge the formation will be greatly suppressed. Under such circumstances, every snow-capped peak was a difficult challenge. Even if a rank 8 Gu immortal comes, as long as they do not destroy this Gu formation, they will have to spend some time here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Ling Lan asked. Hair Mistress smiled bitterly again. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can test it. Alright. Mu Ling Lan waved his sleeves. A wave of water appeared out of nowhere and swept towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress was not flustered. She slightly waved her hand. Her long hair suddenly shot up and formed a dam, blocking all the water wave. Mu Ling Lan immediately frowned. After his first attack failed, he had already seen the problem and stopped attacking. The other 4 Central Continent immortals looked at each other. Sure enough, as Hair Mistress said, Hair Mistress could display rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Ling Lan was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but his offense was greatly weakened. What was supposed to be a swift and fierce attack was actually easily intercepted by Hair Mistress. This Gu formation is too powerful. Xianxia exclaimed. Wu Zhenzi directly asked, then, where is the weakness of this Gu formation? Hair Mistress shook her head. I am not familiar with this Gu formation, but after these days of probing, I have some experience that I can tell you. First of all, the Gu formation isolates the inside and outside. Even communicating with jewel yellow skies is impossible. Currently, only old ancestor Shui who can take the initiative to contact us peak lords. As for peak masters, they can't communicate with each other. Secondly, each peak lord is the core of the Gu formation. It seems that they can only guard their respective peaks' halls and cannot leave the snowy peaks. This is my guess, but it should not be far from the truth. Finally, it is time for you to die. Hair Mistress' expression suddenly changed. The black hair on the floor tiles suddenly rose up, trying to entangle the 5 Gu immortals. Mu Ling Lan was vigilant and instantly flew out of the hall. Zhao Lianyun also successfully escaped with Bu Zhenzi's help. In the hall, the black hair quickly wrapped Shijing Yi and Yu Ez into 2 thick green hair cocoons. Devious demoness. Attack together. Mu Linglan was shocked and furious. Without needing him to speak, Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun had already made their move. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from the 9th snowy peak. An intense battle instantly erupted. Eastern Sea. Dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot towards the Gu formation, causing the whole Gu formation to shake. Fang Yuan is too cautious. He has not charged into the Gu formation. What do we do? Bai Ningbing asked Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia sighed and transmitted his voice. I had originally planned to use this super Gu formation to compete with Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and probe his foundation. But to think that Fang Yuan is only attacking from the outside, there is no chance for us to take advantage of. A sword hidden in the dark was even more terrifying. Fang Yuan could of course rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and charge into the Gu formation. But this would expose the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was only rank 6. How could Fang Yuan expose his weakness? Although we have the Gu formation's protection and are impregnable, Fang Yuan has the initiative. He has a transformation path killer move. While we have the super Gu formation, our immortal essence will be expended and we will suffer huge losses. Bai Ningbing continued. Shi Nu requested to fight. Why don't I go out to fight and lure him in? Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain. Fang Yuan is a crafty old fox. How could he be provoked by you and charge into the Gu formation? Shi Nu stared at Bai Ningbing angrily. Then what do you think we should do? No matter. Ing Wuxia waved his hand. Wait for me to make some arrangements and leave behind a decoy to confuse him. We will then secretly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place and throw him off. As long as we stall for time, we will reach Northern Plains and meet up with the rank 8 Gu Immortals. That will be the time to deal with Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. You made me set up this Gu formation just to abandon it? Forget about the mortal Gu, you even want to abandon the immortal Gu. Chapter 1257. What are a few immortal Gu? Ing Wuxia said solemnly, as long as the plan succeeds, all the losses can be made up for. Being able to give up is a man of character. Moreover, this is not giving up innocently, it is to confuse the enemy and gain precious time for us. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Why do I feel like you are purposely weakening me? Then you are worrying too much. The enemy is outside the formation. You can stay behind and personally control this Gu formation to stall for time for us. Ing Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with bright light before she finally nodded. As you wish. It was not that she did not think of fighting alone, but against such a powerful Fang Yuan, she did not have confidence in winning. Northern Plains, snowy mountain-blessed land. 9th Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 Gu Immortals were ambushed by Hair Mistress. They were all bound by the cocoons made of green silk and were struggling intensely. What killer move is this? I can feel my immortal essence rapidly depleting. Yu Easy suddenly shouted, his whole body burning with a dazzling flame. However, the flames didn't seem to fear the flames at all. Instead, countless streams of water seeped out from her hair, drenching Yu Easy. My flame is Earth Cauldron Fire. It can refine rank 7 Gu materials in minutes, but it cannot even burn a single strand of green hair. Yu Yizi was extremely shocked. It is useless. The longer I activate this green silk binding, the more powerful it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui who started refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think about it and you will know how long it will take. Hair Mistress lay down again, laughing loudly. Moreover, what I said earlier. I am not completely deceiving you. Snowy mountain-blessed land is indeed shrouded by a super Gu formation. My battle strength will rise sharply here. You have rank 7 strength, but you will be weakened. Surrender obediently. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live. You are thinking too simply. Right at this time, an illusory figure flew out of a green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but the figure had strangely passed through it and appeared outside. The silhouette immediately turned from illusory to solid. It was no one else. It was the rank 7 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi. Hair Mistress's expression immediately sank. So you are a Phantom Path Gu Immortal, no wonder you could escape from my green silk bind. As he spoke, countless strands of green hair shot up from the ground one after another. They were as hard as needles and as soft as snakes. Tens of thousands of them shot towards Bu Zhenzi in the air. Bu Zhenzi laughed brightly. You want to hurt me? It's still too early for you. He turned incorporeal again, but this time, he fell into another green silk cocoon. The Gu Immortal in the hair cocoon. It was Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, she was using an immortal killer move to defend against the cutting of the green threads. Bu Zhenzi came to her side. Zhao Lianyun was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. I will count to 3, release your defense and come out with me. Bu Zhenzi placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed. Zhao Lianyun thought, if I give up my defensive killer move, won't I be turned into minced meat by the green threads? But thinking about it again, Bu Zhenzi would not deceive her. Zhao Lianyun's thoughts moved and she decided to believe Bu Zhenzi. At the next moment, she gave up on her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The green hair curled up. In an instant, Zhao Lianyun had already turned phantom. Next, 2 figures came out of the green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon turned pale with fright. Bu Zhenzi cultivated phantom path. It was normal for him to be able to turn phantom by himself. But he could actually make others turn phantom, and even affect them after turning phantom. That was not normal. Phantom Path Gu Immortals were rare to begin with, and Bu Zhenzi was definitely an outstanding talent among them. Because of his methods, Spirit Affinity House believed that he alone could protect Zhao Lianyun very well. After Bu Zhenzi saved Zhao Lianyun, he did the same thing and saved the other 3 from the hair cocoon. 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals began to attack Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress fought against 5 alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. The green hair coiled around her body, sometimes dancing like a snake, sometimes standing upright like a wall, dissolving the 5 Gu Immortals' attacks one by one. She clearly only has rank 6 cultivation, but she actually has rank 7 battle strength. I also discovered that there are traces of a super Gu formation operating in the whole of snowy mountain blessed land. Get out of the way, let me do it. Mu Ling Lan pushed aside the 4 immortals and activated an immortal killer move. With a wolf howl, 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress's hair wall was broken through 5 times in a row. It could not block the water wolves' charge. She quickly flew up and broke through the roof of the hall, charging into the sky. The 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals all had the ability to fly. They immediately charged forward. Hair Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was quite high, Zhao Lianyun's side had the advantage in numbers. Hair Mistress gradually defended more and attacked less. Most of the green hair was broken, and the rest formed into a ball, protecting her body. This immortal killer move is really amazing. It can actually release strength. The immortal killer moves we used were absorbed by it and then spat out to deal with us. Even my snake wave pierce heart cannot penetrate this ball. Mu Ling Lan's expression was solemn. Bu Zhenzi suddenly transmitted to Mu Ling Lan. Mu Ling Lan's mind shook. Then let's do it again. He prepared for a while before suddenly stretching out his right index finger, pointing at the huge green hair ball that was constantly rotating. At the next moment, an agile water snake that was half a foot long flew out from the tip of his index finger. The small snake was completely condensed from water. It was vivid and lifelike, and its whole body was dark blue in color. The water snake was originally extremely fast, but under Mu Ling Lan's control, it flew slowly on purpose. At this time, Bu Zhenzi suddenly used an immortal killer move. The water snake turned from solid to phantom, easily passing through the ball and arriving in front of Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress was pale with fright. She quickly used her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned from phantom to solid again, biting through Hair Mistress's defense and directly drilling into her heart. Hair Mistress screamed. Her soul escaped. The ball exploded. Countless short hairs shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. They shot out in all directions. The 5 Central Continent immortals quickly blocked without any hesitation. They could only let Hair Mistress's soul escape smoothly. We won. Hair Mistress is dead, only her soul is left. Xianxia was overjoyed and very excited. Good coordination. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan looked at each other and smiled. In defeating Hair Mistress, these 2 rank 7 Gu immortals put in the most effort. First, they relied on Bu Zhenzi to resolve the situation, then Mu Linglan was the main attacker. Yu Yizi, Zhao Lianyun, and Xianxia were supporting them from the side. The battle ended, the 9th snowy peak quieted down. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They would retreat first and wait for the Central Continent group to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they resist the whole of Snowy Mountain? Not to mention other Gu immortals, just old ancestor Shui, who alone was an unrivaled opponent. However, after trying, the 5 immortals found that they could not leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was originally a public blessed land. The entire blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation here. Even Bu Zhenzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. Among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. If there was a formation path great expert, they might be able to see through the mysteries of this Gu formation and break it. Mu Linglan sighed while wringing his hands. Originally, among the Central Continent Gu immortals, they had specially arranged for several formation path Gu immortals. Unfortunately, because Spaceless Tunnel collapsed and an unexpected calamity descended, none of these formation path Gu immortals came along. Central Continent's 5 immortals helplessly found. Although they defeated Hair Mistress and only let her soul escape, the 5 of them were trapped in the 9th snowy peak and could not leave this super Gu formation. What do we do? The 5 immortals looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could it not be? This was the enemy's base. Not to mention others, just the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui who could crush them with a flick of his finger. Do you feel strange? We came to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It has been so long, but no one has come. Yu Yizi suddenly said. The 4 immortals looked at each other. They all had the same feeling. It is quite strange. We invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and fought with Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge. But other than Hair Mistress, no one else appeared. We fought with Hair Mistress for a long time, but during this period, no other Gu immortals came to reinforce us. Old ancestor Shui who did not appear, maybe it is because of the arrogance of a rank 8. But at least the other Gu immortals should have allied together and attacked us. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Mu Linglan, Bu Zhenzi, and Yu Yizi analyzed the situation and felt it was quite strange. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, love suddenly activated. An intense immortal Gu aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a surging aura made the other 4 immortals' expressions change. What a powerful aura! Is it a rank 9 immortal Gu? Back in Spaceless Tunnel, it was this aura, I remember it clearly. So it was you who took action and protected us. Mu Linglan, Yu Yizi, and Xianxia looked at Zhao Lianyun with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Lianyun, however, had no control over herself at this moment. Her eyes rolled back and her feet rose a foot above the ground. Her whole body floated up, her head was slightly tilted back, and her throat was making gurgling sounds. Don't disturb her, this is love activating. Bu Zhenzi quickly said. Love. Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal Gu was actually brought over by Zhao Lianyun. The other 3 immortals were extremely shocked. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly and explained to them. A moment later, Zhao Lianyun woke up. I already know all the secrets of this Gu formation. The 4 immortals were overjoyed. This was the effect of love Gu earlier? Mu Linglan stared with wide eyes. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Quickly tell us. Bu Zhenzi urged. Chapter 1258. This formation is called Fate-Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This net was created by Sun Ming Lu, It uses over 10 immortal Gu, and most importantly, it is filled with water from reverse flow river, thus its power is extremely shocking. Zhao Lianyun explained in a low voice. Love Gu activated on its own, expending a large amount of immortal essence in Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture. It had all sorts of effects, but this time, it actually allowed Zhao Lianyun to directly learn about the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation's origin. Reverse flow river? Could it be the legendary reverse flow river? Yu Yizi's eyes widened. Right, it is the reverse flow river in the legends of Rinzhu. Zhao Lianyun nodded. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River were the 3 rounds after the door of life and death. Back then, Rinzhu went to Obsession Death Domain to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, but failed. Rinzhu could only pass the 3 rounds himself and revive. In the end, after Rinzhu passed Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is also a secluded domain of heaven and earth. To think it is in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. Bu Zhenzi sighed. Mu Linglan sighed. It is said that back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable used ghostly concealment to enter the door of life and death, stealing Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but could not do anything to Reverse Flow River. Who could have thought that Reverse Flow River would be taken out by someone? Mu Linglan was the supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This central continent ancient sect had the most information network, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets of the world. However, Central Continent's immortals quickly accepted this fact. Since Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not strange for Reverse Flow River to appear. The important thing now is how to break this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Bu Zhenzi emphasized. But Zhao Lianyun shook his head with a bitter smile. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would be trapped here, unable to extricate themselves. Even though this Super Gu formation does not have a single rank 8 immortal Gu, this Super Gu formation uses Reverse Flow River perfectly. It has unlimited uses. Zhao Lianyun explained slowly. After the other 4 immortals heard it, they were all dumbfounded. They no longer had any thoughts of breaking the formation. It turned out that this Super Gu formation had completely remodeled Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores, forming an impregnable defense. After Gu immortals enter the Gu formation, they would be transported to different snowy peaks according to their cultivation level. If it was a rank 7 Gu immortal, they would be sent to the rank 7 Gu immortal's snowy peak to fight. If it was a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would be sent to old ancestor Shui Hu. Ji Ye's previous words contained both truth and falsehood. It was not complete nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed raise the battle strength of the Gu immortals in the formation core. It would allow a rank 6 Gu immortal to have rank 7 might, while a rank 7 Gu immortal would not be able to reach rank 8, but they would still receive a huge boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation even imitated Regret Pool. It had some time path mystical abilities. The truly vicious thing was that any Gu immortal who died in the Gu formation would be considered to have sacrificed their lives to this formation, helping Lady Wanshou, who was at the center of the formation, to refine Ma Hongyun. No wonder when we killed Ji, her body and immortal aperture quickly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Even though Ji Ye's soul escaped, it is likely that her soul has already dissipated in this formation. To think that Sun Ming Lu could actually create such an extreme Gu formation? The strength of this formation is hard to match even among the 10 great ancient sections. Sun Ming Lu is publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. It is rumored that he has an unyielding nature and values relationships greatly. He does not associate with the demonic path. Back then, old ancestor Shui Hu had to disregard his status and invite him 3 times and 4 times, but he did not yield. In the end, it was because old ancestor Shui Hu was doing this for his beloved wife, Lady Wanshou, that he was moved and helped Lady Wanshou create the refinement path Gu formation. Now it seems that to be able to create such a vicious refinement path Gu formation, Sun Ming Lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed. That means to say, as long as we leave this snowy peak, we will be forced to separate and fight alone? Bu Zhenzi asked. Zhao Lianyun nodded. That should be the case. We came here because of the power of Love Immortal Gu. Love Immortal Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Its power surpassed the entire Super Gu formation, thus, the 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals all came to the 9th snowy peak. But now, Love Immortal Gu was useless. Once the 5 of them stepped out of this snowy peak, they would be taken away by the Gu formation and be separated. Bu Zhenzi frowned tightly. This was bad news. He was protecting Zhao Lianyun and protecting Zhao Lianyun, that was also protecting Love Immortal Gu. But now, this Super Gu formation would separate them. It was truly difficult. How about this, Fairy Lianyun, enter my immortal aperture? I don't believe this Super Gu formation can affect the immortal aperture? Bu Zhenzi hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was their clan's greatest secret. They would normally not let outsiders in. But Bu Zhenzi thought of the importance of this matter. He decided to make a sacrifice and let Zhao Lianyun in. Between the two of them, this was the only way. Because Zhao Lianyun's was not a true immortal aperture, but a phantom aperture. The Celestial Court's phantom aperture had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, Gu worms, and wills. It could not be nurtured like a normal immortal aperture. Every once in a while, it needed to be replenished, otherwise, it would not last long. The advantage was that it could store immortal Gu of any rank. Like now, Zhao Lianyun could directly store Love Immortal Gu. He did not have to worry about this rank 9 Immortal Gu bursting his immortal aperture. But after trying it, the Central Continent Gu Immortals found that they could not even open the entrance of their immortal aperture. Evidently, Sun Ming Lu had considered this problem when he created this Super Gu formation. This was not the weakness of this Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu Immortals fell into a dilemma. They found that even though they got rid of Mistress Ji, they were trapped here. But there was good news. They did not have to worry about reinforcements or rank 8 Old Ancestor Shui who attacking them. Because in this Super Gu formation, the Snowy Peak Lords were guarding a peak. They could not leave. The rank 8 Gu Immortals who invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Snowy Peak Lords. They could only fight Old Ancestor Shuehu. This rule also restricted Old Ancestor Shuehu. Old Ancestor Shuehu could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Gu Immortals. Because this rule originated from the use of reverse flow river. Humans strive for higher ground, water flows to lower ground. This was the law of the world. Rank 8 was high, rank 7 and rank 6 were low. The Gu Immortals at higher levels could only fight Gu Immortals of the same level. In the entire Gu formation, the first snowy peak was the highest. Thus, all living beings who entered the Gu formation had to go up. They could not turn back. This was the power of reverse flow river. The legends of Renzu recorded that even Renzu could not go against the flow. But this reverse flow river was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Ming Lu used the abundant Dao marks in this secluded domain of heaven and earth to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Thus, as the main force of the formation, Old Ancestor Shuehu and the Snowy Peak Lords had to follow this rule. If it was not reverse flow river but one or several immortal Gu with the same effect, the Gu Immortals could control it and create a battle environment that was beneficial to them. It would not be as rigid as now. But no matter what, even with this flaw, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was absolutely impregnable. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. With this Gu formation, it was no wonder Old Ancestor Shui who was so confident. He did not conceal the Gu refinement. Even if he tried to conceal it, he might not be able to. Most importantly, he was not afraid of the Gu Immortals attacking him. In fact, he was even looking forward to it, because the Gu Immortals who died in the Gu formation, be it friend or foe, would turn into pure energy to help him refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. In that case, why don't we set up camp here and wait for reinforcements? Bu Zhenzi suggested. This suggestion made the other Central Continent Gu Immortals nod in agreement. Even though they knew about this Gu formation, it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyun frowned, but she did not refute it. After all, Ma Hongyun was at the first snowy peak, that was the center of the Gu formation. It was used to refine Gu. Even if Zhao Lianyun and the rest passed many snowy peaks, they would still have to reach the first snowy peak and face the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu. Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. We found a small group. South Desolation Immortal let out a breath of turbid air. Yao Huang quickly asked. They actually went to snowy mountain blessed land. Strange. South Desolation Immortal fell into doubt. Even though he knew that the central continent Gu immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he did not know that an accident had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought that he would find a large group of central continent cultivators, but he only found a small group. However, there was a big fish, Zhao Lianyun. Love Immortal Gu. The reason why South Desolation Immortal woke up was because of this. Snowy mountain blessed land. Yao Huang frowned. Not all of the central continent Gu immortals have appeared. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Maybe this is central continent's Gu immortals' plan to lure the enemy. Be it rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, none of them have appeared. Yao Huang's frown deepened. Like earlier when Fang Yuan and Wuxia were fighting, Fang Yuan did not take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Wuxia was instead very wary of it. Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortals' situation was similar. If all of Central Continent's Gu immortals appeared, they would definitely use their full strength to deal with these people. But now, only 5 people had appeared. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang could not figure out what the Central Continent Gu immortals were doing. Was there some scheme? Are they hatching some kind of special big plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it and decided, let this group of Central Continent Gu immortals face off against snowy mountain blessed land first. The most important thing is still the Central Continent group. If these Gu immortals do not appear, we will wait and see. Yao Huang nodded, but he was guessing inwardly. Lord South Desolation has a clear understanding of snowy mountain blessed land situation. This is definitely not the ability of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Don't tell me we have a spy in snowy mountain blessed land? Chapter 1259. Eastern Sea. Greater than or equal to sword dragon waves swallowed and spewed out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath landed on the Gu formation, causing the Gu formation to shake. Something is not right. Wuxia and the rest are not fools. Their immortal essence expenditure is much higher than mine when activating the Super Gu formation. But they are still in a deadlock, allowing me to attack as I please. Do they have other motives? Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. Although he did not break the Gu formation, he had the initiative. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He had not stopped thinking for even a moment. The other side should know I have the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Are they not afraid that I will use the upper extreme heavenly eagle to pierce through space and enter the Gu formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap for my upper extreme heavenly eagle? Or could it be that Langya sect's 6th heir already knows through land spirit of Langya that my upper extreme heavenly eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait! Fang Yuan stopped his attacks and dove into the sea. He was underwater, observing the reactions of Wuxia's side while activating an immortal killer move. Chi Luck Sensation. They are indeed inside the Gu formation, not a single one is missing. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking. Fang Yuan continued to attack the Gu formation, but he gradually found that the Gu formation was passively defending Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest did not appear. Fang Yuan willed and stopped his attacks. He had the initiative now, attacking or not depended on a single thought. On the contrary, the other side was defending and was in a passive state. They did not know when Fang Yuan would attack, and they had to expend immortal essence to maintain the Gu formation's operation. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. Other than maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not expend immortal essence at all. On the contrary, the other side was still activating the Gu formation without stopping. After a silent confrontation for an hour, Fang Yuan gradually sensed something amiss. The Gu formation was like a deep pool. There was no movement inside. The opponent actually chose to be in a deadlock with Fang Yuan with an unshakable stance. Wuxia seems to have other motives. He needs the Gu formation to create a safe environment. No matter what, I can't let him continue smoothly like this. I have to act quickly and destroy him. Looks like I can't keep this trump card any longer, so I have to use it in advance. Although Wuxia's plan was effective and Feng Yuan's fate connection was misled, the result was that Feng Yuan's fate connection was misled. However, Feng Yuan still had a keen judgment of the situation. He decided to act swiftly and decisively, no longer hiding any trump cards. If it was in the past, the sword flood dragon breath would have been his strongest technique, but it was no longer the case. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded, resounding for thousands of miles. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Wuxia's field of vision suddenly changed. Looking carefully, he was already at the boundary wall. This was the blue water boundary wall of the East Sea. It was dark blue and was like a giant screen that supported the sky and the earth. It was boundlessly wide. The four Gu immortals, among which Tai Bai Yunxing had entered He Lolan's immortal aperture, were standing in front of the regional wall. They were as tiny as ants, while the world was so vast. If they entered the regional wall, the ancient battle formation could not be used, they could only travel on foot. Because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves inside the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake. The ancient battle formation was even more so. The backlash was extremely huge. While looking, Wuxia's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously turned around, her eyes shining with cold light as she stared in the direction they came from. The Gu formation has been broken. Bai Ningbing said in a heavy voice. So fast. He Lulan was also moved. She thought of the scene of her being trapped earlier. Feng Yuan had actually broken the Gu formation so quickly. Even if one was inside the formation and the other was outside, it showed how terrifying the other party's battle strength was. Don't tell me he used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Feng Yuan broke the Gu formation but did not find anyone, nor did he obtain any Gu worms. Once the Gu formation was broken, the Gu worms would all self-destruct. How could Bai Ningbing leave them for the enemy? Although the losses were disastrous, the scene of Feng Yuan's attack was transmitted to them. In a battle between Gu immortals, information was an extremely important factor. Bai Ningbing, Wuxia, and the rest naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Feng Yuan used a completely new killer move. He seems to have successfully researched it recently. Wuxia said, "This killer move has terrifying power." Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. If not for the fact that we don't have a way to counter it, even if we join hands, we might not be able to last for a few breaths of time. What? He Lulan gasped, and even Shi Nu, who had always been silent and expressionless, was shaken by this. Wuxia knew the situation was bad. He had set up the Gu formation and plotted to stall for time. Although the plan had succeeded at the start, he had not expected it to only stall for such a short amount of time. Moving through the regional wall would take some time. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal body's uniqueness allowed it to move freely through the regional wall without any suppression. Wuxia had already obtained this information. The Super Gu formation was forcefully broken. Feng Yuan found that we are not here. He will definitely use Qi Luck sensation to investigate again. If we enter the regional wall, even in the best-case scenario, according to Feng Yuan's previous speed, he will definitely be able to catch up to us. We will have to fight him in the regional wall. So, should I enter this regional wall or not? Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Wuxia assessed the situation. He knew clearly that his side was on the brink of survival. Although they were safe and sound now, they might face a crisis of life and death soon. And whether they could turn this crisis into safety depended on his decision. A heavy pressure was pressing down on Wuxia's shoulders. This was not just his own survival, it also concerned his Gu immortal companions. Alright, Wuxia did not care about the safety of his Gu immortal companions. He was not even afraid of dying. But the crucial thing was, if he died, who could save the demon venerable's main body? Right now, Shadow sect was in ruins, he was their only hope. How can this be? In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength has grown to such a level? He can't even use wisdom goo. How did he deduce it? Don't tell me he obtained a new powerful wisdom path method? Deducing immortal killer moves was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Fang Yuan's trump card was very sudden. Wuxia was caught unprepared. If I enter the regional wall, I will definitely fight Fang Yuan in the regional wall after using all my confusion methods. Our side is in a huge disadvantage. Wuxia was clear that using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fang Yuan did not have this restriction. The 5 regional walls were simply the best place for him to kill and loot. Even rank 8 Gu immortals might not be able to do so, because rank 8s faced greater restrictions than rank 6s and 7s when entering the regional wall. Of course, rank 8 Gu immortals traveled in day and night, they would not be stupid enough to enter the regional wall. If Wuxia insisted on entering the regional wall, it would be a huge risk. Fang Yuan had exposed his trump card, even if he did not use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. With just this trump card, Wuxia felt that he would not be able to face it head-on. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Wuxia suddenly had a thought as he glanced at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt that the alliance earlier was the right choice. At the same time, he felt some emotions, to think that he would have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this time. Speaking of which, the wheel of fate was really full of twists and turns. He, the great Wuxia, actually relied on Bai Ningbing, who had been used as a chess piece. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? She has just taken over Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven not long ago. Wuxia did not have much confidence as he thought about it. He thought again, but if we do not enter the regional wall this time and only move around in Eastern Sea, omnidirectional travel is not a method that can be used continuously, we need to rest for a while. In that case, Fang Yuan will find us sooner or later. Most importantly, this is Eastern Sea. And we are all Gu immortals from other regions. Wuxia's body was a Western Desert immortal zombie, Bai Ningbing was a Southern Border Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were from Northern Plains, Shi Nu was from Central Continent. There were no Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Gu immortals from other regions would be ostracized or even hunted down in other regions. Although in Eastern Sea, this rejection was not very strong. But don't forget, Fang Yuan was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Sovereign immortal body. He could perfectly blend into any region and become a local Gu immortal. At that time, when both sides fought and an Eastern Sea Gu immortal appeared, with Fang Yuan having the upper hand, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals would help Fang Yuan. That was a matter that needed no explanation. There were few people who would offer help in times of need, but there were many people who would add flowers to the brocade. So, if we stay in Eastern Sea, our next opponent might not be just Fang Yuan, there might be other Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well. Wuxia smiled bitterly. Undeniably, he had been through many trials and setbacks, he was much more mature than before, he was able to think in all aspects, this was something he had never done before. Not to mention, Fang Yuan still has the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. I have to go to Northern Plains. Snowy mountain blessed land is my only hope. I can use a rank 8 Gu immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Wuxia finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered Northern Plains? This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Wuxia expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Wuxia and the others. How could Fang Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation, otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only target. But if it was real, hee. Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Shi Zhengyi paced around the hall. He could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yu Ezi sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Xianxia shouted, "I have already rested well. Sigh, how long do we have to wait?" "Wait until the Central Continent Gu immortals come," Bu Zhenzi said. "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyun frowned. She was also getting impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyun's situation was even more serious. It was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhenzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time, Zhao Lianyun transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu immortals died inside? How can that be?" Xianxia was the first to refute. His expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyun contained some anger. Because his father, Shirgu, was among these Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyun did not care about Xianxia's attitude and continued to transmit, "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power." But the other Gu immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for? The other Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts, they just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Zhenzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu immortals." Zhao Lianyun continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come? All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again without worry?" Bu Zhenzi stared at Zhao Lianyun's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect, Zhao Lianyun. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust?" Zhao Lianyun was keenly aware of Bu Zhenzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued, "Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on Earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent." Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun heaved a sigh of relief. "In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't." Bu Zhenzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyun stared at each other, neither side backing down. They both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyun's eyes soon turned misty. She took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. "If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that?" In fact, Zhao Lianyun was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shui Hu and used as a Gu material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, then this would be Zhao Lianyun's life's regret. If she recalled this in the future, she would feel extreme regret. She had once been so close to Ma Hongyun, she had already entered snowy mountain-blessed land. Fate had given her a great opportunity, but she did not grasp it. From the 9th snowy peak, she could see the blurry scene of the 1st snowy peak. Even at such a close distance, she waited here and lost her final opportunity. Zhao Lianyun did not want to see this happen. Such an outcome would make her feel even more sorrow and pain than death. Seeing Zhao Lianyun and Bu Zhenzi quarreling, the other 3 immortals could not speak. After all, this was an internal matter of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi retorted, "Even if you don't want to wait now, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you defeat the other peak lords, don't forget, you have to face old ancestor Shui Hu in the end, because Ma Hongyun is imprisoned on the 1st snowy peak." "I know this." Zhao Lianyun clenched her fists, raising her voice. But you also said that before old ancestor Shui we still have more than 10 peak lords to deal with. We can make the first move and get rid of these peak lords. Anyway, rank 8 Gu immortals cannot attack us in this Gu formation. This way, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the first snowy peak. It will save time and effort. Bu Zhenzi was indignant, her expression was dark. Then I will speak the truth. This super Gu formation amplifies the enemy and weakens our resistance. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the Gu formation and transported to other snowy peaks. If you fight alone, can you match these people? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I were the main force. What can you 3 rank 6s do? Bu Zhenzi spoke bluntly, but the 3 rank 6 Gu immortals could not refute him, because he was speaking the truth. Zhao Lianyun lowered her head and was silent for a while before raising her head. Then I will use Love Immortal Gu again. Bu Zhenzi sneered. Who do you think you are? How could Love Immortal Gu be manipulated by you and listen to you? Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal could not refine Love Gu. That is because he did not obtain Love Gu's acknowledgement. Zhao Lianyun said. According to you, all the other fairies of my spirit affinity house are useless? None of them can control Love Gu? Bu Zhenzi sneered. How will we know if we don't try? Zhao Lianyun retorted firmly. Bu Zhenzi chuckled and was about to speak, but Zhao Lianyun had already moved. She called out in her mind, Oh love, love, I beg you, use your divine might and lead the 5 of us to charge into the other snowy peaks. Love did not move, like it was dead. Zhao Lianyun was unresigned. She continued to pray and plead in her mind. Bu Zhenzi saw that Zhao Lianyun did not move and was about to speak, but at this time, he saw Love Gu's aura rise from Zhao Lianyun's body, and at the same time, light enveloped Zhao Lianyun's body. The other 4 immortals were shocked. They stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Mu Linglan could not help but speak. It is like when we left the spaceless tunnel and came to snowy mountain-blessed land. It was this aura and light. Continue, don't stop. Shijing urged. At the next moment, the light on Zhao Lianyun's body spread to the other 4 Gu immortals, as if it had intelligence. This way we can charge into the other snowy peaks. Maybe we can directly leave snowy mountain-blessed land. Shijing Yi was filled with hope. Bu Zhenzi's mouth was slightly open. He could not say anything at this time. The shock in his heart was much more intense than the others. Love Gu cannot be controlled. This is the iron law of history. Even Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything to it. But why is Love Gu in Zhao Lianyun's hands so obedient? Don't tell me Zhao Lianyun is the strongest fairy since the founding of Spirit Affinity House. No, it is more likely because of her identity. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons are compatible with Love Gu? Others cannot control Love Gu, but otherworldly demons are not restricted? Countless thoughts surged in Bu Zhenzi's mind, like raging waves. Just as he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly broke open, turning into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole emitted an unimaginably huge suction force, forcibly dragging Bu Zhenzi into the black hole. Even someone as strong as Bu Zhenzi, a rank 7 Gu immortal, could not defend against it. He was directly pulled in, vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the same scene happened to the other Gu immortals. In the blink of an eye, this hall was empty, becoming extremely silent. I left the 9th snowy peak and came here. Bu Zhenzi was filled with shock. The moment his feet touched the ground, he quickly sized up his surroundings. This was also the interior of a hall. But this hall was different from before. The previous hall was exquisite and had the fragrance of a woman, while this hall was extremely grand, overflowing with heroism, displaying the master's masculine demeanor. Which snowy peak is this? Bu Zhenzi had this thought. But soon, his expression changed as he cursed, "Damn it!" He found that he was the only one in the entire hall. The other 4 Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen. He then realized, he had been thinking too much before the teleportation. Even if Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon, how could he control Love Gu? Love Gu was still so unreliable, it had countless effects, Who knew when it would act up? I was sent here, then what about the others? Where are they? The best result would be for them to be together, that way Zhao Lianyun would be safer. But if Zhao Lianyun is alone, I'm afraid. Bu Zhenzi did not dare to think about it. Just at this moment, an ink-like black shadow, sticking close to the ground, silently attacked him. Bu Zhenzi felt a sense of danger. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a venomous snake. It was extremely fast, following him like a shadow. In less than a breath's time, it was about to reach Bu Zhenzi's feet. Phantom transformation. At the crucial moment, Bu Zhenzi activated the specialty of a Phantom Path Gu Immortal. His whole body turned phantom. Chapter 1261. There was a series of applause. Phantom Path after all. A Gu Immortal appeared. This person was tall and sturdy, with a face full of stubble. His eyes had no sclera and were completely black. Behind him, there was a black leather cloak, which was very eye-catching. Bu Zhenzi's pupils shrank. He knew this person. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals came to save Ma Hongyun, how could they not have information on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? So it is Shadow King. Bu Zhenzi spoke lightly, revealing the identity of the Gu Immortal in front of him. At the same time, he also understood that he was already on the 7th snowy peak of the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Speaking of which, the peak master of the 7th snowy peak was actually Xuesongzi. But after Xuesongzi died, a demonic path Gu Immortal took the initiative to join. It was this person. In fact, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was also a place that Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals yearned for. Especially those demons that were wanted by the Huangjin tribes. They needed a backer like old ancestor Xuehu. Or some Gu Immortals who wanted to extend their lifespan joined Snowy Mountain Blessed Land because of Lady Wanshou. Of course, recently, because old ancestor Xue who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the morale of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's people was low. Shadow King looked at Bu Zhenzi and smiled. You Central Continent Gu Immortals are really too much, coming all the way here to die. It's still uncertain who will die. Bu Zhenzi sneered in response. Is that so? King of Shadows suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow and pounced at Bu Zhenzi with extreme speed. Rumble. The next moment, a muffled explosion of thunder came from the 7th snowy peak. The hall shook, and the snow on the mountainside rolled down, forming a small avalanche in an instant. Unlike what Bu Zhenzi had expected, Zhao Lianyun was not alone, nor was he accompanied by the 4 immortals. The 12th snowy peak. The two sides had already started fighting. 2 little ants. Watch me stomp you all to death. The peak leaders of the 12 snowy peaks let out a roar and stomped down with their right feet. The 12th snowy peak master transformed into a giant with the head of an ox and the body of a human. His feet also transformed into solid ox hooves. The cow's hooves crushed the tiles on the floor. A deep pit like the mouth of a well was formed in an instant. The peak master was awe-inspiring. The 2 Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly retreated. One of them was Zhao Lianyun, and the other was Shijing. Zhao Lianyun's face was a little pale. Her opponent was huge, and her battle experience was very limited. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on her. Shijing had just rolled on the ground and managed to avoid being trampled by the cow's hoofs. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it. He turned over abruptly. He stood up from the ground. Watch me. Yeah. Shijing opened his mouth, his tongue flicking out and retracting like a rapid spring. Every time it extended and contracted, a scarlet sword light would shoot out from the tip of the tongue at an extremely high frequency. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Ordinary people could only curl their tongues, and some people didn't even have the ability to curl their tongues. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had seen someone with a tongue that could retract back and forth like a spring. The scarlet red sword light was very sharp. The 12th Peak Lord cultivated the transformation path and transformed into a giant. His skin was already very thick. However, after being hit by the scarlet sword light, his whole body was filled with bloody holes. So painful. The 12th Peak Lord shouted in pain, raising his arms to protect his head. At this moment, he could only defend and not attack, his aura was suppressed. Amazing, Zhao Lianyun murmured in admiration. Of course, this is my vital immortal gu, sword tongue gu. Shi Zhengyi flicked his tongue. He could shoot out scarlet sword light while replying to Zhao Lianyun. What was even stranger was that he could enunciate and speak very clearly. Are you a sword path gu immortal? Zhao Lianyun asked. Oh no, I am a path cultivator. Shi Zhengyi replied. You can speak and fight at the same time, so you are so strong. Zhao Lianyun had a whole new level of respect for this thick-browed, big-eyed, and seemingly simple-minded Shi Zhengyi. I vow to defeat all demons and evil path cultivators. Shi Zhengyi seemed to be very proud of himself. You guys are too complacent. The 12th Peak Lord shouted. Boom! With a loud sound, a towering aura burst out from his huge body. The majestic aura radiated in all directions, creating endless air currents. Oh no, it is an immortal killer move. Quickly defend. Shi Zhengyi and Zhao Lianyun defended with all their strength, but it was useless. The air currents were extremely powerful, the two were like a pair of toys, easily sent flying. With the 12th Peak Lord as the center, the floor tiles in the hall were sent flying, the scene was chaotic. With two bangs, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi crashed into the walls of the hall, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were in intense pain, their organs were bleeding, and many of their bones were broken. The 12th Peak Lord's attack succeeded. He had been at a disadvantage earlier, but now he had the upper hand. This is a Chi Path killer move. How can it be so powerful? Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi endured the intense pain, struggling to stand up. The two were sent flying, they were very far from each other now. How is it? My, Zhao Denyo's immortal killer move Bull Chi does not feel good, right? You are young but your strength is not low. Unfortunately, in this gu formation, I have the amplification of the gu formation, my battle strength has already risen to rank 7, how can you fight me? Ha! Zhao Denyo laughed loudly, his laughter was like a huge wave that filled the hall. Watch me crush you to death. Suddenly, Zhao Denyo stopped laughing, staring at Shi Zhengyi with a ruthless expression. Next, Zhao Denyo bent his waist and knees, suddenly jumping. His body was like a small mountain as he pounced toward Shi Zhengyi. Rumble! With a loud sound, Zhao Denyo pressed Shi Zhengyi to the ground. Shi Zhengyi! Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. She had personally witnessed this terrifying scene, being pressed down by such a huge Zhao Denyo. Wouldn't Shi Zhengyi be squashed into meat paste? But at the next moment, Zhao Denyo's back bulged. Then, Shi Zhengyi stood up from below Zhao Denyu's stomach, raised both his hands up high, and shouted with all his might. With a push of his arms, he actually pushed Zhao Denyu away. It was like a little white rabbit throwing a lion away. This unimaginable scene caused Zhao Lianyun to stare with wide eyes. How can this be? My transformation has the weight of a wild ox. You actually pushed me away? Even Zhao Denyo could not believe it. Shi Zhengyi vomited blood. After pushing Zhao Denyo away, he immediately knelt on the ground, exhausted. This is the power of righteousness. Shi Zhengyi spoke with difficulty. Stop talking, you vomited too much blood. Zhao Lianyun shouted. Bullshit righteousness. Zhao Denyo regrouped, charging towards Shi Zhengyi again. His body was huge, but when he burst out with speed, he was like a gale. It did not match his body size at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Denyo arrived in front of Shi Zhengyi. Aha! Look at my power of righteousness. Shi Zhengyi roared, not dodging at all, but collided with him. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Lianyun's heart ached as she heard this. Shi Zhengyi was like a small ball, flying far away, vomiting blood in the air. Next, he fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood splattered everywhere. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Denyo was about to charge forward and give Shi Zhengyi a fatal blow, but the moment he took a step, he found that his hands and feet were bound by rotten silver chains. At the other end of the chains was Zhao Lianyun. It turned out that she had already been preparing her immortal killer move. Unfortunately, the actual battle was completely different from training, especially in this tense atmosphere. Zhao Lianyun's killer move activation failed twice. Thankfully, Shi Jingyi had been stalling for time. Zhao Lianyun only succeeded on the third try. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Cough cough, thank you, this killer move is very beautiful, it's really not bad. Obtaining precious time to breathe, Shi Jingyi crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Every time he spoke, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Stop talking, you are still vomiting blood. Zhao Lianyun felt anxious for him. Hee, you don't know, I cultivate information path. I need to keep talking to heal my injuries. The louder I shout, the more powerful my attacks will be, Shi Jingyi explained. Little girl, you are too annoying. Zhao Denyo screamed. He raised his arms and tore the rotten silver chains on his body. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not tear these chains apart. In that case, Zhao Denyo laughed sinisterly again, activating Bull Qi soaring to the sky. Boom! An intense explosion resounded in the hall. Soaring air currents burst out again. This time, the roof of the hall was blown away. Crack crack! With a crisp sound, the silver chains were shattered into countless pieces by this immortal killer move. These shards of chains hadn't even fallen to the ground when they transformed into specks of silver light in midair before vanishing without a trace. Zhao Denyo used his signature killer move to shatter life-locking silver chain, regaining freedom. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi were sent flying by the air currents again. They coughed out blood and fell to the ground. Damn it. Shi Jingyi wanted to get up, but his body was breaking apart. He had no strength left. As for Zhao Lianyun, she had already fainted. Her injuries were more severe than Shi Jingyi's. Because life-locking silver chain was broken, Zhao Lianyun had already suffered backlash. Adding on Zhao Denyo's immortal killer move, her injuries worsened. Even though she had rank 9 immortal Gu Love Gu, from the start of the battle until now, Love Immortal Gu had no effect. Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled. Even if it showed its might, it might not be able to resolve the problem. It was truly a scam. It was completely dark. Zhao Lianyun, who was in a coma, felt like she was floating alone in the endless darkness. This is the feeling of death. So, this is death. As expected, I am the most failed transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of a minor character. Chapter 1262. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly heard a voice coming from the darkness. This voice was calling her name, Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun, who is calling me? Who is calling me? Calling my name. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? Ah, I remember now, isn't this my previous voice? Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly recalled a scene from the past. That was during the imperial court contest. Zhao Lianyun's father died in battle. She was used as a political bargaining chip to be given to someone else for a marriage alliance. Zhao Lianyun relied on Ma Hongyun to resist this fate. She went from a rich young lady to a lonely person. One day, Ma Hongyun dragged her to a valley. Look, I found a good place for you. Ma Hongyun was very happy. Zhao Lianyun swept her gaze around and noticed that it was just an ordinary little valley. She couldn't help but pucker her lips and say, "What's so strange about this? Isn't it just a lousy valley? There is no scenery at all. How can this be?" Ma Hongyun stared with wide eyes. Valleys are rarely seen in northern plains. Furthermore, I will teach you. If you shout your name at the valley will respond to you. Just like this. Saying so, Ma Hongyun took a deep breath and shouted at the valley, "Zhao Lianyun." A reply came from the valley, "Zhao Lianyun." Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes helplessly. Truly, fools have a lot of fun. What's so strange about an echo? I have never seen anyone as foolish as you. Ha! Ma Hongyun rubbed his hair. Everyone says I am foolish. Of course I am foolish. How can I be as smart as you, Lady Xiao Yun? However, when I was young, I was unhappy. I was teased and disliked by my friends. When no one played with me, I would run to the valley at home and shout at the valley. Every time I shout my name, the valley will shout at me. Every time I shout, the valley will shout at me. It will play with me. Never abandoned me, never ignored me. Unless my voice is not loud enough. I see that you haven't been happy lately. Perhaps it's because there's no one to play with you. I have to stay by the young patriarch's side, so I can't accompany you all the time. If you're unhappy, you can come to the valley. Play with the valley. Zhao Lianyun did not say anything. She looked at the sincere Ma Hongyun and could not help but feel a sense of pity. This Ma Hongyun is silly, but he's not a bad person. You must have had a rough life since you were young. Even now, he was often beaten and scolded by the young clan leader. But I've never seen him cry. He's always smiling. Forget it, I'll play with you. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun sighed and shouted his name towards the valley. When Ma Hongyun saw Zhao Lianyun put it into action, he was so happy that he danced with joy. No, you should shout louder, louder. Zhao Lianyun shouted again. Ma Hongyun shook his head. You're not shouting loudly enough. As long as you shout, the valley will hear you. It won't respond to you now. It just can't hear you. Zhao Lianyun took a deep breath and burst out with his loudest voice. She shouted, Zhao Lianyun. So the valley responded to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun laughed. Zhao Lianyun also felt a lot more open-minded. The gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot. Her mood also became cheerful. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. In the darkness, the voice kept coming. Zhao Lianyun, what are you doing? Don't be lost. Zhao Lianyun, you're not alone. Heaven and earth are with you. As long as you shout, heaven and earth will hear you. Zhao Lianyun, you have to wake up. There's a person waiting for you to save him. That person had once stood by your side, watching the stars with you, shouting at the valley with you. Go help him. Go help him. He must be feeling lonely now, or maybe he is afraid. You have to shout, make your voice heard, let him know that you are here. Let him know that as long as he perseveres, there is hope for him to be saved. Yes. I have to save him. How can I fall here? Zhao Lianyun suddenly opened her eyes. She woke up from her unconsciousness. The moment she woke up, she found that her whole body was burning with a light blue light. This was the blue light emitted by immortal Gu Love. Zhao Lianyun's injuries were healing rapidly, her condition was rising rapidly. Not only that, the blue light was shining around her. Zhao Dainiu retreated with a face full of fear. What kind of light is this? It's heavier than a mountain. This aura, what kind of immortal Gu is this? Shi was also bathed in the light. He suddenly stood up, feeling boundless energy. The injuries on his body had completely disappeared, his condition had risen to an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Zhao Lianyun, the rest is up to me. Unorthodox demonic path, I will defeat you. Take this move. Fist of Justice. Shi Zhengyi shouted loudly. The louder he shouted, the stronger the immortal killer move became. A huge fist of light shot out from his body, fiercely hitting Zhao Dainiu. Boom. Like a thunderclap, Zhao Dainiu's defensive method crumbled. A fist hole appeared on his broad chest. The wall behind him could be seen from the front. Zhao Lianyun's eyes gradually lost focus. He fell to the ground. His body fell on the ground, not moving at all. After a few breaths of time, his body, soul and immortal aperture turned into pure energy, absorbed by the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Justice will prevail. Shi Zhengyi raised his fist and shouted. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, smiling. Northern Plains, Licorice Regional Wall. A dragon roar resounded. Wuxia. Where do you think you can escape to? It was the sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into. After a long journey, following the guidance of Qi Luck Sensation, he had finally caught up to Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia and the rest immediately turned around, facing Fang Yuan with extremely solemn expressions. Wuxia had already said that Fang Yuan would catch up to them, so the five immortals were mentally prepared and did not panic. At this moment, the fierce battle that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The sword dragon roared, opening its bloody mouth. The dragon teeth in its mouth were like spears, extremely sinister. Its dragon eyes were cold and emotionless, emitting bone-chilling killing intent. Without saying anything else, Fang Yuan directly charged forward. If you want to deal with my master, you have to get past me first. The loyal Nu stood up first. He blocked in front of the immortals and suddenly raised his palm. A tall and sturdy stone wall instantly rose from the ground, obstructing Fang Yuan's charge. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, the stone wall was penetrated. It was the dragon breath that Fang Yuan had spat out. The dragon breath was extremely sharp, shooting out like sword phantoms, gathering into a rain of sword phantoms. After penetrating the stone wall, it did not lose momentum as it stabbed towards the 5 immortals. Hei Lulan shouted loudly, spitting out many small flame birds from her mouth. These small birds were intelligent. They directly sought out Fang Yuan's dragon breath. The small flame birds smashed the dragon breath, turning into lumps of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry birds? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method. He did not expect Hei Lulan to actually use it. The appearance of this small flame bird made Fang Yuan involuntarily think of blazing heaven demoness. Back in the Battle of Eastern Sea, even when Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing worked together with Shark Demon, Su Baiman and his wife, and even One Finger Flow Shark, they could not defeat Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal killer move, Angry Birds, left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But the small flame birds that Hei Lulan used were similar to the real Angry Birds. It turned out that after Hei Lulan's Strength Path Immortal Goo was sold to Fang Yuan, she did not have any Strength Path Immortal Goo to support her battle strength in Eastern Sea. She chose to cultivate Fire Path to prevent her Strength Path Dao marks from being taken away. She had a Fire Path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness met Hei Lulan, she secretly passed her Fire Path inheritance to Hei Lulan. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt very guilty towards Hei Lulan. She tried to make it up to her. Originally, Hei Lulan did not care about the Fire Path inheritance. She felt that she would not be able to use it in her life. But to think that fate was so mystical and out of her expectations, under a series of coincidences, she ended up walking on the path of Fire Path. Of course, she did not have a single Fire Path Dao mark on her body. However, she had all of Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo. This matter had to be traced back to before the Battle of Yitian Mountain. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to abandon the whole of Zombie Alliance. He used countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to speed up the Goo refinement. When Zombie Alliance was first established, it was a subordinate of Shadow Sect. It was controlled by Shadow Sect. But many immortal zombies, even though they joined Zombie Alliance, they did not know this truth. Back then, Zombie Alliance was building a super Goo formation to protect the immortal zombie corpses. In fact, this was a perfect excuse to keep them alive. Using this chance, Shadow Sect killed all of the immortal zombies who were involved in the Goo refinement. The immortal zombies did not have dead apertures, but the immortal Goo on the immortal zombies were kept safe. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal Goo were all hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Wuxia, Hei Lulan, and the rest were far away in Eastern Sea, but at that time, Northern Plains still had Sixth Hair, a member of Shadow Sect. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden deep in Earth Trench. Sixth Hair sneaked in and used his methods to retrieve Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo, sending them to Wuxia. After Wuxia refined them, he gave them to Hei Lulan. Thus, Hei Lulan had Blazing Heaven Demoness' true inheritance and her Immortal Goo. She could replicate almost all of Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. Fang Yuan did not know about this earlier, but now that he saw these firebirds, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 1263. Tai Bai Yunxing mainly cultivated Time Path, but man as before and landscape as before were in Fang Yuan's hands. In Eastern Sea, he chose to cultivate Cloud Path. He had a Cloud Path foundation to begin with. Shadow Sect had a rich collection. He did not lack Cloud Path true inheritances. His defensive methods were quite impressive. But after Tai Bai Yunxing added a cloud ring to all the Goo immortals present, his expression turned ugly. Using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake every time. Using 5 immortal killer moves consecutively caused his immortal aperture to shake 5 times. The losses were not small. Interesting. Fang Yuan snickered. His dragon body slithered as he easily flew into the sky. Wuxia and the rest saw this and their expressions turned grim. In this regional wall, they had difficulty moving forward. They had to resist the formless repulsion and attraction force at all times. In contrast, Fang Yuan was able to move freely. He was extremely relaxed. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and immediately took control of the sky. He looked down from above, slithering around as he breathed out dragon breath. At once, sword lights rained down on the 5 immortals. Defend carefully, try not to split up, otherwise he will attack us alone. Wuxia shouted, reminding everyone. Seeing the sword lights descending, Wuxia suddenly roared, emitting an extremely sharp and piercing sound. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. The power of Soul Howl completely covered the sky. It did not affect the surrounding Gu immortals at all. It showed Wuxia's superb control. Fang Yuan's attack was immediately stopped. The sword light dragon breath clearly paused for a moment. But it quickly recovered. Since I want to find trouble with Shadow Sect, why wouldn't I defend against soul path attacks? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He was already mentally prepared. But he did not have a soul path immortal Gu that countered his soul. He was still affected and attacked earlier. But Fang Yuan's soul foundation was extremely deep. Soul Howl's damage was negligible to him. It was completely bearable. Even if his soul was injured, it did not matter, because Fang Yuan had the guts Gu. Damn it. Wuxia cursed as he resisted the dragon breath. He also knew that Fang Yuan had guts Gu. Guts Gu might be a mortal Gu, but it originated from Dang Hun Mountain. It was naturally extraordinary. A secret realm of heaven and earth like Dang Hun Mountain. It contained a huge number of Dao marks. In terms of quantity, it surpassed even rank 9 immortal Gu. However, in the heaven and earth mystic realm, there were always scattered Dao marks. They might be of the same type, densely packed together. And rank 9 immortal Gu were fragments of the great Dao. They could be controlled by the Gu immortal and display mystical power. Between a rank 9 immortal Gu and a secluded domain of heaven and earth, there was no way to truly compare them. Chi. The swords were like rain, hitting the 5 immortals so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. There were sword marks all over the ground. The 5 immortals were suppressed like this, so they naturally felt very uncomfortable. The best way to deal with such a concentrated attack was to spread out and dodge. But this way, Fang Yuan would have a chance to defeat them one by one. But the 5 immortals were not just passively waiting to be beaten. Shirnu finally finished his preparation and used his immortal killer move. Rumble. Muffled sounds resounded as the ground shook. A giant hand made of mud and rocks stretched out from the ground. The 5 fingers of the giant hand opened up and slowly covered the heads of the 5 immortals, blocking Wuxia and the others. The thick back of the hand was enduring the fierce attacks of the dragon breath. Even though the earth path giant hand was quickly beaten to a pulp and was about to collapse, using this chance. Hei Lulan also finished her preparation. She stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers intersecting and stabbing towards the sky. Swoosh! Immediately, a bright red light shot out from her fingers, piercing through the entire palm and shooting towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. This immortal killer move was so fast, and with the earth path giant hand acting as cover, if one was slightly careless, they would be hit. But this line of fire did not hit Fang Yuan. He easily moved his dragon body and dodged it. It actually missed. Hei Lulan's heart sank. 3 breaths of time later, Hei Lulan did not know that Fang Yuan had such an investigative time path killer move. Strange, Hei Lulan is a strength path Gu immortal, but her fire path methods are not restricted by the Dao marks at all. This must be a method of Shadow Sect. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was designed by Spectral Soul. Hei Lulan's efforts were futile. Some of her trump cards were exposed instead. Soon, the earth path giant hand collapsed, and the sword light dragon breath continued to suppress it. But the 5 immortals were no longer flustered. They used their immortal killer moves to defend against the sword rain. Then what about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative. He easily used another immortal killer move. Time Path Year Beast Summon. A A tiger year beast was summoned and appeared in the regional wall, helping Fang Yuan in battle. Fang Yuan threw out a large number of mortal yeargu. The tiger year beast's morale surged as it charged towards Wuxia and the rest. Shi Nu had a bitter expression. The sword light dragon breath had already made them exhausted, but now, an ancient year beast came to disrupt them. This year beast could move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were life forms of white heaven. They were not native to the 5 regions. They were not affected by the regional walls. Year beasts lived in the river of time. It was the same. Let me do it. Wuxia stepped forward bravely and used a very similar technique. Soul Path Soul Beast Summon. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, Shadow Sect was a great expert that played around with Soul Path. Hey Fan could think of Year Beast Summon. How could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Wuxia's method was extraordinary. He summoned 3 ancient soul beasts at once. My soul beasts are also unaffected by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Wuxia's smugness did not last long, because he saw that Fang Yuan had already turned into a sword dragon and attacked. The sword dragon moved like a snake. It was extremely fast. It stretched out its dragon claws and crushed the head of a soul beast. With a flick of its tail, it broke the leg of another soul beast. It opened its mouth and the sword-light dragon breath pierced through the 3rd ancient soul beast. Fang Yuan's sword dragon form had great battle strength, and most importantly, Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. This made it so that none of the soul beasts could sense his presence. Thus, Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts could not sense Fang Yuan's presence. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage against the soul beasts. These 3 soul beasts were in a daze. They could not react and were heavily injured by Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts did not have any obvious weak points. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would have already finished them off in a few moves. But even so, the soul beasts' bodies became thinner and more transparent. Even though Wuxia's expression was ugly, he watched as Fang Yuan's 3 ancient soul beasts did not attack again. Wuxia thought to himself, it doesn't matter. Even if you kill these 3 ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use my killer move again and summon 3 more ancient soul beasts. What is the most abundant in the door of life and death? Without a doubt, they are souls and soul beasts. But right at this time, Fang Yuan gave up on fighting the ancient soul beasts. He activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's speed burst out. He left behind an afterimage on the spot. Quick. Tai Bai Yunxing could not react in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's claw. The protective cloud ring broke apart. Tai Bai Yunxing's stomach was split open by the dragon claw. His intestines turned into mush. He did not die? Fang Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use dragon breath. After all, sword light dragon breath was the strongest weapon of the sword dragon. But at the crucial moment, a layer of ice appeared on his dragon mouth. Fang Yuan could not open his mouth. He could only use his dragon claw. But it was too fast and rushed. Fang Yuan did not use his full strength, and Tai Bai Yunxing's protective cloud ring blocked most of its power. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing managed to survive. It's Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan exerted strength. He forcefully opened his dragon mouth and broke the layer of ice sealing it. Fang Yuan turned around to look. His speed was too fast. He was already several li away from the 5 immortals. At this time, Bai Ning Bing was already in front of the 4 immortals. Her icy blue eyes shined with a cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan fearlessly. Quick. He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's leg, pulling him to the back. Next, she bent down and used healing methods. But Tai Bai Yunxing's injuries were too severe. His injuries showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was troublesome. Dao Mark Rejection. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation would leave behind a large number of sword path Dao marks once he was injured. This was unbearable for Tai Bai Yunxing's fragile body. Sigh, if I had man as before, it would not be so troublesome. Saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. This was the result of He Lulan trying her best to save him. Damned Fang Yuan, His true objective was to kill Tai by Yunxing. Wuxia's expression was dark. He had fallen for Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan appeared to be fighting with the soul beasts, but he had been looking for an opportunity since the start of the battle. He had probably targeted Tai by Yunxing long ago. After all, Tai by Yunxing was the weakest among the 5 immortals. One had to pick the weakest one. I can't count on Tai by Yunxing anymore. Wuxia's expression was grim. How long had it been since the battle started? They had already lost a member. How would they deal with the powerful and ferocious Fang Yuan? Right at this time, Fang Yuan gasped inwardly, feeling something amiss. He stretched his dragon body and was surprised to find that his dragon scales were covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's gaze is strange. Fang Yuan immediately reacted. Chapter 1264. Even though she had just ascended, Bai Ningbing had some advantages that ordinary Gu immortals did not have. Firstly, she had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. She was most proficient in cultivating ice and snow path. Similar to He Lolan's great strength true martial physique, her Dao marks surpassed ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. Secondly, she became the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. She inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and controlled all of Bai Xiang's Gu worms. Among them were many rank 7 immortal Gu. However, she did not have any rank 8 immortal Gu. Bai Xiang's historical status was slightly lower than He Fan's. But the combined strength of the 5 Xiangs far surpassed He Fan. Bai Ningbing's weakness was that she was not familiar with the immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. She often failed when activating them, resulting in backlash and injuries. Nurturing, using, refining, using Gu was one of the 3 important aspects of a Gu master's cultivation. If Bai Ningbing wanted to familiarize herself with these gains, she would need to spend a long period of time to train. Therefore, there was still a long way to go before it could be used in actual combat. However, at this moment, Bai Ningbing's weakness was effectively covered up. Because she had Wuxia, He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, and Shi Nu, these 4 Gu immortal companions. Because they were protecting each other, Bai Ningbing had the time to prepare her immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's information about Bai Ningbing was wrong. On one hand, he thought that Bai Ningbing was about the same as Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan. She had received benefits from Shadow Sect, thus raising her battle strength. On the other hand, even though Fang Yuan had used Qi Luck Sensation many times to investigate Bai Ningbing, he did not know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and other related matters. Thus, Fang Yuan greatly underestimated Bai Ningbing's true battle strength. If Fang Yuan knew the truth, he might not have chosen Tai by Yunxing as his main target. He would have placed his target on Bai Ningbing. However, Fang Yuan lacked information path methods. How could he know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven? Although Fang Yuan had been reborn, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Bai Ningbing's gaze could actually cause frost to form on the targets in her vision, slowing down their movements. This was what Bai Xiang had done in the past. Fang Yuan knew that something was wrong. Take immediate action. He immediately retreated and covered his tracks. The visibility in the licorice boundary wall was already very poor. After Fang Yuan used his means, he immediately disappeared from Bai Ningbing's sight. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan was a wily old fox. He immediately saw the limitations of this move. Even with such a trump card, he never flaunts it. Too bad we're working on it. Bai Ningbing felt very regretful. The move that Fang Yuan used to destroy the Super Gu formation in Eastern Sea was extremely powerful. Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest were wary. They even felt a chill in their hearts. Along the way, they were naturally discussing how to counter Fang Yuan's move. But Fang Yuan did not use that move all along, causing Wuxia and the rest's preparations to be in vain. It is a pity that I have only inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance for a short period of time. Although this killer move has limitations, it can complement other killer moves. I can make up for it. Bai Ningbing was already barely able to activate this killer move. If she used another immortal killer move on this foundation, the chances of failure were extremely high. Bai Ningbing was not Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could multitask and activate many immortal killer moves at the same time, But Bai Ningbing's attainment in this aspect was very low. Even though Fang Yuan had retreated temporarily, he had concealed himself, but he still had the initiative and the upper hand. In this situation, Bai Ningbing could not take the risk. Once the risk failed, he or she would be in a mess, creating a flaw that Fang Yuan could exploit. Bai Ningbing understood Fang Yuan very well. With such a flaw, Fang Yuan would not let it go. Even Bai Ningbing was in awe of Fang Yuan's ability to grasp opportunities in battle. Fang Yuan is frozen by my gaze. Once he recovers, his speed will be so fast that even my gaze will not be able to keep up. Bai Ningbing thought. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was already very fast, adding on sword escape and his sword path Dao marks. Even the rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kun Xing died from this speed. Bai Ningbing knew that her frozen gaze technique was only to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Now that Fang Yuan was on guard, if he used that terrifying speed, this immortal killer move's effect would fall to rock bottom. It seems I can only change my move. Bai Ningbing immediately decided. She had to change her move. Earlier, Fang Yuan's speed almost killed Tai Bai Yunxing. If Bai Ningbing did not change her move and continued to use the immortal killer move Frozen Gaze, the next one to die might be her. The situation was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing retreated behind Shirnu and called out to Wuxia, "Protect me, I'm going to use that move." Bai Ningbing and Wuxia had formed an alliance again, and with a great enemy outside, both sides had revealed some of their trump cards to each other. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not say it clearly, but Wuxia understood. He nodded with a solemn expression. "All right, use that move, leave your safety to us." Immediately after, Wuxia ordered Shirnu, "Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you must protect Bai Ningbing." Shirnu was loyal and devoted to Wuxia. When he heard these words, he immediately nodded in agreement without the slightest bit of rebellion or hesitation. "Don't worry, he was hit by my frozen gaze technique. According to the weakness of the sovereign immortal body you mentioned, if he does not have a method to deal with it, he will need more than 10 breaths of time to recover." Bai Ningbing said confidently. Wuxia nodded. "That's good." He did not doubt Bai Ningbing's words. Bai Xiang's methods naturally had their own uniqueness. It was not so easy to deal with an immortal killer move. Often, after fighting many times, one would be more familiar with the immortal killer move that the enemy used, and after a long period of deduction, one would be able to find a method to deal with it. The probability of Fang Yuan having a method to deal with it was very low. But right at this time, a white light suddenly flashed in the 5 immortals' vision. "Be careful. It's sword light dragon breath. Defend, protect Bai Ningbing and Tai Bai Yunxing." Sword light dragon breaths attacked like a torrential rain from before, causing Wuxia and the other immortals to be flustered and exhausted. Bai Ningbing was fully concentrating on preparing an immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yunxing was already heavily injured and unconscious. The pressure on the remaining 3 immortals suddenly increased. They were ruthlessly suppressed and had no strength to retaliate. Fang Yuan circled around Wuxia and the rest from afar. He opened his mouth and breathed out. Rays of sword-light dragon breath shot towards Wuxia and the rest from all directions. His sword dragon body was still covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze killer move was quite effective. Of course, the main problem was Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Even though he had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, the Dao marks on his body still did not reject each other. Thus, there was a flaw. Similar to Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze, when it hit Fang Yuan, it would not be weakened by the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, it could display its full power. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had thick skin and flesh, otherwise, his body would have frozen to death. Fang Yuan breathed out, suppressing Wuxia and the others as he healed. Even though he was affected by the frozen gaze, it was easy to heal. Because Dao marks did not reject each other, even if Fang Yuan used mortal methods, he could achieve a qualitative change. It was unlike Tai Bai Yunxing, who was hard to heal after being injured. Fang Yuan continued to breathe out sword-light dragon breaths. While suppressing Wuxia and the others, it was also a form of probing. He soon discovered, Bai Ningbing was heavily protected by Wuxia and the others, There were no flaws. Unless he broke through with brute force, there was no other way. Preparing an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Since Wuxia and the others were protecting her so seriously, it seemed that Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move was no small matter. Thus, once he recovered, he charged over. He had no restrictions in the Licorice Regional Wall. He could move freely, even Fang Yuan could not control his speed. It was like a ray of white light. Wuxia and the others did not even have time to shout. Fang Yuan had already pierced through their formation and charged far away. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat. Her killer move activation almost failed. Hei Lulan was heavily injured. Her entire left arm was gone, even her left torso was affected. The wound was shocking. The flesh and bones could be seen from the outside. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly forming a large puddle at Hei Lulan's feet. Dao marks could be seen on the wound. It could not stop the bleeding. At this rate, Hei Lulan would be the first to die. Hei Lulan had no choice but to change her identity. In a few breaths of time, she turned into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could still endure this kind of injury. The boiling red blood immediately turned into green immortal zombie cold blood. Although the blood was still flowing out, the speed had decreased by countless times. Hei Lulan knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily, but her lips were curled up. She was actually smiling. On the other side, Fang Yuan had a peculiar feeling. I was actually plotted against. What a Hei Lulan. The dragon claw that had torn off Hei Lulan's left arm still had traces of blood and flesh. At this moment, the flesh and blood had gradually turned into a lump of blood-colored fire, attaching to Fang Yuan's dragon claw and dragon scales, burning brightly. Immortal killer move, flesh blood flame. This fire used flesh and blood as fuel. It continued to burn. As long as the flesh and blood did not stop, the fire would not stop. Without a method to counter it, it could not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more intense the burning of the flesh and blood fire. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was the exact target of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished. Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient. And man as before has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and strength path, myriad self method. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Large numbers of Fang Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh-blood fire? Hei Lulan was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's counterattack was too fast. It was still so powerful. Hei Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. Hei Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state, then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period, only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, Hei Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood fire. Fang Yuan did not know the details of Hei Lulan and Bai Ningbing. Hei Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, Hei Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Fang Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence. But Fang Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Wuxia opened his mouth and roared, countless Fang Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, Thorny Forest. Xianxia stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Fang Yuan's shadows. Then, Xianxia let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Fang Yuan's myriad self army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xianxia could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Wuxia and the rest last until now? You're next. Fang Yuan transformed back into his sword WM form and laughed malevolently in his heart. At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fang Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, the ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Wuxia's side was on guard, its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Fang Yuan. This could not compare to Wuxia's soul beast summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, Year Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan activated this killer move again. This time, he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon one year beast each time. But there were many year beasts in the river of time, and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. The sheep-shaped ancient year beast charged towards Wuxia and the rest. Xianxia roared, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant that was no smaller than the year beast. He stood firmly and counterattacked. Using an ingenious combat technique, he threw the year beast to the ground. There was a loud rumble. The ancient sheep-shaped year beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake intensely. The sheep-shaped year beast quickly got up and furiously stabbed its horns at Xianxia. While dodging, Xianxia grabbed the curved horns with both hands. The two giant creatures were entangled. It was hard to determine the victor. On Fang Yuan's side, the sword light dragon breath's frequency and quantity had fallen by a lot. He felt waves of burning pain in his throat. His throat was about to emit smoke. Sword light dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest method. A true ancient sword dragon could only breathe 20 to 30 times in a row. But Fang Yuan had breathed hundreds or even thousands of times, finally reaching the limit of his body. If he continued, his throat would be damaged, and the sword light dragon breath's power would be greatly reduced. By now, the previous tiger year beast had already retreated with heavy injuries, while Fang Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. He had already become a rank 7 Gu Immortal and had Red Date Immortal Essence. His battle strength had risen to the upper tier among rank 7s. But the enemies he was facing were not to be underestimated. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She had the great strength true martial physique and had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain. Her Dao marks had increased by a lot. At the same time, she had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness true inheritance. She had a body full of immortal goo. Her battle strength was outstanding. Bai Ningbing had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had turned into a mysterious dragon man. She had Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to mention Wuxia. He was one of Spectral Soul's main split souls. He had once had the 11th extreme physique, the last hope of Shadow Sect. His soul path attainment was extremely shocking. His attainment level of each path was unknown, but it should not be low. At least, it was in terms of luck path. Xianxia was a rockman from the variant human race. This race had abundant earth path Dao marks. Together with Xianxia's main earth path, they complemented each other. The weakest was Tai Bai Yunxing, but even so, this old man was becoming more resolute with age. He primarily cultivated Time Path, but also perfectly cultivated Cloud Path. He had an immortal goo in his possession, and the defensive power of Cloud Ring Killer move was also very impressive. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Fang Yuan when he was rank 6. Their battle strength was extraordinary, They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites, they had excellent temperaments, they cooperated with each other, they also had the support of shadow sects' remaining resources, and most importantly, they had endless methods. They were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yi Lui Kun Xing. Battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves, some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Fang Yuan fought 1 against 5, he had the upper hand, Wuxia and the rest were busy dealing with him, they could not turn the situation around. Damn it, he has not used that move even now. Wuxia thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Wuxia wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon, green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it. I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly, I have suffered backlash in this regional wall, even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state, the others are in an even worse state. Wuxia looked at his companions, they were all pale, they were in a terrible state. Fang Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Fang Yuan, they had to use immortal killer moves frequently, the damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have shadow sects' remaining resources, it is normal for our battle strength to rise. Fang Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Wuxia thought, the more he was wary of Fang Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Wuxia started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fang Yuan's growth speed. By Xiang activate. By Ning Bing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Wuxia was immediately overjoyed, he looked at Bai Ningbing, you finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance, in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor, she had 3 heads and 6 arms, her feet were bare, frost energy was flowing around her, it was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe, she was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal killer move, by Xiang. Fang Yuan, come and fight. Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out, she was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance, she had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils shrunk, he did not dodge, he directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fang Yuan, they were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fang Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fang Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not lose any blood, the frost energy continued to spread, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was rumored to be undying and indestructible. Even if there is only a fingernail-sized remnant left, it can instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. Because after forming Bai Xiang, it is no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a special life form. Wuxia was very excited. As expected, in the following battles, Bai Ningbing's performance was as Wuxia had predicted. Even though she was not Fang Yuan's match every time they fought, she was still able to defeat him. But with Bai Xiang's characteristics, she could instantly recover to her original state. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's battle attracted most of Fang Yuan's firepower. The battle continued. Fang Yuan felt tired, after all, he had a body of flesh and blood, but Bai Ningbing was still full of energy. Just as Fang Yuan was about to give up on Bai Ningbing and focus on Wuxia and the rest, the time is here. Wuxia suddenly shouted. The aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body. He looked at Fang Yuan and called out. Chapter 1266. Fang Yuan heard Wuxia shout, "Lead soul into dream," and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, Wuxia's lead soul into dream made Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fang Yuan was even hit by this move during the Battle of Tian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world, against lead soul into dream, Goo Immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fang Yuan was no exception. Even though he had Unravel Dream, he also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. In the face of lead soul into dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fang Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicions surged in his heart. Back then, Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal goo and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal goo did Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but Fang Yuan was clear that Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border, Qing Mao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ningbing's self-detonation. Fang Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly, two groups of people charged out. Kill! Protect the goods! The caravan was shocked, shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, the other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fang Yuan was mixed in the caravan. He gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream. The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fang Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment, he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The sword flood dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fang Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed, "Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange." The young master snorted, "The strongest demonic goo masters here are only rank 2. Our defense is impregnable. We are not afraid of them." Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall. The boulders were rolling down. The attack was not inferior to a rank 2 goo master's attack. Above the mountain wall, there were countless figures stacked on top of each other. These were all mortals, but because of their meticulous planning and correct tactics, they could display the battle strength of a rank 2 goo master. Quick, retreat! The young master's face turned pale. It's too late! The caravan manager cried out miserably. Countless boulders fell on the caravan goo master's heads. The caravan suffered heavy casualties, and the demonic side's morale rose. Damn it! Fang Yuan shook his head, leaving the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but its power is not complete. It can let me enter the dream realm from time to time, but it cannot make me immersed in it. But it is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Wuxia and the rest looked around vigilantly, but after waiting for a while, they still did not see Fang Yuan appear, and there were no attacks coming. He retreated? He Lulan asked in disbelief. Bai Ningbing did not speak. She looked at Wuxia. Wuxia sighed. Sigh, is such a pity. After the battle of Etian Mountain, Wuxia had secretly rebuilt the immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. In Eastern Sea, Wuxia had helped He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest to add immortal goo. He naturally had more gains. But until now, he had only barely formed the killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Originally, Wuxia had planned to use Lead Soul into Dream when Fang Yuan activated his trump card. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. As long as Fang Yuan tried to activate his trump card, he would need a long time to prepare. Wuxia would have the chance to make a move. If Fang Yuan was hit by Lead Soul into Dream and fell into a dream realm, even if it was only for an instant, the immortal killer move's activation would fail. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the damage the Goo Immortal would suffer if the activation failed. Undeniably, if Fang Yuan fell into a dream realm while activating that trump card, the activation would fail and he would suffer heavy injuries. Wuxia explained in detail. By Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest felt it was a pity. However, in that situation, Wuxia had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move, Fang Yuan's attack would succeed, it would cause a qualitative change, the battle would be tilted to one side, and Wuxia and the rest would die here. Wuxia's judgment towards the situation was very sharp and accurate. Now it seems that Fang Yuan will not attack for the time being. Let's go. Lead Soul into Dream is not complete, its effect will weaken as time passes. Wuxia ordered, the 5 immortals continued their journey. But not long after, Fang Yuan attacked again. After a while, the dream realm's interference towards him became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan was not willing to let Wuxia and the rest escape from under his nose, he immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The 4 immortals were entangled by Fang Yuan, it was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall, with Fang Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Be careful! A familiar voice came from behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have time to react, he only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fang Yuan's head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life, thank you. Fang Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away, he immediately reacted. Earlier, he was almost hit by a falling boulder. Thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. Lad, don't fight, protect yourself, Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard, someone come, protect young master. Unknowingly, 2 rank 3 demonic path Goo masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fang Yuan. The young master was in dire straits, danger was everywhere, the righteous path Goo masters were on tenterhooks. You stay here, I'll go support you, the bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again, Fang Yuan did not have a good time either. The dream realm's attack greatly affected his performance, he could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Wuxia and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fang Yuan was getting less and less affected by the dream realm. Meanwhile, Wuxia and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. You guys leave, I will deal with him. At the crucial moment, Shirnu stood up. Immortal killer move, earth sealing border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fang Yuan wanted to retreat, but the dream realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fang Yuan breathed out dragon breath. the sword light dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1267. You are courting death. Dragon eyes stared at Shirnu. Feng Yuan was slightly angry. Shirnu raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan, shouting, "Master, leave quickly. Leave quickly." "Shirnu, I will remember your loyalty." Wuxia took a deep look at Shirnu before turning around and leaving. He led the other 2 immortals and quickly retreated. Because Feng Yuan was desperately entangled by Shirnu, this time, Wuxia and the others successfully walked out of the Licorice Regional Wall and officially entered Northern Plains. The moment they stepped into the grassland, Wuxia immediately called out Tai by Yunxing from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up from unconsciousness, but his injuries were still very severe and his life was still in danger. Combining the power of the 4 immortals, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and instantly disappeared. In the dream realm, the battle was already over. The demonic path bandits who launched the sneak attack had all lost their lives. None survived. The caravan was not much better off. There were heavy casualties. Corpses were everywhere in the valley and blood flowed everywhere. "Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together. Quickly wake up." The young Feng Yuan was lying beside the big-bearded Gu Master, looking at the terrifying injuries on his body with a panicked expression. "Someone come quickly, someone come and save him." Feng Yuan shouted with a hoarse voice. But no one came. Feng Yuan quickly ran to the young master. "Young master, Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you. He is about to die. Quickly save him." "He can't be saved. The injuries are not the main point. The main point is that he was hit by that poison goo. We can't save him." The young master shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, you have a way. Aren't you also hit by the same poison goo?" Feng Yuan said. The young master's expression sank. "You want me to waste my precious goo worm for an outsider? Do you know this healing goo worm can only be used a limited number of times?" "But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, young master," Feng Yuan argued. "Even if he doesn't save me, I have the guards that my father has secretly arranged for me to protect myself." The young master sneered, waving his hand at Feng Yuan. "Get lost. How can my healing goo be used on a small fry like you?" Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at the young master. He clenched his fists and stood still. "Do you want to die?" The young man's face was filled with anger. "Feng Yuan." At this time, the bearded goo master woke up and called out softly. Feng Yuan shuddered. He quickly turned around and ran to the bearded man. "Bearded uncle, you're awake." Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised. "Don't go against the young master. The one who will suffer is you. Don't force it. How can such a precious healing goo be used on small fry like us?" The bearded man said this and laughed at himself. "But, uncle, your injuries..." Feng Yuan was very sad, choking with sobs. Plop. With a soft sound, Shirnu knelt on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the sword dragon floating in front of him and laughed. "I succeeded. Master and the rest successfully retreated. Shadow sect is undefeated. Long live spectral soul." Feng Yuan stretched out his dragon claw and crushed him. Releasing the dragon claw, stone fragments and fragments scattered on the ground. How could one distinguish Shirnu's original appearance? "Die then die, what are you shouting for?" Feng Yuan sneered and picked up the most crucial piece from the pile of stones. Then he flew out of the Licorice Regional Wall and returned to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial stone on the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside started to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and started to form the immortal aperture, forming a blessed land. Feng Yuan did not wait. Instead, he activated the immortal killer move Chi Luck sensation and searched for the location of Wuxia and the rest. With this investigation, Feng Yuan immediately found that Wuxia and the rest were already very far away from him. Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Feng Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Wuxia and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Wuxia and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal goo that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Nu was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Feng Yuan would still have the advantage. Nu's immortal aperture had already formed. Feng Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an Earth Pathmaster and not a Grandmaster. He could not annex the rank 7 blessed land. He could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Goo Master Big Beard, the young Feng Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep. If he fell down carelessly, he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life. How can I not repay this debt? Persevere, Feng Yuan, don't be afraid. Huff huff. Breathing roughly, Feng Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty. After some effort, he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs. His clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. All right, this dream realm is finally over. Feng Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point, he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement. He had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits. The number of dream path goo materials inside was beyond Feng Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Feng Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs. They were all dream path goo materials. If I was dreaming, I would not have such huge gains. Don't tell me, Wuxia's lead soul into dream, although it can be used to attack, is actually a killer move for picking dream path goo materials? Feng Yuan flew as he guessed. Without the dream realm's disturbance, he started to chase after Wuxia again. Even if Wuxia escaped to the ends of the world, Feng Yuan was going to kill this threat while it was still in its infancy. Snowy mountain blessed land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't activate Love Immortal Goo anymore. You have already paid the price. You can no longer make a sound. If you activate it so frequently, who knows what kind of price you will have to pay next time? Shi Zhengyi urged. Zhao Lianyun shook her head, her gaze was firm. Earlier, in the dangerous battle with Zhao Denyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its power. But this time, Love Immortal Goo did not devour immortal essence. Instead, it took something from Zhao Lianyun as the price. That thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the intense battle, Zhao Lianyun could no longer make any sound. Even if she was a mute, she could not make any sounds. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot watch from the sidelines and wait here. So what if there is no sound? I can continue to communicate with you through goo worms. It is no big deal. It's no big deal. Zhao Lianyun transmitted to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi sighed. He could not persuade her any further. He could only let Zhao Lianyun do what she wanted. But this time, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo did not move. There were no signs of activation. Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to leave the 12th peak with Shi Zhengyi. Once they left this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another peak, separated from Shi Zhengyi. Different from before, there were sounds of intense battle coming from this peak. Who is fighting here? It should be one of Yu Yizi, Bu Jinzi, or Mu Linglan. Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy. She quickly ran up the mountain. She climbed all the way and soon she reached the palace at the peak. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. In the Crimson Palace, a beautiful young goo immortal was engaged in a fierce battle with a snowy mountain goo immortal. It was Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yu Yizi. Yu Yizi, hold on, I am here to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted. Yu Yizi was overjoyed. She quickly replied, be careful, this is a true blood path demonic immortal. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Gu Immortal. Because of Blood Sea ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu sect and Baizu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huang Jin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members. They all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyun left the 12th Snowy Peak, he arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Gu Immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes. He was bald and had an ordinary face. He was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yu Yizi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood. His injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yu Yizi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Gu Immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal Killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yu Yizi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyun upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Locking Silver Chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of Gu Worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyun's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago, he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainyu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Lianyun activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyun to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyun's head, at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh, 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 countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small. They were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook. He subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her, One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged. He moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless. He did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yu Yizi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not reply. She silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first two killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first two. During normal training, Zhao Lianyun only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time, when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Lianyun immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Lianyun was caught off guard. Even Yu Yizi's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Lianyun and attacked. Life-Locking Silver Chain protected Zhao Lianyun's safety. But Zhao Lianyun did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Lianyun was filled with helplessness, she thought. This opponent is like Yu Yizi said, his other methods are ordinary, he cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is very difficult to deal with, he has all sorts of methods. My killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere. Zhao Lianyun was determined. She continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally, at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyun stretched out her right hand. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyun's palm. It was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyun continued to spit out fire. The fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole, it expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyun had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyun closed her mouth. She suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Zha!" Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear, activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyun's hands, praising, "This spear is amazing, its temperature and radiance are both reserved. Once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage." At this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now?" Only then did Zhao Lianyun feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly, she had started to bleed. "This is..." Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk to pin size, her body shuddered. "This is my killer move, blood overflow." Zhao Pu laughed heartily. "Impossible?" Clearly, Zhao Lianyun was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth. Her white teeth were dyed red. "Haha, you want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the immortal killer move? Actually, I have already activated it, I just changed the method." Zhao Pu laughed. "Don't tell me, this is the rumored split move method?" Yu Yizi's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him. "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Gu worm nurturing, using, and refining, these three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of Gu refinement, there were all kinds of Gu refinement methods. In terms of using Gu, it was naturally the same. When it came to immortal killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demonis combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of Fire Path immortal killer moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Feng Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of strength path phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Feng Yuan had myriad self's first move, strength path giant palm imprint. This move itself was based on the myriad self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the myriad self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyun would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of blood drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it. So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it. On the surface, he attacked repeatedly but did not break my life-locking Silver Chain's defense, but in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Lianyun found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Lianyun's vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. She could not help but think of Yu Yizi's appearance. I was still hit in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yu Yizi? So crafty. Zhao Lianyun's mind was in turmoil. He threw the Golden Sun Spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The moment Zhao Lianyun shrugged, he had already started to move. The Golden Sun Spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The Golden Sun Spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this sun sphere disappeared. Such power if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were already hit. Sigh. Yu Yizi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Lianyun's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was somewhat dejected. Her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience, her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries? Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at her companion. Yu Yizi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? As long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself, what effect did it have? But I'm still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo. I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected, she laughed loudly. The battle is already decided. Do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yu Yizi sneered. I indeed cannot heal my injuries, I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly, as long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly, he sized up Yu Yizi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yu Yizi was an extremely talented refinement path Gu Immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep, even rank 7 Gu Immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yu Yizi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close. They could coordinate with each other. Yu Yizi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yu Yizi transmitted to Zhao Lianyun with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it! Zhao Lianyun shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting one against two. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates, 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Yu Yizi took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, 2 dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much? Yu Yizi might be a refinement path Gu Immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates, it could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1270. If someone risked their life, their threat would naturally increase. In contrast, Blood Path demonic immortal Zhao Pu did not want to risk his life. As long as he could stall for time, he could obtain victory. So for a moment, Zhao Pu was being suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was not something the Central Continent immortals could compare to. He was extremely slippery, twisting and turning. Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi were unable to take him down. As time passed, the situation tilted in Zhao Pu's favor. Yu Yizi was the first to weaken. He was hit much earlier than Zhao Lianyun, he received more injuries, and finally fainted from excessive blood loss. Your companion might have died from excessive blood loss. You will be next. You don't have much time left. Why aren't you attacking? Zhao Pu smiled. Zhao Lianyun was extremely annoyed. She knew that Zhao Pu was purposely provoking her to disturb her mental state, but she could not calm herself down. She became more and more restless. Her eyes kept bleeding, her vision was blurry and filled with blood. More terrifyingly, not only was she bleeding from her orifices, her entire body was leaking blood from her pores. Damn it, damn it. Intense dizziness kept coming. Zhao Lianyun was already unable to stand steadily, her body was swaying. Finally, Zhao Pu attacked from afar, sending Zhao Lianyun flying. After landing on the ground, she rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun used her hands to support herself. She wanted to get up, but because of excessive blood loss, she had no strength left in her body. She was extremely weak. She couldn't even push herself up from the ground. Everything is over. Zhao Pu crossed her arms, slowly walking in front of Zhao Lianyun. He looked down at her. Blood. It kept flowing out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood formed around her. Zhao Lianyun was lying in a pool of blood. She was completely covered in blood, and even her eyes were bleeding. There were also tears in his eyes. Is it going to end? Here it is. Blood. I'm not afraid at all this time, Hong Yun. A scene from the past appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind, and that was during the imperial court battle. Zhao Lianyun had lost his father's protection, and he didn't want to become a political bargaining chip and sacrifice himself to marry the Wei family's young master, so he could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. During a battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a stray arrow. Blood flowed like a fountain. I'm going to die. It hurts. I'm going to die. Zhao Lianyun lay on the carriage. Howling, tears welled up in his eyes. Stop arguing, Miss Xiao Yun, you won't die. It's just a small wound. Ma Hongyun skillfully bandaged her wound while comforting her. Blood, so much blood. Don't you know I'm scared of blood? I've never been so badly injured before. Zhao Lianyun sighed. You, how can you be so delicate? It's normal for people of northern plains to be injured. Most of the time, scars represent glory and merit. Ma Hongyun said. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you even know how to comfort people? Sigh, why am I so unlucky? Haha. Ma Hongyun laughed loudly. He used the wrong strength in his hand. Zhao Lianyun cried in pain. It hurts. Be gentler. Also, what are you laughing at? I'm already so badly injured, but you seem to be happy. Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand. But he continued to laugh. I'm not happy, I just feel that Miss Xiao Yun is really cute. Normally, she acts like an elder, making people respect her. The current Miss Yun makes me feel like a younger sister who is even younger than me. You are quite arrogant. Zhao Lianyun was about to explode when Ma Hongyun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. For some reason, she felt warmth in her heart. Ma Hongyun continued, there is no fever. This is a good thing. Miss Xiao Yun, you can't be so delicate. Just a few injuries. There is nothing wrong with losing some blood. If you shout like this again, people will laugh at you. The memory ended here. Laugh at me? The current me. I won't let you laugh at me anymore. You, in order to save you, I really lost all my blood. Thinking about it, it is really strange that I was willing to die for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do so. Thoughts flashed in Zhao Lianyun's mind. That Zhao Pu shouted. He raised his palm and stabbed it down like a knife. A fatal blow. If this strike were to land, it would be able to easily pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like piercing through tofu. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun's body suddenly let out a strong light. The light was so dazzling that Zhao Pu could not help but close her eyes and retreat. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura is so strong. Bah. Zhao Pu could not help but scream. In the light, his whole body could not move. Soon, he was like snow melting under the scorching sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Gu showed its might again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains deep in Earth Trench. In Wuxia, where do you think you can hide? Fang Yuan's sword dragon form roared in Earth Trench. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, filled with killing intent. Using Qi Luck sensation, Fang Yuan moved quickly and finally arrived at the depths of Earth Trench. In the shadows, a giant city slowly rose up. Wuxia was standing on top of the giant city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wuxia spoke, his gaze was calm and his tone plain. Sure Nu is dead, with just the four of you and this mortal goo house? Feng Yuan sneered. Although Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked grand, it was only a mortal goo house and not an immortal goo house. It was not easy to form an immortal goo house. Even if Shadow Sect had many immortal goo, they could not casually raise Dark Flow Giant City into an immortal goo house. If there was an immortal goo house, Feng Yuan would feel a lot of wariness. Because the power of an immortal goo house increased with the amount of immortal essence. Feng Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to manipulate graceful chaotic dual stage, which shone brilliantly during the battle of Tian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal goo house. It was not a threat to Feng Yuan. Then what if I join in? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 goo immortal, but was an old acquaintance of Feng Yuan. It was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Xianxia Sect, Refinement Path Goo Immortal 6th Hair. Feng Yuan's gaze sank slightly. Feng Yuan did not care about 6th Hair's battle strength. But 6th Hair and Feng Yuan were both members of Xianxia Sect. They were restricted by the Information Path Alliance Agreement. This made it very inconvenient for Feng Yuan to deal with 6th Hair. If he was careless, he would be punished by the Information Path Alliance Agreement and be heavily injured. However, Feng Yuan had expected 6th Hair's appearance. Kill! Feng Yuan swung his dragon tail and pounced forward. Dark Flow Giant City retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and a large number of Xianxia octopuses surrounded them. Your identity is enough to make Feng Yuan hesitate in taking action. Stall for time. After a while, we can use omnidirectional travel again. Wuxia patted 6th Hair's shoulder. Lord, go and rest, I will handle this. 6th Hair said to Wuxia. Wuxia nodded, got off the city wall, and disappeared into Dark Flow Giant City. This was a massacre. Even though there were more Xianxia octopuses, they were not Feng Yuan's match. The ancient sword dragon created a storm of blood in the encirclement, rampaging in the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. Even though Dark Flow Giant City was in sight, Feng Yuan did not dare to recklessly use Sword Light Dragon Breath. It would be bad if he killed 6th Hair. He would suffer instead. Wuxia and the rest might counterattack and he might die here. Even though Wuxia and the rest were at a disadvantage, Feng Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the advantage, but it was not enough to suppress them. Especially by Ning Bing, who could transform into Bai Xiang, and Wuxia, who had lead soul into Dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation level, and the latter's lead soul into Dream was only half-baked. Information Path. When can I not be restricted by this path? Feng Yuan was vexed. Information Path was the pain in his heart. Feng Yuan had tried to work hard, but he lacked some fortuitous encounters. He could not resolve this problem. Chapter 1271. When Feng Yuan killed a wave of Xianxia octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of Earth Trench. They were not inferior to the Xianxia octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Feng Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the Xianxia octopuses are likely the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yicha. The other Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked. Only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts. With He Lolan's performance earlier, there might be immortal goo as well. This way, the battle strength of Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, immortal killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just immortal goo, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Feng Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Feng Yuan. These horses were very peculiar. They had a pair of goat horns on their heads, their bodies were covered in burning charcoal, they breathed out thick smoke from their noses, their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path Desolate Beast, Nightmare Demonic Cult. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time, there are nightmare demonic cults, and there are so many of them. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare demonic cults were dream path desolate beasts. They were very common in the 500 years of his previous life. But now, they were extremely rare. Fang Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many goo materials. They were all extinct, causing strength path, chi path, and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new goo materials being created. Dream path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, goo immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small, they could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, many dream path goo materials started to appear. Nightmare demonic cults were one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic cults did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic cults before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done. This bunch of nightmare demon cults. I must have it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. What did a dream path desolate beast mean? It meant a large number of dream path goo materials. Why had Fang Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect dream path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic cults, Fang Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of dream path mortal goo, or even dream path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was Unravel Dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough dream path mortal goo? Just Fang Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path mortal goo was too low. These nightmare devil cults are all mine. Fang Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic cults. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon cult group. No horse could stop him. Fang Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon cults and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect's side, they were clearly prepared. They had set up methods on the nightmare demon cults. Fang Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon cults alive. At most, he could kill them and take their corpses. But even so, Fang Yuan had great gains. After slaughtering this group of nightmare demon cults, Fang Yuan slaughtered a few more desolate beast groups. There were extraordinary ancient desolate beasts among them. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already at the top of rank 7s, be it the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer moves, they did not pose any real threat to Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City could not control an endless number of desolate beasts. A moment later, Fang Yuan killed all the beasts. He spent some effort to break the battlefield killer move and destroy half of Dark Flow Giant City. But he still spent a lot of time. Wuxia and the rest had already retreated. Sixth Hair stayed behind. Just like Xianxia, someone had to stay behind to restrain Fang Yuan. But even though Sixth Hair's cultivation level could not compare to Xianxia, he had a huge advantage. He fearlessly looked at Fang Yuan. Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? After I kill Wuxia, I will make you fall into despair and pain. Fang Yuan snickered. His dragon body rose and flew out of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair was left behind with an ashen expression, as well as the tragic Dark Flow Broken City. Northern Plains was vast and vast, even with omnidirectional travel. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was at the extreme northwest of Northern Plains. Omnidirectional travel could not be activated for long. While Wuxia was rushing to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan caught up to them again. Let's see who can help you this time. The ancient sword serpent approached. Led soul into dream. Wuxia used an immortal killer move again. Fang Yuan was hit again. This time, the dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break out of the dream realm and return to reality. What's going on? Fang Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. This accident was somewhat out of his expectations, causing him to suffer a small loss. Wuxia smiled. I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic cults earlier. Do you think this batch of Dream Path immortal materials is so easy to obtain? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't chase after them. If you continue, even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, you will die. Humph, what a crafty fellow. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Regardless of Wuxia's intentions, whether it was a provocation or a provocation, Feng Yuan decided to give up on the chase for now. The dream realm was troubling him at all times. He had to pass all of the dream realms to be free of worries. Undeniably, lead soul into dream was quite a detestable move. Even if Feng Yuan had Unravel Dream, he could not touch it in one go. He had to pass all of the dream realms. He entered the dream again. Southern border, early morning. The damp dew and the mountain fog that was as thick as gray clouds made people feel depressed. The caravan did not move forward. In this thick fog and in the mountains, it was easy for problems to occur. The young Feng Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded Gu master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. Feng Yuan, thank you for your herbs. The bearded Gu master said weakly. Feng Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed, Uncle Bearded, you will recover. The bearded Gu master shook his head. How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal. Crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you. I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low. I ended up like this. This world is too big, we are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my Gu worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Feng Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house, to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past, until death comes. The bearded Gu master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Feng Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Let me be alone. I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die. The bearded Gu master said. Feng Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded Gu master spoke again. You must have read the Legends of Rinzhu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people, we all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh, you must persevere, Feng Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my Gu were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying, no one will listen to us even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary. Or welcome death. Chapter 1272. We finally won. After a while, Zhao Lianyun climbed up from the pool of blood with difficulty. Her injuries were severe, her vision was turning black. But fortunately, Zhao Pu was dead, thus the blood drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi was undone. If it could not be undone, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi would die together with Zhao Pu. On the other side, Yu Yizi was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall as he stood up. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young Gu immortal was stunned, his expression changed. Lian, Fairy Lianyun, your face, no, your body? Yu Yizi stared with wide eyes, stuttering, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun was puzzled, thinking, what happened to me? She quickly looked down at herself. The first thing she saw was her hands. A pair of old, bony hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had unknowingly turned into an old woman. Her back was bent, her body was covered in wrinkles, her eyes were blurry, and her hair was white. How can this be? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed a handful of her hair and easily broke a handful of white hairs in her hand. His originally strong and powerful hair roots had now lost all their strength and became extremely loose. Yu Yizi said, I'm afraid it is the effect of love. Love expended your lifespan to burst out with such power and kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed, her expression was bewildered. Anyone who was in the prime of their youth would become old. All of a sudden, he became a doddering old man, and his mind would be greatly shaken. That's right. Yu Yizi nodded. He quickly consoled, but don't worry. As long as you use lifespan goo, you will be able to regain your youthful body. Ordinary goo immortals might not be able to get lifespan goo, but you are different. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect will definitely give you lifespan goo as support. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She had complex emotions in her heart. There was shock, disappointment, and disbelief. Some were at a loss. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before her transmigration, she had never experienced such a state of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered. I want to continue forward. It doesn't matter if I'm old and clumsy. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Through the window, Zhao Lianyun gazed at the first snowy peak in the distance. Her gaze became firm once again. You can't continue. Yu Yizi was shocked. He quickly walked over to Zhao Lianyun's side and grabbed her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful. But it wasn't stable. Perhaps next time, it will still devour your lifespan. This way you will truly die. Yu Yizi advised. Even if I die, so what? The old granny Zhao Lianyun looked at the young goo immortal Yu Yizi. He smiled faintly. Her smile was not beautiful at all, but Yu Yizi was stunned. Then, Zhao Lianyun gently pulled back his arm. She clearly did not use much strength. However, Yizi felt as if an invisible force was attacking his heart. He involuntarily let go of his arm. Then he quietly stood on the spot. He looked at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, walking out of the hall with heavy old steps. This scene was very ordinary, but Yizi felt a strong sense of shock. He even subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's aged figure was deeply engraved in his heart. What kind of spirit is this? For the love of her heart, she is willing to sacrifice herself, not fearing death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, without you, I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands. Never mind, let me follow you. At most, I will return my life to you. Yu Yizi was not old, his blood was boiling. After making up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun's footsteps, following her closely. There was not much immortal essence left in the phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would directly consume her remaining lifespan. Thus, she chose to walk down the snowy peak. Thus, under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she went to a snowy peak alone. There was still a hall on the peak. It had a quiet atmosphere. There was an intense battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked into the hall, and soon found that the hall was in ruins. There were traces of an intense battle everywhere. It's you, Fairy Lianyun? A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that this was the voice of that water-path goo immortal, Mu Ling Lan. This is the 8th peak of snowy mountain-blessed land. I had an intense battle with the peak lord, Xiao Fei Fei, and now we are both heavily injured. Now, let's hide and recuperate as much as we can. You need to be careful, don't fall for her trap. She has an immortal killer move that can cause people to continuously lose their memories. The moment he said that, a mystical light flew out and hit Zhao Lianyun's forehead. Oh no! Mu Ling Lan quickly shouted, every time you forget, the relevant memories will appear in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend, don't use any immortal killer moves, that will be even more dangerous. Once you forget the immortal killer move's memories, you will suffer from the backlash of the immortal killer move. Persevere, wait for me to heal, I will have the strength to fight. Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and activated her immortal goo to protect herself, waiting for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun felt uneasy. She knew her own situation. She had just become a goo immortal not long ago. Most of her battle experience came from the special training period. If she lost her memories during this period, it would be an extremely huge loss to her. Memories started to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. To think that we could still be alive, Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hongyun carried Zhao Lianyun and spun around on the spot. Ha! Put me down, you idiot! You big idiot! Zhao Lianyun shouted. Inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are really lucky, you can actually become Chang tribe's son-in-law. Ha! Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder. Ma Hongyun chuckled, scratching his head. Lady Xiao Yun, don't worry. You have helped me so much, I will not mistreat you. Zhao Lianyun acknowledged loudly and nodded. Then I will rely on you from now on. She felt strange inwardly. Why do I feel a sense of loss and bitterness? Inside 88-point Xianxia Tower. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You really have guts, you really have guts. But it is a pity that you met me. Giant sons will reveal thick killing intent. Zhao Lianyun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He screamed inwardly, damn it, there is such a thing? A transmigrator is an otherworldly demon? This world is too much of a scam. It's over, I am dead this time. I am actually going to die here? But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. He opened his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Kid, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sons will raised his voice, his expression turning cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know that she is Lady Xiao Yun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk, he looked at Ma Hongyun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will. Even this fellow can step forward bravely? Why? I am obviously an otherworldly demon, I am not a person of this world. You idiot, you will die. Protecting me will offend Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor, you idiot. Even He Lolan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. Lady Xiao Yun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun insisted on his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun ignored Ma Hongyun and directly attacked Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad. He shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely long. Zhao Lianyun shrunk into Ma Hongyun's embrace, her heart started to beat wildly. An unprecedented sense of security and warmth filled her heart. Along with it, there was also a sense of panic. This panic was not the emotion of her life hanging by a thread, but a wondrous feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Lianyun found that at this moment, she had fallen hopelessly in love with the idiot Ma Hongyun. In this world, there were men who would look at the starry sky for her, cheer with her towards the valley, heal her injuries, and offer flowers for her. But who would give up their lives for her? In this world, even Giant Sun Immortal rejected an otherworldly demon, who would be foolish enough to protect her. Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun. Pieces of memories appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Then they disappeared one by one. No, don't. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears as she screamed in agony. Xiao Feifei's voice could be heard. After being hit by my immortal killer move, your most precious memories will be lost. Do you feel pain? Don't worry, the more you forget, the more relaxed you become, you might even laugh. The memories disappeared. A smile appeared on Zhao Lianyun's face. Don't laugh. This is Xiao Feifei's famous sinister killer move in Northern Plains. It can kill people while they are laughing. The longer you laugh, the easier it is for you to die. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn. But Zhao Lianyun seemed to be in a daze, her smile was growing wider and wider. Damn it. Mu Linglan knew he had to make a move. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was an earth-shattering killer move. Xiao Feifei's position was exposed when he attacked Zhao Lianyun. He was caught off guard and suffered a fatal blow, dying on the spot. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and saved Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's smile was still on her face, but her mind had regained clarity. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down from her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her hair was white, She was extremely old, she could only use goo worms to replace her vocal cords. What should I do? I have almost forgotten everything about him. I've even forgotten what he looked like. I only remember his name. I only remember, I love him. Chapter 1273. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the #1 snowy peak. Again. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a lightning ball in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes indifferently. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the lightning ball in her hand flew out and fused into Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning coiled around Ma Hongyun's body. He gritted his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the rampaging lightning. The lightning lasted for a while before ending. Ma Hongyun did not faint. He was covered in sweat and his face was flushed red. Failed again. Lady Wanshou stared in disbelief. How can this be? Something is not right. She had failed countless times in lightning refinement of Ma Hongyun. Although the success rate of refining a rank 8 immortal goo was minuscule, it was too unreasonable to keep getting stuck at this point. Lady Wanshou felt like vomiting blood. Especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already reached rank 5 peak stage, and because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, there were many lightning path Dao marks on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt be of great help to him. I say, aren't you tired of doing this all the time? Why don't you change to another method? I'm already sick of it. Ma Hongyun knew he was going to die. He was very relaxed and teased Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou's eyes shined with a cold light. Ma Hongyun felt an intense pain when this cold light shone on him, assaulting his body and mind. He no longer had the satisfaction from before. He raised his head and screamed, his body twitching non-stop. Lady Wanshou was silent. She listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, her eyes shining with a cold light. Ma Hongyun screamed until his throat was hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly. The cold light in her eyes faded as she showed a pondering expression. Zhao Lianyun's condition is not good anymore. The number of times love immortal goo can unleash its power has become limited. However, Lady Wanshou seems to have noticed it. South Desolation Immortal, who was far away in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, knew the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. At this moment he was also a little restless. The Central Continent Goo Immortals had not appeared yet. What were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was Ancestor Giant Sun's plan back then. Now, it is time for us descendants to bring it to a perfect conclusion. Black Extremity, get ready to go. The South Desolation Immortal sent his order to the Longevity Heaven through a channel of information. Within the Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar to attack 5 Elements Grandmaster. Hearing the order, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals came out. They were Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Everyone will be going now. Black Extremity called out. Go early and come back early. Heaven Extremity did not dare to be distracted. Without the 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, they were helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster. They could only maintain the current situation and wait for Flood Extremity and Black Extremity to return. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. This way, Love Immortal Goo and Ma Hongyun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Goo Immortals, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal was muttering in his mind. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The whole of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace shook intensely. It was actually forced to reveal its true form. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this heavenly palace, take revenge for our comrades. In front of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, 2 immortal goo houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds. It was extremely lively. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds. It was a tall building. It was wind-sweeping building. Even though the 2 immortal goo houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. They finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly. He quickly controlled Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend. Central Continent's 2 immortal goo houses attacked Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace from the front and back. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years. He only had the strength to attack once. It was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, even though Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed. He was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, it had a huge weakness. It had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. Once it moved, it would break. Black Heaven and White Heaven would no longer be affected. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting Northern Plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts just because he was attacked? He could only choose to resist. Central Continent's side came prepared. Their attacks burst out and actually suppressed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal goo house. Help me fight the enemy. South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second rank 8 goo immortal controlling the immortal goo house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression. Strange, why did the Central Continent goo immortals' attacks suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is, there are clearly 3 immortal goo houses, but where did the strongest Edgelink camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edgelink camp actually appeared in the sky above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus South Desolation Immortal knew the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. Boom! Another loud sound, followed by intense tremors that spread rapidly. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were shaking intensely. Immortal Goo House Edgelink Camp's power was huge, because this Immortal Goo House had 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. One was Wei Ling Yang, the other was Bai Chen Tian. Meanwhile, Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind's Sweeping Building, taking care of Canary Pavilion and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edgelink Camp was very powerful. Even in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it resisted the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly hovering in the sky like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements are finally here. Why is there only one Edgelink camp? Where are the other 2? The 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals who were scattered on the snowy peaks looked up, their morale surging when they saw Edgelink camp. Edgelink camp also discovered these 5 Goo Immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun who had Love Immortal Goo. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian naturally wanted to save their companions. However, the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation was not just for show. Edgelink camp wanted to dive down, but it was obstructed by a strong formless force. The Super Goo formation here is not simple. It actually uses Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is actually in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands. But this Goo formation is built on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The Blessed Land is the foundation of the Goo formation. If we cannot deal with the Goo formation, we can directly destroy Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and destroy its foundation. That way, this Goo formation will collapse on its own. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian discussed for a while before deciding on their battle plan. Bam bam bam! Edgelink Camp burst forth with a fierce offensive. The giant horn silhouettes were unceasing, constantly bombarding various parts of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, causing extremely violent tremors. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land welcomed an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches occurred on the snowy peaks, huge ravines appeared on the ground, countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Husband. Lady Wanshou stood beside old ancestor Shui who, temporarily putting down the gu refinement with a worried expression. Wife, if this immortal gu house is allowed to work, snowy mountain blessed land will be destroyed sooner or later. By then, this refinement path formation will also be destroyed. Don't worry, what can a mere immortal gu house do to me? I will teach these meddlesome central continent gu immortals a lesson. Old ancestor Shui who laughed heartily, boldly charging towards Edge Link Camp. Both sides fought intensely in the sky. Chapter 1274. Old ancestor Shui who displayed the battle strength of the number 1 rank 8s in northern plains. His might was vast and shook heaven and earth. His aura was boundless, shocking even gods and frightening ghosts. Old ancestor Shui who is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in northern plains. Bai Qin Tian lost his temper. An expert's attack was extraordinary. Bai Qin Tian and old ancestor Shui who had just fought for a while, but he knew he was not Shui who's match. Edge Link Camp continued to shake under old ancestor Shui whose tyrannical attacks. It seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It is a pity that old ancestor Shui who is alone, while we have 2 rank 8 gu immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered, saying to Bai Qin Tian, I will leave this to you. Bai Qin Tian transmitted, Don't worry, I can hold on. If anything goes wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used a method to secretly fly out of Edge Link Camp. He could not resist the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation alone, but the formation was using most of its strength to protect the foundation of snowy mountain-blessed land, so Wei Lingyang's pressure was greatly reduced. He was confident he could go to all the snowy peaks with his own methods. Because he was a Rule Path gu immortal. Rule Path had a huge advantage in this aspect. Even though old ancestor Shui who was stronger than Wei Lingyang, he was inferior in this aspect. But Wei Lingyang had only flown half the way when he was discovered by old ancestor Shui whose powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shui who shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard started to blow, heaven and earth changed color, all living beings went silent, directly engulfing Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang's plan was thwarted, but he was not discouraged. He continued to change directions, trying to break through old ancestor Shui whose obstruction, cooperating with Bai Qin Tian to split up and attack. Lady Wanshou's body was covered in cold sweat. She did not have the mood to refine gu now. She was paying attention to this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shui who won, everything would be fine. Even if it was not, they would be safe. If old ancestor Shui who lost, everything would be over, all their efforts would be for naught. Even though old ancestor Shui who had great battle strength, Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian were rank 8 gu immortals, they had an immortal gu house Edge Link Camp. In contrast, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to rank 8 gu immortals like old ancestor Shui who. Wei Lingyang wanted to split his forces for a surprise attack, but this undoubtedly took up a lot of old ancestor Shui whose energy, making it hard for the latter to display his full strength. If we allow one of the rank 8 gu immortals to attack the snowy peak, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wanshou had a worried expression. At this moment, the snowy mountain-blessed land had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Lady Wanshou, I have a way to resolve your current crisis. Right at this time, a message was transmitted to Lady Wanshou's immortal aperture. This is... Lady Wanshou was shocked. Because the gu worm that transmitted the message was the one that Lady Wanshou had kept in her immortal aperture and had never used before. Many years ago, when Lady Wanshou had just become an immortal. In the cave. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from obtaining this true inheritance. Lady Wanshou felt a surge of aura from this mysterious gu immortal and her heart jumped. But who knew that this mysterious gu immortal would say, Young lady, you are a gu immortal at such a young age, you also know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I cannot obtain this true inheritance, I do not have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path goo worm to transmit information. Lady Wanshou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree, with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. Come, let's set an alliance agreement. The mysterious goo immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wanshou's mind. She immediately responded, "May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo?" That goo worm quickly transmitted, It seems that Lady Wanshou is very sincere towards old ancestor Xuehu. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you, we only need Lady Wanshou to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in. Lady Wanshou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 goo immortals appeared in front of Lady Wanshou. They were Wuxia and the others. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing. Lady Wanshou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it, 88-point Xianxia Tower had collapsed, the culprits were being chased everywhere, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had become famous, along with Feng Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wanshou was very surprised. After all, some time ago, the huge super-force He tribe had taken the blame for He Lulan. They were besieged by the Huangjin tribes and were eventually annexed by Baizu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Wuxia, Lady Wanshou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 goo immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Wuxia. I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy? Lady Wanshou asked. Wuxia laughed heartily, speaking with composure. Lady Wanshou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestor Xuehu's help. But we have no ill intentions, we have a common enemy, that is these Central Continent goo immortals, we are excellent allies. At this moment, you let us in, it shows that you still remember your old relationship, you understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved. What immortal material? Give it to me. Lady Wanshou spread out her hands. But Wuxia shook his head, smiling bitterly. This immortal material is in your immortal aperture. Oh. It is the purple gold rock that old ancestor Xuehu obtained from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard. Wuxia answered. Lady Wanshou's pupils shrunk, letting out bright light as she took out an immortal material. It is this. The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was palm-sized, it was shining with purple gold and had a stone texture. Wuxia heaved a long sigh. Sigh, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect. Lady Wanshou exposed the identities of Wuxia and the others. Wuxia was not surprised, he nodded and admitted, Fairy, you have good eyes, please help. Lady Wanshou nodded. This way, she and these Shadow Sect goo immortals were indeed enemies of Central Continent's goo immortals. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, Lady Wanshou took a quick glance at the battle in the sky, before turning her gaze to the purple gold rock in her hand. What kind of immortal material is this? I can't recognize it. After obtaining it, I have asked for guidance several times, but no one knows. I won't hide it from you. I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I failed every time. Wuxia laughed heartily, his tone carrying some arrogance. That is because this is a special method of my Shadow Sect. Lady Wanshou, you don't know the correct steps and methods. I will teach you one by one, you just have to follow the instructions and you can successfully refine it. An ancient sword dragon rode on the clouds, finally arriving at snowy mountain-blessed land. From the outside world, one could not see the scene inside snowy mountain-blessed land. Thus, even though there were battles of life and death in the blessed land, in the outside world, it was a peaceful scene. They actually entered snowy mountain-blessed land? Strange. Feng Yuan could not help but hesitate. He knew that in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui who had already turned snowy mountain-blessed land into a dangerous place. Wuxia and the others actually barged in? Was this real or an illusion? Could it be like that time in Eastern Sea, when Wuxia and the others arranged a method in the Gu formation, creating an illusion and deceiving Fang Yuan's Qi luck sensation again? If it was real? The implications were too many. Fang Yuan hesitated. Although he had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was not wise to barge in rashly like this. He decided not to show himself and observe first. Chapter 1275. Shui, take this. Wei Lingyang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Shui with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shui. Old ancestor Shui snorted lightly. He raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Shui opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Lingyang like flying axes. Wei Lingyang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome. He had already suffered from them, and most importantly, he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Lingyang could only fly into the immortal Gu House Edge Link camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Lingyang, landing on Edge Link camp one after another. Edge Link camp shook intensely, large amounts of icy air spread out. Many of the mortal Gu that formed the immortal Gu House were frozen to death. Quick, repair the immortal Gu House. Someone is injured, heal him. Activate the immortal Gu House. Use offense as defense. The Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu House were in chaos. Wei Lingyang breathed roughly. His right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Lingyang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Shui had countless methods. They were either powerful or sinister. They were hard to defend against. Wei Lingyang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Shui's move. He suffered a loss. Wei Lingyang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Chen Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal. My right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the central continent Gu immortals, he is facing Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to central continent. Wei Lingyang's eyes flickered. Central continent's Gu immortals naturally came prepared. Even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier, Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu immortals. Dealing with the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into 2, as the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. The immortal Gu House Edge Link camp shook continuously. It was forced to retreat. Central Continent's 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were elites among rank 8s. To be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old ancestor Shui was publicly recognized as the strongest rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with old ancestor Shui, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the immortal Gu House to control the situation. I will go outside to distract old ancestor Shui. Bai Chen Tian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet. He reminded Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian flew out of Edge Link camp. He quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Chen Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, immortal Gu House Edge Link camp would not be obstructed. It could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyun, or maybe Ma Hongyun. Old Ancestor Shui who was strong, but he could not stop Edge-Link Camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old Ancestor Shui who had already seen through Central Continent's tactic, he activated an immortal killer move. Countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge, they were like mounds of earth. Bang, bang, bang. They fell down, and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were even ancient desolate beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly breathed in deeply, 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard, they could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Qin Tian was greatly restricted. Amazing! Old Ancestor Shui who knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Gu formation, he actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it Bai Qin Tian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely, their understanding of paths was already close to Dao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment, he also charged out of Edge-Link Camp, entering the Gu formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shui whose expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 rank 8 Gu immortals and an immortal Gu house at the same time. He was in a difficult situation, he seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the immortal Gu house for now. The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were experts, and most importantly, Old Ancestor Shui who had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not destroy this formation, but rank 8 Gu immortals were different. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness. They gradually turned the situation around. They had the initiative. Inside the immortal Gu house, Edge-Link Camp, there were a group of rank 7 Gu immortals. They did not seek to make any mistakes. They were like a tortoise shell, Old Ancestor Shui who could not kill them easily. Bam bam bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Qin Tian's and Wei Lingyang's attacks had escaped Old Ancestor Shui whose obstruction and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great. Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao Lianyun and the rest did not need to take risks now. They stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking. It is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread, otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Shui who might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wan Shou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wan Shou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare. No wonder Lady Wan Shou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wan Shou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were 2 thin purple wings on his back. Miniman? Lady Wan Shou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Miniman slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple, and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of snowy mountain-blessed land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu Immortal here? And it is Northern Plains Aura. Bai Chen-tian and Wei Ling-yang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Wuxia had already led the Gu Immortals behind him, respectfully greeting this rank 8 miniman Gu Immortal. Only Bai Ningbing was an exception, she was still standing straight. Chapter 1276. The miniman Gu Immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand." Thereupon, his body started to expand. Soon, he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu Immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance. He even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair. It was messy and fluffy, like a beggar. Tai Bai Yunxing's face was covered in tears. He knelt down on both knees. His body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master! So it is you. I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. Even though my sect's plan succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this. To stall for time, Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin. But we have not lost all hope yet. Wuxia, you did well, it has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunxing, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Xue Hu and make these Central Continent Gu Immortals stay. The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu Immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate, his body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Xue Hu. "May I know your name?" Old ancestor Xue Hu was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sect's group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Xue Hu was excited. "I have many names, but..." The purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. "Xue Hu, you can call me Zishan Makoto." Immediately, old ancestor Xue Hu and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the two Central Continent rank 8s and Edge Link camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Xue Hu. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Makoto. Even though Wei Ling-yang and Bai Chen-tian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards Northern Plains. After a dozen rounds, the two of them were actually forced to retreat to Edgelink Camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestor Xue Hu and Zishan Makoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu Immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioge fight in Luopa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Qi Luck Sensation told Feng Yuan that Wuxia and the rest were inside snowy mountain-blessed land. They were not far away. Feng Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. At a certain place 1,000 li away, 2 Gu Immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than the Celestial Longevity Plane's Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. This is the place. Black Extremity said as he activated his goo worm, causing a huge commotion. The small slope in front of them started to shine with a dazzling light. Flood Extremity realized at once. So you have already set up a goo formation here. Do I need to control the goo formation now? Black Extremity shook his head. Let's enter the formation first. He took a step forward and entered the goo formation. Flood Extremity followed closely behind. Once they entered the goo formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He exclaimed, "This goo formation has a grand aura, as expected of someone like Black Extremity who set it up personally. Once it is activated, it will have shocking power." Towards the end, Flood Extremity's tone became hesitant. But what? Black Extremity looked at him with interest. Flood Extremity replied solemnly, "But from what I can tell, this formation seems to be incomplete. It seems to be a lake. Before this, there should have been a sea connected to it." Black Extremity heard this and raised his brows, clapping as he praised, "As expected of a water-path quasi-great grandmaster, you are already half a step into the realm of comprehending new things by analogy." That's right. This goo formation is only a subformation. There is a main formation that resonates with it. Then where is the main formation? Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He realized, I get it. That main formation is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Indeed. Black Extremity laughed loudly. I received orders earlier to approach Lady Wanshou as Sun Ming Lu. Eventually, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation to irrigate reverse flow river. Even though old ancestor Shui, who is the #1 expert in Northern Plains, he does not know formation path, he did not see through my secret method. Right now, as long as I activate this subformation, I can destroy the main formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and bring reverse flow river here. Once the goo formation collapses within the surrounding 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, everyone and everything will be swept away by reverse flow river. They will all be brought here. Black Extremity spoke confidently, showing excitement in his eyes. Flood Extremity was shocked. But if we do that, wouldn't we be sending those 4 rank 8 great experts here as well? Black Extremity shook his head. Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. It has an unimaginable amount of Dao marks. As long as they fall into the river, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any goo worms. In The Legends of Renzu, Renzu did not use any goo worms in reverse flow river. Then won't we be able to do anything to them? Flood Extremity was excited. But Black Extremity shook his head. We are outside reverse flow river, but any attacks we use on it will be reflected back. The so-called reverse flow river has the word reverse in its name. It naturally deserves its name. Flood Extremity was confused. If that is the case, how can we save Ma Hongyun and capture Zhao Lianyun? Black Extremity raised his head and laughed. You forgot something. This reverse flow river is still affected by my fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. When the main formation collapses and reverse flow river forms, it will flow towards us. By then, the people in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land will be arranged by me. Like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, they will be at the front of reverse flow river. Lady Wanshou and the rest will be at the back. Central Continent's Goo Immortals will be at the back. Those rank 8 Goo Immortals will be at the back. Amazing! Flood Extremity's eyes shined brightly. He clapped. This way, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will definitely struggle to escape from Lady Wanshou and the rest. They will move forward and widen the distance between them and the Goo Immortals behind them. As long as they stay at the front, we will be able to approach them and capture them alive. But Flood Extremity frowned. If Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun cannot hold on, they will end up like Renzu. They will be washed away by reverse flow river. If that is the case, they will fall behind the other Goo Immortals. Wouldn't that ruin our plan? Black Extremity smiled bitterly. This is indeed the biggest flaw in our plan. But thankfully, reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level or stamina. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have an advantage. But this is still too risky. Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this answer. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want a rank 7 Gu immortal like me to do? This is already the best method. After all, we are not targeting 1 or 2 rank 7 Gu immortals, we are targeting Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and Central Continent's Gu immortal experts. There are rank 8 great experts involved, and from the looks of it, there are 4 of them. Flood Extremity was silent, he nodded helplessly. This was indeed the limit of their abilities. Honestly speaking, it was not easy for Black Extremity to do this. Don't worry. We are just a part of it. Don't forget, Lord Southern Desolate has already awakened, he definitely has other plans. We just need to focus on our own matters. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder, consoling him. Chapter 1277. Bam bam bam. Giant Horn's silhouette shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Shui Hu, frost energy overflowed, surging blue frost flooded Edge Link Camp layer by layer. The 2 Central Continent rank 8s in Edge Link Camp gritted their teeth and endured, while the other Gu immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal Gu houses. They were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Central Continent's side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Makoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Chen Tian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun, we might even lose this immortal Gu house and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Lingyang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Gu Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into 2 groups. One group would restrain Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from Northern Plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal Gu houses, and many Gu immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Gu immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortals' plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu immortals fell into such a passive state, they were in grave danger. Wei Lingyang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth as if using all his strength. He ordered, "Retreat!" Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. With the appearance of Zishan Makoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Lingyang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou State would suffer a greater loss. Wei Lingyang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other 2 immortal Gu houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave, old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have immortal Gu houses, they could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But, just as Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of this Gu formation, a change occurred. The entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The Blessed Land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old ancestor Shui Hu also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words. No. This formation. Before he finished speaking, the Gu immortals present heard the sound of surging water. In the next moment, surging waves seemed to appear out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, reverse flow river. Oh no, wife. Everything happened too quickly. Old Ancestor Shui, who wanted to rush back to the first snowy peak, but halfway there, he was submerged by Reverse Flow River. In Reverse Flow River, all goo worms could not be activated. Old Ancestor Shui, who could not help himself, he was immediately swept away by the river. He was the strongest person here, but even so, there was no need to mention the others. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp directly disintegrated in the river. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were swept away like dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the other peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Lady Wanshou, Ing Wuxia, and Ma Hongyun were all swept into Reverse Flow River. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had completely collapsed. Only a trace of its frame was left. The winds of assimilation started to form. It's here! Far away, Black Extremity's forehead was bulging with veins. He was controlling the subformation with all his might. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's sudden change. Meanwhile, on the side, Flood Extremity dutifully protected him. Moreover, at the final moment, Flood Extremity even needed to exert himself, using water path methods to collect Reverse Flow River. What? Fang Yuan felt his vision brightening as a huge wave drowned him. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement mother formation crumbled, all the people and objects within 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan was within this range. He would not be spared. In the surging river, Fang Yuan's head popped out. This is Reverse Flow River? He was knowledgeable. After the shock, he immediately recognized the origin of this river. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has Reverse Flow River? No wonder my ancient sword serpent transformation was mysteriously dispelled. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, goo worms could not be used. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move. It needed immortal goo and mortal goo to activate. Thus, once Fang Yuan was swept in, all goo worms stopped being used. He returned to his original appearance. Thankfully, I am good at swimming. Fang Yuan moved his limbs as he swam with ease. In front of him, on the vast river, there were many living beings swimming. There were large numbers of wild beasts, trees, flowers, and even rocks. Reverse Flow River's currents were turbulent. There were rocks and trees in the water. They were rampaging and causing chaos in the river. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this situation, he could not use goo worms. His battle strength fell to rock bottom. He could only rely on his body's defensive strength. Right at this time, Fang Yuan heard a strange sound. He quickly turned around and saw that under the rapid currents, a huge metal tree, the trunk of which was as large as an elephant, was sweeping towards him. Danger! Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He wanted to dodge. But in the turbulent Reverse Flow River, he could not control himself. His speed fell by many times. The metal tree slammed into his waist. Fang Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff, huff, huff. He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air. He quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection. Because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon, the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized, right? My body is not ordinary, it is the sovereign immortal body. In Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan could not use any goo worms. He could only rely on his body. But Chapter 1278. After the Battle of Tian Mountain ended, Fang Yuan had tested this body's foundation on the road. He ran on foot. He was agile and fast like a galloping horse. With a light jump, he could reach 10 feet. After jumping from 580 feet and landing on his head, he would feel a numbness in his scalp and a slight dizziness. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, these symptoms would disappear. And he had great strength. He had great endurance. Even after running for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. His 5 senses were also very strong. His dynamic vision was simply too amazing. His vision was very wide. Within 10,000 steps, he could see everything clearly. After the strenuous exercise, his heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. His thinking speed was far beyond mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, he could hold on for a long time. Even Gu immortals could not reach this level with just their physical bodies alone. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal mountain crashed into him, Feng Yuan would still be alive and kicking. This was the quality of the sovereign immortal body. It had nothing to do with Gu worms, it had to do with the Tao marks on his body. In this reverse flow river, I cannot use Gu worms. Others cannot either. But my sovereign immortal body is strong enough. The Tao marks on my body are also extraordinary. The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. In Wuxia, he swung his limbs and swam forward like a swordfish. The entire reverse flow river was extremely turbulent, but overall, it was being guided by the subformation, flowing in the direction of black extremity and flood extremity. A multicolored tiger was crawling on a piece of driftwood with its front limbs. Feng Yuan swam towards the tiger. The tiger was unmoved. But Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He lay on the driftwood and rested for a while. This piece of driftwood could not bear the weight of a man and a tiger. It started to sink. The tiger was anxious. It opened its mouth and wanted to bite Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his arms. Pressing on the tiger's head with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, he punched the tiger to death. Thankfully, there are no desolate beasts here. There are only ordinary wild beasts. Even the supreme immortal physique was not enough against wild beasts. The snowy mountain-blessed land naturally did not lack desolate beasts. But in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and activate the formation to defend against enemies, snowy mountain-blessed land had already modified it. Gu immortals who had desolate beasts kept them in their immortal apertures. Otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid to let enemies kill them for no reason? Feng Yuan swam in the reverse flow river, trying to find Wuxia. The great snow mountain-blessed land collapsed, and the reverse flow river surged out. Therefore, Feng Yuan did not know that Zishan Makoto had awakened. In his heart, his imaginary enemy was still old ancestor Xuehu. Based on his initial estimation, he felt that Wuxia had some connection with the Great Snow Mountain, but it was not a close one. If not, why didn't old ancestor Xuehu help him in the battle of Tian Mountain? There was nothing wrong with Feng Yuan's analysis and reasoning. However, he lacked information path methods and had too little information. In this situation, even if I encounter old ancestor Xuehu, I can protect myself. Because I cannot use Gu worms in reverse flow river, it is a special environment. Since Wuxia is related to old ancestor Xuehu, if I miss this chance, they will grow stronger under old ancestor Xuehu's protection. If I miss this chance, I will never be able to kill Wuxia's group again. With such a thought, Feng Yuan rested for a while before setting off again. Next, he saw Bai Tian, a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan was shocked. What happened? A rank 8 Gu immortal, not old ancestor Xuehu, but a Central Continent Gu immortal. Bai Tian was in a sorry state. He was lying on the shell of a giant tortoise. He was covered in injuries. These injuries were not from the collision in reverse flow river, they were from the battle earlier. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. His Tao marks conflicted. Once he got injured, it was hard to heal. But in the battle, he was at a disadvantage. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation broke, he was swept away by reverse flow river. He could not use Gu worms. His injuries were delayed. But thankfully he met a floating tortoise in the river. Using this tortoise, Bai Tian finally had a chance to recover. Feng Yuan found Bai Tian also found Feng Yuan. But Bai Tian did not know Feng Yuan. Because Feng Yuan's current appearance was the sovereign immortal body. As for his original appearance, the celestial court exposed it. It was widely spread in the 5 regions. Even though Bai Tian did not know Feng Yuan, he frowned. He was very wary. Because Feng Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. This was because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing through the regional walls, Feng Yuan's aura could change freely in the 5 regions. Wherever he went, he would be the Gu immortal of that region. He could blend in perfectly. Who is this person? Snowy mountain blessed land's peak lords do not have someone like him. But he might have been recruited by old ancestor Shuehu. Bai Chen Tian stood up from the tortoise's back. He looked at Fang Yuan, observing his every move. In Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Chen Tian had rank 8 cultivation level, he could not use his goo worms. His battle strength was limited. Fang Yuan looked at him warily. He did not get too close. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, if he thought that he was an expert in Reverse Flow River because of this, he would be a fool. Reverse Flow River could not use goo worms, but his body was unaffected. His Dao marks could be used. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very strong because of the Dao marks on it. Similarly, if a goo master used black boar goo and gained the strength of a boar, the corresponding strength path Dao marks would be engraved on this goo master's body. If this goo master fell into Reverse Flow River, he could not use goo worms, but he could still use his body to unleash the strength of a boar. If it were other goo immortals, how could they not use goo worms like the black boar goo to carve Dao marks on their bodies during their long cultivation journey? Of course, that was for sure. No one was a fool. The advantage of these Dao marks was obvious. Fang Yuan had the advantage of his body, other goo immortals had it too, just to varying degrees. For rank 8 goo immortals, they had deep foundations. Fang Yuan did not want to fight Bai Chen Tian now. You are a Central Continent goo immortal? Even though I am a Northern Plains goo immortal, I have enmity with old ancestor Shuehu. I saw him refining a rank 8 immortal goo. I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the blessed land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his goo refinement assistant? Fang Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Chen Tian's frown eased a little. He replied, Old ancestor Shui, who is also my enemy. Not long ago, I fought with him in snowy mountain blessed land. To think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by old ancestor Shuehu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fang Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in snowy mountain blessed land. But Bai Chen Tian's words were ambiguous. Fang Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course. It was just a simple conversation. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Especially in this environment where goo worms could not be used, both sides were on high alert. Fang Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Chen Tian. He chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing, he did not get close, while Bai Chen Tian did not invite Fang Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Chen Tian saw that Fang Yuan was leaving. His expression eased up. But right at this time, a small accident happened. A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fang Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish. It stuck to Fang Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fang Yuan was stunned. He wanted to pull it away. But at this time, he heard Bai Chen Tian's voice. Be gentle, don't break it. Chapter 1279. Fang Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal goo in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment, his eyes shined. This was an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan did not know what rank it was. Because in this reverse flow river, no goo worms could be used. These goo worms that fell into reverse flow river were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fang Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal goo earlier. Only when Bai Chen Tian reminded him did Fang Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this reverse flow river, Fang Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal goo was an immortal goo, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal goo was, that would depend on the goo immortal's knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo? Fang Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this goo's origin. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was love immortal goo, there was affection immortal goo too. Fang Yuan's guess was right. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent goo immortals. Because this immortal goo was temporarily added to the immortal goo house Edge Link Camp. Along with it, many other mortal goo were added. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, gave Edge Link Camp a new ability. It could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, Edgelink Camp could track it to snowy mountain-blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yi Zi, Shizheng Yi, Bu Zhenzi, and Mu Linglon, who knew where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, Edgelink Camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to snowy mountain-blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the 2 rank 8 great experts, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, Edgelink Camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey and the collapse of the seamless tunnel, Edgelink Camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing Reverse Flow River to flow away, Edgelink Camp was already in a terrible state. This way, the entire immortal goo house collapsed. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo could follow the goo immortal's will and fly into the goo immortal's embrace. But in Reverse Flow River, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the immortal goo house disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse Flow River became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch. But there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft. Even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in Reverse Flow River. But in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged. There was a huge wound that took up a quarter of affection goo's body. It was quite terrifying. Bai Chen Tian's eyes were sharp, seeing that Fang Yuan wanted to remove this jellyfish-like affection goo. He quickly reminded him. After reminding him, he felt some regret. If he did not remind him, Fang Yuan might just abandon it. But now, Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious he had discovered the truth. Bai Chen Tian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Friend, this goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't we form a good relationship and give this immortal goo to me? Is that possible? Fang Yuan squinted. I can consider your suggestion. But what goo is this? I need to know. Bai Chen Tian answered, this is affection goo, a wisdom path goo worm. Wisdom path goo immortals were few in number. Bai Chen Tian emphasized affection goo because he felt that Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path goo immortal. Affection goo itself was of little value to most goo immortals. It was tasteless, but a waste to abandon. Goo immortals needed wills as helpers. Be it sect gatherings or jewel yellow skies, all will goo were widely used. But for this, he only needed some mortal level will goo. There was no need to pay a huge price to raise affection immortal goo. After all, they were not wisdom path goo immortals. Their Dao marks conflicted. When they used immortal goo of other paths, the effect would be lower. At the same time, just raising affection immortal goo could not create any immortal killer moves. Unless they needed affection immortal goo to create immortal killer moves of other paths, or if it had a special effect, goo immortals would not want this immortal goo. Not all immortal goo were popular. Goo immortals had their own paths. Immortal goo also had their own paths. Goo immortals had rank 6, 7, and 8. Immortal goo were the same. For goo immortals, only suitable immortal goo had value to them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, goo immortals often held trading fairs to exchange immortal goo. But Bai Chen Tian could not imagine that Fang Yuan was the most special one among all the goo immortals in the world. Firstly, his wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster. If he was not a wisdom path goo immortal, what else could he be? Secondly, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could cultivate any path. Finally, Fang Yuan had been worried about this earlier. He felt that even though he had wisdom path attainment and methods, he lacked wisdom path immortal gu. Thus, to Fang Yuan, this affection immortal gu was very important. Thus, he kept affection immortal gu in his pocket. In this reverse flow river, he could not open his immortal aperture's entrance, he could only carry it with him. Bai Chen Tian saw this and his expression sank, his tone became even more anxious. Friend, put down that immortal gu, we are not enemies, we can make a deal and take what we need. Chapter 1280. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to use affection immortal gu to exchange for other immortal gu that were more suitable for him. But in reverse flow river, transactions could not be carried out. Because gu worms could not be used, information path methods could not be used to restrict them from transacting peacefully. Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for other immortal gu, but Bai Chen Tian had no immortal gu. Because gu worms were hibernating in reverse flow river, other than the ones in the immortal aperture, even the immortal gu inside the gu immortal's body would not respond to any calls. Thus, Bai Chen Tian did not have any bargaining chips. Bai Chen Tian knew of Fang Yuan's concerns, but was he going to give up on this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's interference, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was gone, Central Continent's Edge Link Camp was gone too. If Central Continent fought again, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Central Continent's gu immortals could not even protect themselves. After leaving Reverse Flow River, would they not escape? Thus, they had no chance to transact with Fang Yuan. If they could not transact now, what about in the future? Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains gu immortal, while Bai Chen Tian was a Central Continent gu immortal. They were not from the same place, even with jewel yellow skies. Central Continent could not control Fang Yuan's situation. What if he transacted with someone else in advance? What if he raised the price and demanded an exorbitant price? There were worse situations. Bai Chen Tian was a person who had to think about losing before winning. Seeing that he could not get the immortal gu from Fang Yuan, his killing intent surged. I am a rank 8 gu immortal, even if I cannot use my Dao marks here. With just my Dao mark foundation, how can I lose to a Northern Plains rank 7? With such a thought, Bai Chen Tian jumped into the river and swam towards Fang Yuan. At this moment his ill intent was clear. Fang Yuan snickered internally, he attacked Bai Chen Tian instead of retreating. Bai Chen Tian saw this and was overjoyed, he thought. These Northern Plains gu immortals sound good, they are battle-hungry by nature. To put it bluntly, they are brainless. The river flowed rapidly, but both sides had extraordinary bodies. They soon encountered each other in the middle. Bang bang bang. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched Bai Chen Tian thrice. Bai Chen Tian was a wood path gu immortal. He had deep breathing and precise vision. He blocked the 3 punches. He was shocked. This person looks so young, but how can he be so strong? Does he specialize in strength path? He felt the arm that he used to block the attack go numb. But while he was shocked, Bai Chen Tian did not forget to counterattack with his other hand. Both sides exchanged blows, fists and palms collided, and soon it developed into a close combat. Fang Yuan's entire body was a weapon. Head strikes, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks were displayed one by one. At first, Bai Chen Tian was at a disadvantage, but very quickly he was not any weaker than Fang Yuan. This was because he had a strong foundation and excellent fighting ability. His basic skills were very solid. It was just that after becoming a gu immortal, he rarely had the chance to use them. Now that he was in battle, these close combat abilities were coming back to life. As for Fang Yuan, because he became a gu immortal much earlier than Bai Chen Tian, many years ago, he was a mortal gu master roaming southern border and northern plains. He was very familiar with close combat. The two fought in the river at times, they popped their heads out and breathed in the air, they stopped fighting for now. The current of the reverse flow river was very rapid. In fact, most of their stamina was spent on swimming. They didn't use much of it to fight. And when they fought, the environment was very complex. Because from time to time, some huge trees or wild beasts would float by, forcing them to retreat. After dozens of rounds, they were breathing heavily, they knew they could not do anything to the other. This rank 8 Gu immortal has a strong foundation indeed. I was wondering if I could kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Bai Qin Tian was filled with shock. How can this be? How could this man be on par with me? I had once used grass immortal Gu to increase my strength. I also used the immortal killer move wood armor to carve down marks on my body, allowing me to have a strong defense. I even turned my heart into a wood heart. My blood has turned green, giving me a strong recovery ability. Ignoring these immortal killer moves and immortal Gu, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal. I have passed countless calamities and tribulations. I definitely have more Dao marks than a rank 7. But why is it that I can only fight to a draw with this person? Bai Qin Tian stared at Fang Yuan. He looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as rank 8 Bai Qin Tian, but the truth was, his Dao mark accumulation surpassed many rank 7 Gu immortals. Even though he had just become a rank 7 Gu immortal not long ago. The only thing that could match Bai Qin Tian was the sovereign immortal body. The sovereign immortal body was not an ordinary human body, it was created from Gu worms. Be it Bai Qin Tian or Wei Ling Yang, they were created from humans. But Fang Yuan's body was created from Gu worms. Thus, why was Fang Yuan a complete otherworldly demon? This was one of the reasons. The sovereign immortal body allowed Fang Yuan to make up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Qin Tian. He fought to a draw with Bai Qin Tian. Fang Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose out, his original intention was to get rid of the huge threat that was in Wuxia. Earlier, when he fought with Bai Qin Tian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill this rank 8 Gu immortal. But reality told Fang Yuan that he was thinking too much. Since he could not deal with Bai Qin Tian, Fang Yuan had to stop. He did not want to waste time with Bai Qin Tian, he had not achieved his goal yet. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qin Tian did not allow it. Even though Bai Qin Tian could not deal with Fang Yuan, affection immortal Gu was still with Fang Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to stall him. If I meet my companions later, we can attack him together. All in all, I cannot let him escape. Damn him. Fang Yuan soon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Qin Tian's stamina and speed did not lose to him. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qin Tian kept blocking him or harassing him. This affected Fang Yuan's plan greatly. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Obstructed by the wild beast corpses, Fang Yuan's speed fell slightly. Bai Qin Tian used this chance to attack again. Fang Yuan turned around to fight him. Both sides fought in reverse flow river. Seeing that it was a draw again, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan reached into his pocket and took out affection immortal Gu, raising it in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was about to punch Fang Yuan's abdomen. If this hit, Fang Yuan's aura would be in chaos. He would have to swim to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points in water battles. But Fang Yuan took out affection immortal Gu, blocking Bai Qin Tian's fist. Bai Qin Tian was shocked. He quickly retracted his fist, exposing a flaw. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Using this flaw, he attacked fiercely. Bai Qin Tian lost the initiative. He could only defend and counterattack. But Fang Yuan suddenly raised affection immortal Gu in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was wary. He exposed a huge flaw again. With these two flaws, Fang Yuan established his advantage. He kicked Bai Qin Tian's abdomen. Bai Qin Tian was kicked. He opened his mouth and breathed out a string of bubbles. His aura was not as long as Fang Yuan's. He changed his strategy. He wanted to escape to the surface of the river. But Fang Yuan would not let him do that. He stretched out his hands like pincers, attacking from both sides, trying to trap Bai Qin Tian in the river. Bai Qin Tian suddenly twisted his waist, doing an extremely difficult escape maneuver. His whole body was like a swimming fish, bursting out with strength, causing Fang Yuan's left and right hands to miss. This response, even Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his heart. Even though Bai Qin Tian was a Central Continent Gu immortal, his rank 8 foundation had no weaknesses. In terms of water battles, he was slightly superior to Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for 500 years in his previous life. Chapter 1281. Fang Yuan's hands missed. He quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Chen Tian's leg. Bai Chen Tian's retreat was obstructed. His other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fang Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful. If it hit, Fang Yuan would feel dizzy. Bai Chen Tian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu and raised it in front of him. Bai Chen Tian was so depressed he wanted to curse, and his legs stopped. Fang Yuan managed to gain some time to react. He suddenly moved his head backwards, his body flipped in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Chen Tian, his head was above his feet. But now, he grabbed Bai Chen Tian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Chen Tian saw this and his heart sank. He knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fang Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Gu. He could not attack. But at this moment, in this situation, Fang Yuan had two legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Chen Tian's leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan. He could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Chen Tian was shocked. His empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly. It was extremely agile as it kicked continuously. In Fang Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fang Yuan was not afraid. He waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river. Their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Chen Tian only had one leg. How could he match Fang Yuan's two legs? During the fight, he was kicked by Fang Yuan frequently. Bai Chen Tian focused on defense. He felt very annoyed. I am a great rank 8 Gu immortal, to think that I ended up like this. Rascal! As long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fang Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Chen Tian's kick with one leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Chen Tian was kicked in the crotch by Fang Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Chen Tian was indeed a rank 8 great expert. His endurance was far beyond ordinary people. He forcefully acknowledged him as his master. At the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fang Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Chen Tian's body trembled. This time, he could not hold it in anymore and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang bang bang. Fang Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Chen Tian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot. He did not want to swim up anymore. He turned around and wanted to fight Fang Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fang Yuan let go and kicked Bai Chen Tian away. At the same time, he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian broke free. He was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fang Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Chen Tian, successfully escaping. Bai Chen Tian's head came out of the water. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damned guy. If I get a chance, I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Chen Tian looked at the river from afar as Fang Yuan swam quickly. The distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. After Fang Yuan successfully got away from Bai Chen Tian, he slowed down and started to recover his stamina. He felt numbness in his feet. Bai Chen Tian's crotch was not easy to kick. With Fang Yuan's immortal body strength, even though he was the one kicking others, his feet felt numb. Evidently, Bai Chen Tian had taken care of his crotch's defense. He had many wood-path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Chen Tian. He knew that with Bai Chen Tian's methods, even if he killed him, he would be heavily injured by Bai Chen Tian's retaliation. He might even die together with him. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. He did not need to fight a rank 8 Gu immortal to the death. After all, he had the sovereign immortal body. He had a bright future. Moreover, his target this time was Wuxia. If he died together with Bai Chen Tian, wouldn't Ing Wuxia laugh his head off? Even if Bai Chen Tian died and Fang Yuan lived, Fang Yuan would be heavily injured, he would lose the ability to kill Ing Wuxia. Of course, there was another important point. That was, even if he killed Bai Chen Tian, Fang Yuan would not gain anything. He could not open his immortal aperture here. Bai Chen Tian's corpse was a burden. Fang Yuan could not bring the corpse around. Even if he did, what would he do if he met Ing Wuxia? Even if he did not meet Ing Wuxia, what would he do if he met those Central Continent Gu immortals? A rank 7 Gu immortal killing a rank 8 was indeed an incredible feat and supreme glory. But this glory in Fang Yuan's eyes was less than a fart. He continued to swim forward, searching for Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia, is that you? Ing Wuxia heard this voice and turned around, showing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up. He quickly replied. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunxing was pulled onto a huge lotus leaf by Ing Wuxia. This is the leaf of the monarch lotus. It can float on the water. To think that your luck is so good. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. Ing Wuxia smiled, thinking, I have connect luck with that Fang Yuan, how can my luck be bad? But very quickly, the smile on his face vanished and was replaced by a worried expression. He looked at the river ahead. Reverse Flow River is in a strange situation now, we cannot leave. The urgent matter now is to meet up with Lord Zishan Makoto. We might even be able to get Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, as well as kill that ancient sword dragon that is chasing us. Mentioning Zishan Makoto, Tai Bai Yunxing had a look of reverence on his face. He nodded. Right, let's meet up with Master first. Chew. Zishan Makoto sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression as he sighed. Sigh, to think that I would be in such dire straits when I just woke up. Sigh, I am old, my body cannot take it anymore. Just a little bit of cold wind and water will cause me to catch a cold. And under his but was old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. Old ancestor Shui Hu was moving his limbs, looking around, trying to find something in Reverse Flow River. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, he snorted coldly. You are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of Reverse Flow River? Zishan Makoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fang Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon, Zishan Makoto was a mini-man rank 8 Gu immortal. His transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in Reverse Flow River, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this Reverse Flow River is being pulled by a huge force. It is very chaotic, I cannot leave the river. Ihi, who set up the Gu formation for you? Zishan Makoto asked. Old ancestor Shui Hu's expression was grim. Sun Ming Lu. Zishan Makoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shui Hu said, he is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu was astute and decisive. At this moment, it was not hard to guess Sun Ming Lu's faction. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were all framed, in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Zishan Makoto nodded. Longevity Heaven made a move. They are definitely after Ma Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first. Old ancestor Shui Hu said. Zishan Makoto patted his shoulder. Then we should swim ahead. Lady Wanshou was beside Ma Hongyun at that time. After being swept away by Reverse Flow River, she is likely to be near Ma Hongyun. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky. It was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide Reverse Flow River. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. Chapter 1282. Amazing, this Gu formation can actually control Reverse Flow River. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light, praising sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I only set up the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river and letting reverse flow river flow in it. But we dug the river, we can influence the direction of reverse flow river's flow. After we take in this reverse flow river, longevity heaven will have another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood extremity looked towards the future. Black extremity instructed again. When we take in reverse flow river, the subformation will definitely be broken. You need to pay attention to the timing and direction, open your immortal aperture's entrance and let reverse flow river flow in. You are a water path goo immortal, you have an advantage in this mission. Flood extremity felt troubled. What if reverse flow river changes course? Is there really no goo worm in this world that can control reverse flow river? Black extremity frowned slightly. There is indeed none. But that is not entirely true, or rather, there is another possibility. What do you mean? You should know about the legends of Rinzhu. It states, Rinzhu sighed as long as he had that immortal goo, he could conquer reverse flow river. You are talking about immortal goo perseverance? Impossible, perseverance, immortal goo has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in our cultivation, we cannot give up easily. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 4, Section 26, recorded, Rinzhu's woman, boundless forest samsara, was trapped in ordinary abyss. She became friends with a mini-man who brought boundless forest samsara to look at his home, City Well. After looking at City Well, boundless forest samsara looked at the sky. I understand. Boundless forest samsara looked above her head. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. She was like the mini-man living at the bottom of the well. The mini-man looked at the sky depicted by the well. It was like boundless forest samsara looking at the sky depicted by ordinary abyss. I have decided I will work hard to leave this abyss and reunite with my father. Boundless forest samsara clenched her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was very happy. Good. I also wanted to leave the ordinary abyss and see a bigger and vaster world. I saw a lot of trees in the abyss. We can cut them down and make ladders. Then we can climb out step by step. Boundless forest samsara was surprised. She looked at the mini-man strangely. Mini-man, don't you have a pair of wings? Why can't we just fly away? The little man smiled bitterly and said, Human, don't be fooled by my pair of wings. They are weak and powerless, and can only carry my body slowly for a short distance. When I first left the city, I had to climb a ladder to get out. So that's the case. Boundless forest samsara realized. In the following days, she and the little man chopped down trees and built ladders. Trees fell one by one, wisdom goo flew out. Boundless forest samsara was shocked. Wisdom goo, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary, of course I can be here. Wisdom goo replied. Next, Wisdom goo said, You are very smart, you know how to use the achievements of your predecessors to help you break away from mediocrity. But if you want to get out of ordinary abyss, each of you will need to build your own ladder and complete the entire process alone. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave. Boundless forest samsara quickly nodded. Oh, Wisdom goo, thank you for your reminder, we will take note. She and the mini-man built their own ladders. The ladders got taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man's. The mini-man's ladder was short and small, the distance between each bar was also short. In comparison, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless Forest Samsara teased the mini-man. Oh mini-man, the ladder that I spent half a day to build is equivalent to half a month of your effort. If you do this, when will you be able to build a tall ladder that you can use to walk out of ordinary abyss? The mini-man said helplessly, I have no choice. I have already used all my strength, but I spent half a day to carry the wooden strips. You can carry a bundle of them with just one hand. I spent so much effort to cut down a small tree, but you can cut it down in 2 or 3 moves. I have already used all my strength, this is the best I can do. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity that we can only build our own ladders. The mini-man said, That's right, we can leave ordinary abyss and rely on the achievements of our predecessors, but we can only rely on ourselves. Let's continue to work hard. Boundless Forest Samsara and the Mini-Man continued to cut down trees to make ladders. The trees fell one by one, Strength Goo flew out from them. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. "Oh, Strength Goo, why are you here?" "Strength is hidden in the ordinary, of course I am here." Strength Goo replied. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and asked, "Oh, Strength Goo, what can you give me?" "Like Wisdom Goo." Strength Goo said, "I have nothing to give you. But I can give you even greater strength, as long as you give me your youth." Boundless Forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Goo said, "With your current strength, when can you build a ladder that is tall enough to walk out of ordinary abyss?" Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it. "It will take a long time, 20 to 30 years. Strength Goo said, "That's right, by then, you will no longer be young, you will be middle-aged. Rather than that, why don't you give me your youth? Even though you will be middle-aged, you will only need a few years to build your ladder." Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. "You are right, Strength Goo, I will listen to you." Thus, Boundless Forest Samsara obtained Strength Goo. Her speed of building ladders became faster, she could cut down more trees at once. A year later, she built the ladder to a very, very high place. She walked at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was green, she was very happy. So when I stand at a high place, the things that were huge usually become very small. It is like when I looked at City Well. She looked at the Mini-Man's ladder, it was very short, it was not even 1/100th of her ladder, she pouted. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and said to the Mini-Man, "Why is your ladder so small? Look at how tall it is." The Mini-Man looked at her ladder with admiration but also helplessness. "I am so envious of you, your own strength surpasses mine, now you have Strength Goo to help you. It is a pity that I do not have any helpers, I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best, other than resting and eating, I spend all my time building my ladder, but I cannot compare to you." Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. "Of course." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder even higher. She stood at the top and looked down. The trees had become as small as grass. She couldn't even see things that were smaller than trees clearly. She looked at the Mini-Man's ladder. Even though it was taller than trees, it was not even 1,000th of Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and smiled at the Mini-Man. "Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, don't waste your effort. Your strength is too small, even if you spend your entire life, you will not be able to build such a ladder. You might as well use this time to enjoy life. Actually, you are already very outstanding, you are more knowledgeable than those Mini-Man compatriots, you have already walked out of the marketplace. You might as well enjoy life." The Mini-Man thought about it seriously before shaking his head. "But I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not satisfied with being ordinary is like an abyss to me, I want to walk out of it. Even if I do not succeed, I want to work hard. Because if I do not work hard, I will feel like I am not happy." Thus, the Mini-Man continued to build his ladder. The third year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder very high again. She stood at the top and looked down. She could only see patches of clouds and fog, obscuring her vision. She wanted to see the Mini-Man's ladder. She barely managed to see it, but found that his ladder was not even 1/10,000th of hers. Boundless Forest Samsara sighed. She felt lonely. The wind blew and her body shuddered. She felt cold again. So standing at the top, not only is it lonely, it is also cold. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder, telling the Mini-Man about this feeling. The Mini-Man shook his head. "My ladder is not high enough, I don't know what you feel like." Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time every day. Strength Goo asked her occasionally, "Oh human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, it is too cold, I need to rest and warm up my body." A year passed like this. Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time working hard every day. Strength Gu would occasionally ask her, "Oh human, why don't you go and build your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, every time I look down, I feel a little afraid. I need to rest and calm my heart." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara became even lazier. Strength Gu asked her, "Look at the mini-man beside you, he is always building his ladder, he has never slacked off, he is giving it his all. If you continue to be so lazy, he will surpass you one day." Boundless Forest Samsara smiled, "How can that be? My one day is equivalent to his 1 month of hard work. How can I be surpassed by him?" Year after year, day after day. Finally, one day, the mini-man found Boundless Forest Samsara who was resting under a tree. He said to her, "Oh my friend, my ladder has reached the edge of the abyss, I can leave tomorrow, I can leave ordinary abyss." Boundless Forest Samsara laughed loudly, "Oh mini-man, don't lie to me, this is too laughable." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "There is only a small difference between greatness and laughability. Now, I am no longer laughable, I have become great, I can leave this ordinary abyss. If you don't believe me, watch me climb out." Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked to see that the mini-man's ladder had reached the edge of the abyss. He was really climbing it, he was about to leave ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel cold?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel lonely?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel afraid?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." After the mini-man said this, his body suddenly shined with a dazzling light. Soon, the light turned into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance, oh mini-man, thank you for nurturing me." Perseverance Gu thanked the mini-man. The mini-man smiled, "That's great, even though I have no strength, I have perseverance." The mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw a person. That was Rinzhu. The time in ordinary abyss was not the same as the outside world. Rinzhu looked at the mini-man and sighed, "This is Perseverance Gu? It is a pity, if I had it back then, I would have conquered Reverse Flow River." Chapter 1283. Flood Extremity thought that Perseverance Gu was a goo worm created in the legends of Rinzhu. But Black Extremity shook his head. Perseverance Immortal Gu is not a fictional goo worm. In fact, it existed in the past. Flood Extremity was shocked. "How come I don't know about it? This is something I accidentally obtained when I was roaming in northern plains." The person who refined Perseverance Immortal Gu was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River into the world. He should be the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Black Extremity said, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? But why is Reverse Flow River in old ancestor Shui whose hands now?" Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. "I don't know what is going on." Right at this time, there was a soft sound. Inside the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation, some mortal goo exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change interrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. "A portion of the goo formation is destroyed, aren't you going to repair it?" Black Extremity shook his head. "This is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation cannot withstand the power of Reverse Flow River, it will be destroyed. And this formation has a flaw. Once it is activated, it cannot be repaired, unless the entire goo formation is stopped." Flood Extremity frowned. "The Reverse Flow River hasn't been drawn here yet. What should we do?" Black Extremity smiled. "Don't worry, I created this formation. How could I not expect this? In fact, there are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed." Flood Extremity was even more confused. There are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed? Every time a portion of the goo formation is destroyed, the influence on reverse flow river will be reduced by 10%. The latter part of reverse flow river will not be affected, it will return to normal. That way, the reverse flow river will be able to display its power and wash away the people and objects behind it, Black Extremity explained. Amazing! Flood Extremity clapped his hands in praise, his eyes shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have been arranged to be at the forefront. This way, they will be the last to be eliminated. Black Extremity nodded, that is correct. In the reverse river. Lord Bai Chen Tian. The three Central Continent Gu immortals greeted Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian nodded. Currently, there were already 5 people beside him. Including these 3 people and himself, there were 9 people. Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun? The Gu immortals shook their heads. Have you seen this person before? Bai Chen Tian described Fang Yuan's appearance and clothing to the Gu immortals. The Central Continent Gu immortals looked at each other. One of them suddenly said, I think I saw him before, but I did not stop him. At that time, I hid behind the driftwood, so he didn't notice me and just swam forward. Bai Chen Tian nodded. My lord, this person is not in our intelligence. Is he a friend or foe? Someone asked. The Central Continent Gu immortals were confused, because Bai Chen Tian was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, he would not ask about a rank 7 Gu immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's cultivation was not outstanding. Especially among the Central Continent Gu immortals, most of them had rank 7 cultivation level. But Bai Chen Tian's next words made the Central Continent Gu immortals' hearts shake. He is a strong enemy. If you meet him, you must be extra careful. Because in terms of physical strength, I can only fight him to a draw. The Central Continent Gu immortals nodded. They had solemn expressions. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have the numbers now, we will swim up. If we can kill the enemy in reverse flow river, that would be for the best. Bai Chen Tian said this as killing intent surged in his heart. This was indeed a rather correct strategy. For the Central Continent Gu immortals, if they fought, they were not old ancestor Xue Hu and Zishan Makoto's match. Now that he had lost the immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp, he was no match for these two. The change in reverse flow river gave the Central Continent Gu immortals a great opportunity. Bai Chen Tian felt that as long as they could grasp this opportunity, they might be able to kill the enemy in reverse flow river and turn the tables. What's going on? Right at this time, a certain waterpath Gu immortal among the Central Continent Gu immortals sensed the change in the water flow. Next, these Central Continent Gu immortals saw that the reverse flow river water around them had calmed down from its turbulent state. Finally, the river surface slowly flowed with ripples. Large numbers of rocks, wood, and beast corpses were swept away by the silent river water. The speed was 5 times faster than the turbulent river water earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Gu immortals were caught off guard. They were swept away by the river water. In the blink of an eye, they were 200 to 300 steps away from Bai Chen Tian and the rest. Bai Chen Tian was the first to react. Quick, swim up, we cannot stop for even a moment. Reverse flow river has returned to normal. If we stop now, we will be swept away by the river. He shouted. Hearing Bai Chen Tian's reminder, the other Central Continent Gu immortals reacted. They quickly swam forward. So difficult. The river water is flowing slowly, but it is several times more difficult than the turbulent waves earlier. These wood and beast corpses are annoying, they are interfering with our progress. The Central Continent Gu immortals soon found that it was much more difficult to swim in this normal reverse flow. So what? The higher we are in reverse flow river, the more difficult it is to swim. Persevere. We do not need to swim upstream, we only need to wait for enemies to kill them. If we kill a rank 8 Gu immortal, we can turn the tables. Bai Chen Tian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu immortals responded. This way, reverse flow river is our chance. Lord Bai Chen Tian, look ahead, the river water is still turbulent. Bai Chen Tian heard this and found something amiss. He frowned immediately. This was bad news. Swimming in the seemingly calm reverse flow river was much more tiring than swimming in the turbulent water. At this rate, as time passes, when Central Continent's Gu immortals encounter the enemies that were washed down by Reverse Flow River, they would be exhausted. They would be a bunch of exhausted soldiers. Quick! We need to swim to the front, into the turbulent water. Bai Qin had a solemn expression as he gave the correct order. The Central Continent Gu immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fang Yuan swam in the current. He kept searching for Wuxia's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent. Huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fang Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point. No matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Gu immortals. Among them were Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Peak Lords. But Fang Yuan avoided them all. He did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time. He would not gain anything. This river is too wide. I might have already surpassed Wuxia when I swam earlier. I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fang Yuan did not give up, because there was a high chance that Wuxia was still upstream. He swam with all his strength. He was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina, and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Gu immortals, and most importantly, he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, because Bai Qin had to gather the Central Continent Gu immortals, he had to search the same river segment. He was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyun. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard, but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by Reverse Flow River, it managed to survive. Go away! Mu Ling Lan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal. Her foundation was weak. She had almost no Dao marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into Reverse Flow River, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Ling Lan was beside her. Because of Mu Ling Lan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Ling Lan's water path Dao marks actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way. Not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Ling Lan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river surface. This mound is made of soil. No wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Ling Lan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired. She was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Ling Lan was also extremely tired. He breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Ling Lan suddenly stood up. His gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Ling Lan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned, because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyun's clothes were clean and tidy. He was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyun! Mu Ling Lan exclaimed. Ma Hongyun took a step back. Are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength. She stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun. Her throat was moving, but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used Gu worms to speak, but now, in Reverse Flow River, she could not use any Gu worms. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the person she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely excited. She took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. What did she look like now? She knew clearly. She was no longer young. She was an old woman. Her hair was white, her wrinkles were deep, and she was as thin as a stick. Could Ma Hongyun still recognize her in this appearance? Could she still use this appearance to meet her lover, and let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun suddenly lost all her courage. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. While Zhao Lianyun was hesitating, she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun's exclamation, You are Lady Xiao Yun. Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head and saw Ma Hongyun throwing away the fruit in his hand. He ran towards her excitedly. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Yun. I missed you so much. Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this. He was deeply moved. He explained, Fairy Lianyun rushed over from Central Continent to save you. She ended up like this. Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hongyun ran to Zhao Lianyun, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's hand. He also choked with sobs, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun only felt immense happiness filled her heart. All the sacrifices she made earlier were worth it. Chapter 1284. Boom. A dull sound came from the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised. He took a glance before shifting his gaze. In just a while, the Gu formation's light beam had shrunk by 50%. This Gu formation is quite interesting. At this time, a strange voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked. His Gu immortal aura burst out. He was about to use a powerful method. Lad, don't be nervous, don't move. That strange voice said calmly. At that moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. This person was unimaginably strong. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven, but he could not react at all. He was easily suppressed by the other party. You are my master's descendant. As long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you. That voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge beast the size of a hill. It slowly appeared in front of him. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. The purple fur on its body was glossy and smooth, and its eyes shone like amethyst. The most eye-catching part was its tail. This was not a ferret's tail, it was a dog's tail. A ferret with a dog's tail? Flood Extremity was momentarily stunned, because he thought of a certain existence. As expected, at the next moment, the information path Gu worm in his immortal aperture transmitted information to South Desolation Immortal. He could not leave now. This huge beast was the helper he invited to deal with anyone who dared to obstruct Longevity Heaven. You are the dog-tail life-extending ferret? Ancestor Giant Sun's mount? Flood Extremity stammered. The huge beast nodded. It grinned as it said in dissatisfaction, Don't call me Mount, I have a name too. I am Mao Li Chiu. Just call me Grandpa Mao. Grandpa Mao. On the other side, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied. He was still in shock. All right, let's stop this Gu formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and take away Ma Hongyun and AI. Mao Li Chiu waved its claw. Immediately, intense winds blew as the aura of countless Gu worms burst out, forming into an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing sacrificial subformation that the Black Extremity had painstakingly set up collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. The Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't be like this. You're disturbing Grandpa Mao's sweet dreams. Is it fun? Hurry up and finish this. Grandpa Mao wants to go back to the cave to sleep. The huge sable Mao Li Chiu said, then exhaled. This aura spread out rapidly, binding up Flood Extremity and Flood Extremity in an instant. The giant marten's 4 limbs lightly stomped on the ground, and its heavy body that was as large as a mountain lightly flew into the sky. Beside it, Flood Extremity and Black Extremity were being dragged along by an invisible aura as they followed the giant marten towards the Reverse Flow River. What's going on? Reverse Flow River suddenly changed, affecting all the Gu immortals inside the river. After a huge change, the entire Reverse Flow River calmed down. The river surface flowed slowly with faint ripples. Reverse Flow River has returned to normal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He felt that it was much more difficult now. A vast amount of junk could not move forward on their own. They were washed away by Reverse Flow River. At once, Many Gu immortals chose to go downstream with these undead creatures, leaving Reverse Flow River. This was the only way to leave Reverse Flow River. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan did not see Wuxia and the rest. He continued to move forward. In the sky, Bai Chen Tian and the other Central Continent Gu immortals looked down at Reverse Flow River. These people originally wanted to go against the current, but the second half of the Reverse Flow River gradually returned to normal as the child formation was damaged. Bai Chen Tian saw that this was not working. He could still hold on, but the other Gu immortals were expended. They chose to go downstream and leave Reverse Flow River, going upstream from the sky. However, this way they would become outsiders, and any methods they used against the Reverse Flow River would be returned to them. Bai Chen Tian soon found Fang Yuan, who was in Reverse Flow River. We can forget about our previous enmity, as long as you hand over affection, Immortal Gu. Bai Chen Tian sent an ultimatum to Fang Yuan. This is the rank 7 Gu immortal who fought Lord Bai Chen Tian to a draw? How does he cultivate? The other Central Continent Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with curious gazes. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, ignoring Bai Chen Tian. Someone among the Central Continent Gu immortals shouted, "Audacious! You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Chen Tian." Bai Chen Tian snorted coldly, "You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in Reverse Flow River? Before I'm washed down, you should worry about yourself. After all, this is not Central Continent." Fang Yuan replied without fear. Bai Chen Tian's thoughts were exposed, his expression turned colder. He gave up on Fang Yuan and continued to move upstream. Fang Yuan's matter was a small matter. The most important thing was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life-extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complicated situation on the river became clear. The irrelevant items were washed away. Only a few groups of Gu immortals were left on the river. At the front were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Mu Linglan. The second group were Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto, and Lady Wanshou. The third group was the Central Continent Rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as some Central Continent Gu immortals. The fourth group was Wuxia and the rest, as well as some Snowy Peak Lords. The fifth group was Fang Yuan. When he was swept into Reverse Flow River, he was too far from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was at the back of the river. Even though he was swimming upstream, the others were also working hard. Speaking of which, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward. Mu Linglan looked at Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, who were not far away. His heart was in his throat. The floating mound earlier had already been washed away. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could only swim forward to avoid being caught by Old Ancestor Shui Hu again. The second group was Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto. In order to catch Ma Hongyun again, they chased after him. The third group was Wei Ling Yang. He did not want to give up. As long as he held back Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have a chance to swim downstream. They would be able to resolve this crisis. Wuxia and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path Gu immortals had the same idea as Wei Ling Yang. Even though they were at the back, they had a chance. "Look, the one behind us." He Lulan suddenly reminded. Wuxia turned around and saw Fang Yuan. His heart jumped. He actually chased us all the way here. Right now, the river surface was calm. There was no debris. They could see very clearly. Thus, Wuxia immediately found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not know about Zishan Makoto yet, even though he could see Old Ancestor Shui Hu from his angle. But Zishan Makoto was a small person. He was thumb-sized. He was sitting on Old Ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder. He could not be seen clearly. Fang Yuan did not know what happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though he met Bai Chen Tian, he only knew that a battle of rank 8s had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Why would Bai Chen Tian tell him which side had the advantage? Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that as long as he got rid of Wuxia and the rest, he would be able to resolve the threat of Shadow Sect. Thus, when he saw Wuxia, his eyes shined with a bright light. He swam towards Wuxia even faster. "He is our enemy?" A Snowy Mountain Peak Lord looked at Fang Yuan and sneered, "Come, let's kill him together." Outside, Gu immortal methods can be used. The situation is complicated. but in the reverse flow river, he's alone. Once he said this, the other Gu immortals became restless. Wuxia could not help but feel moved. If he could kill Fang Yuan now, it would be a good chance to obtain the sovereign immortal body. But the sovereign immortal body is not so easy to deal with. It is more appropriate to meet up with Lord Z. After all, my main body is still trapped in the dream realm. Wuxia thought about it. He decided to look at the bigger picture. Follow me, we will meet up with Lord Snowy Mountain first. He is not the main point. Our biggest enemy is the Central Continent Gu immortals. Wuxia did not expose Fang Yuan's background. He successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu immortals. That's right, let's meet up with Ancestor first. The Snowy Mountain Peak Lords could not go with the flow now, because a rank 8 Central Continent Gu immortal was already in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would face the rank 8 Gu immortals' methods. They could only stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon, they found that staying in Reverse Flow River was not easy. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, they would be washed away by the river. Back then, Renzu had failed in Reverse Flow River. At the final moment of success, his efforts had failed. Nobody felt that they could achieve the same feat as Renzu. But in the current situation, every group of Gu immortals had their own reasons to stay in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor's Snowy Mountain's gaze was cold. Lady Wanshou snickered. Quick, let's go. They are catching up. Ma Hongyun and Mu Linglan moved to the left and right, supporting Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Lianyun, hold on. We are about to catch up. Wei Ling shouted. Wuxia was behind them, waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, he was having a headache over Fang Yuan. He had to move faster and delay Fang Yuan. Wuxia. Fang Yuan was already getting closer to Wuxia. Soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The first was a Snowy Mountain Peak Lord. He was almost out of stamina. His face was pale as he swam with the flow. Fang Yuan took the initiative to avoid him. Now was not the time to fight. If he stopped moving, he would be dragged down. Even if he got rid of his opponent, he would fall behind. Be careful. In the sky, Bai Chen Tian shouted. We finally caught up to you. You mice. Old Ancestor Shui, who had already swum behind Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Zhao Lianyun knew that he had no more stamina. If he continued, he would only be a burden to Ma Hongyun. Chapter 1285. Mu Linglan. Behind Old Ancestor Shui, who, Wei Ling shouted angrily. Mu Linglan had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and moved faster than Zhao Lianyun, pushing the frail Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. Live well. Saying this, he turned around and hugged Old Ancestor Shui, whose waist. Old Ancestor Shui, who struggled but he could not move forward. He was washed away by the Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's crisis was resolved for now. Quick, leave. Ma Hongyun held onto Zhao Lianyun. His heart was pounding. Damn you. Old Ancestor Shui, who hated Mu Linglan to the core, he kicked Mu Linglan's chest with his knees. His Dao marks naturally surpassed Mu Linglan by countless times. Mu Linglan was only rank 7, how could he be his match? Soon, his bones broke, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the surrounding river red. After more than 10 breaths of time, Mu Linglan could not hold on any longer, he stopped breathing and died. Seeing their comrade die in front of them, the Central Continent Gu immortals were furious. Mu Linglan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice. The Celestial Court will remember it. Wei Ling shouted as he pounced towards Old Ancestor Shui. Old Ancestor Shui, who was entangled by Mu Linglan, he had already fallen to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious Central Continent Gu immortals. Shui! Lady Wanshou was worried about her husband's safety. She rushed back to help him. Both sides fought and flowed downstream. They soon collided with Wuxia and the rest in the fourth group. At this moment, a large number of Gu immortals were fighting in the river. The scene was very chaotic. Bai Chen Tian and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. They were grand Gu immortals, but now they had lost all their poise. They were fighting in the water like mortals fighting each other. But it was too late for Bai Chen Tian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings red, many Gu immortal corpses flowed downstream. Wuxia. Fang Yuan joined the battle. He had finally arrived. Where is my lord? Wuxia finally found old ancestor Shui Hu in the chaotic battle and asked loudly. Still upstream. Old ancestor Shui Hu answered. As it turned out, while old ancestor Shui Hu and Mu Ling Lan were entangled, Zishan Makoto went upstream alone, planning to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun alive. Precisely so, old ancestor Shui Hu was willing to fight with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemy. Having received the answer, Wuxia whistled and led He Lulan and the others away from the battle, rushing toward Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan roared, Wuxia, where are you going? Wuxia sighed and shouted, Where is Tai Bai Yunxing? You guys go. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately responded. With an expression that said he was unafraid of death, he pounced on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was blocked. Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were heavy and powerful. Soon, Tai Bai Yunxing's bones and tendons were broken. But Tai Bai Yunxing was already determined to die. He tightly clung onto Fang Yuan and hugged him tightly, even using his teeth to bite and headbutt. Fang Yuan could not break free at this moment. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with ruthlessness. His 2 fingers pierced Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes mercilessly. Tai Bai Yunxing was heavily injured. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to attack again. Tai Bai Yunxing finally stopped moving. He was motionless. He was dead. Fang Yuan shook off Tai Bai Yunxing's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Wuxia. At this moment, old ancestor Shui Hu and Wei Ling Yang's chaotic battle was also split up. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Bai Chen Tian looked at Reverse Flow River. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the front. They were the first group. Zishan Makoto was second. Wuxia and the rest were third. Fang Yuan was fourth. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wanshou were fifth. Wei Ling Yang and the rest of the Central Continent Gu Immortals were sixth. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. Central Continent's side was already in a disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the first group. There was no second Mu Ling Lan to protect them. The second group's Zishan Makoto was the enemy, while Wuxia and the rest were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth group was old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wanshou. There was no need to mention them. Without a choice, Bai Chen Tian could only target Fang Yuan. Friend, you only need to protect the lives of the 2 people at the front. You will obtain the friendship of Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. Just tell me, what immortal Gu or cultivation resources do you want? My huge Central Continent can satisfy you. As long as you protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. This again. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was facing a choice. If he could help Ma Hongyun, it would be very beneficial to him. The current situation was similar to the Royal Court Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan did not say anything. He only swam upwards. Right now, he wanted to get rid of Wuxia and the rest. Who cares about Ma Hongyun? Get lost. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further up Reverse Flow River went, the harder it was to move. Stamina and Dao Mark Foundation were secondary. The most important thing was the test of one's willpower. Lady Xiaoyun, we need to persevere. I believe that there will definitely be a chance. Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. The river water was cold, but in Ma Hongyun's arms, Zhao Lianyun felt an incomparable warmth. This warmth gave her great motivation. She could still grit her teeth and persevere. Following behind them was Zishan Makoto. Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun. As long as I capture you, I can suppress old ancestor Shui Hu. At that time, I'll let him deal with Southern Border's giant dream realm. Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind was racing. Protect Lord Purple. Wuxia was worried. Wife, wake up. Old Ancestor Shui, whose side had a problem. Lady Wanshou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the chaotic battle. She lasted for a while before fainting. Old Ancestor Shui, who panicked internally. He gritted his teeth and stopped paddling, hugging Lady Wanshou as he allowed himself to be washed away by reverse flow river. Wei Lingyang and the rest allowed him to leave. They wanted one less strong competitor. Old Ancestor Shui, who quickly left reverse flow river, using Gu immortal methods. He stabilized Lady Wanshou's condition. Bai Qiantian became nervous. He could not deal with Old Ancestor Shui Hu alone. The other Central Continent Gu immortals around him could not interfere in the battle of rank 8s without immortal Gu houses. I'll kill you first. Old Ancestor Shui, who carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wanshou into his immortal aperture. Next, he charged towards Bai Qiantian. He was the #1 demonic path person in Northern Plains. He was ruthless. How could he give up on this chance to beat up a fallen enemy? At most, I will die. Bai Qiantian was determined to die. He did not dodge. But when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they sensed a powerful aura. The mountainous dog-tailed Violet Marten finally arrived at the reverse flow riverside with Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. Chapter 1286. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old Ancestor Shui, who wanted to fight Bai Qiantian, but at this time, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay in a cave all year round? Old Ancestor Shui, who was shocked. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Giant Sun Immortal subdued it in his later years. His motive was obvious. It was to find a way to extend his lifespan. This dog-tail life-extending ferret had a huge amount of Dao marks. It was very mystical. As it grew older, its dog tail would shorten along with its lifespan. Once its lifespan was near its end, its tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it felt that its lifespan was near its end, it would devour an immemorial desolate hound. After devouring it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would obtain the immemorial desolate hound's lifespan. It would grow a dog-tail and continue living. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal died, while the dog-tail life-extending ferret survived until now. This giant ferret was blessed by Giant Sun Immortal. It gained intelligence and knew how to use Gu worms, even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had intelligence and could use immortal Gu to unleash all sorts of methods. Its strength was unfathomable. Even Old Ancestor Shui, who was wary of it. Old Ancestor Shui, who wanted to deal with Bai Qiantian, but now that the dog-tail life-extending ferret appeared, he gave up on this plan. To think that Mao Li Qiu saved me. Bai Qiantian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Because this immemorial desolate beast was too famous. Like Central Continent's Huakong and that evil dragon Di Zongxing, they were special existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gaze focused on the two longevity heaven Gu immortals beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gaze was focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Ming Lu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven has already started to target me. He had already guessed this before, and now that he saw the Black Extremity in person, his guesses were confirmed. Black Extremity bowed towards Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, we meet again. I am Black Extremity, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven. My name, Sun Ming Lu, is merely an alias I used to travel around Northern Plains. Old Ancestor Shui Hu sneered, but did not show any signs of attacking. That was because the dog-tailed life-extending ferret was by the Black Extremity's side. It was not that Old Ancestor Shui Hu was afraid of Mao Li Qiu, but he knew that the crux of the matter was not on the 3 of them, but on Reverse Flow River. Before the situation in the Reverse Flow River was settled, it was not a good time to make a move and let a third party take advantage of the situation. After greeting Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Black Extremity stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun in the river. Grandpa Mao, the 2 people in front are our targets. The black extremity reminded the dog-tailed life-extending marten. Bai Chen Tian frowned. Old ancestor Shui Hu's sneer became even colder. But Mao Li Qiu did not care as it curled its lips. Its huge beast face showed a very human expression. No rush. Let's wait for them to decide the victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. Even though we can use goo worms, we cannot attack it. Any immortal method will be reflected on us by Reverse Flow River. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Although every strike of the Reverse Flow River would reduce a portion of the river's water, the Reverse Flow River was not as powerful as before. But with such a large river, how many years and months would it take to dry it up? Grandpa Mao won't do such a thankless thing. Saying so, it paused before continuing. Don't worry, these people will not last long. The further upstream Reverse Flow River goes, the more willpower is tested. They are swimming in Reverse Flow River now. Any thoughts of persevering in their minds will be reflected by Reverse Flow River. Any determination will waver and be washed away by Reverse Flow River. The three rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not attack. Outside the river, the Gu Immortals were all looking at Reverse Flow River. In the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in the second position, very close to Ma and Zhao. Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan were third. Next was Fang Yuan. The fifth was originally Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier, Old Ancestor Shui Hu gave up on the competition to save the unconscious Lady Wan Shou. He came to Reverse Flow River. Thus, the fifth was Celestial Court's rank 8 Rule Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as several Central Continent Gu Immortals. Zishan Makoto moved his limbs. He even flapped the thin wings on his back from time to time. Ma and Zhao were already very close to him. I need to persevere. If I capture these two, I will be able to suppress Old Ancestor Shui Hu and deal with Central Continent. Zishan Makoto's eyes were filled with determination. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect on the will in his mind. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the hesitation in his heart. 90,000 years ago, Providence attacked. I had to make many deductions before I found the final hope of survival. I sealed myself and turned into a purple gold rock. But I was still framed by Providence and often fell into a state of insanity and amnesia. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced many dangers. With the help of Shadow Sect, I managed to escape and survive. Right now, even though my main body successfully refined the sovereign immortal aperture, it was snatched away by others. My main body fell into a dream realm again. He is in a precarious situation. The huge Shadow Sect has already been wiped out. The situation does not allow me to fail. I need to persevere until I capture Ma and Zhao. We are about to succeed. Zishan Makoto's dual sources shined. He was already very close to Ma and Zhao. Oh no, Zishan Makoto is going to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were shocked. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Ing Wuxia, and the rest had joyful expressions. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Li Qiu rolled its eyes, unless they come out. But at this time, Zishan Makoto suddenly screamed as he hugged his head, struggling with a pained expression. What is going on? What happened? The Immortals were bewildered. He actually acted up at this time. Damn it. Ing Wuxia cursed the heavens in his heart. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity. He swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Ing Wuxia was already following Zishan Makoto to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto. The group of 4 continued to swim upwards. This way, Ma and Zhao escaped danger. They were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down. He was in second place with Ing Wuxia and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Wei Ling Yang. Lord Wei Ling Yang, it is all up to you. Bai Chen Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto. This was great news to Central Continent. Especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. They felt that only Central Continent rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Lingyang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Lingyang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Lingyang's heart. I need to persevere. Because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Lingyang swam forward as usual. He was very stable. The Central Continent Gu immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River. They were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, said, "Oh, it seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen. Ma Hongyun is a Northern Plains person." Bai Chen Tian frowned. He looked at Mao Li Chiu, then at old ancestor Shui who had a cold expression. He started to worry. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Chen Tian thought about it but could not think of a way to escape. He could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Wuxia and the rest were second. Fang Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were fourth. The order of the four groups of Gu immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. These people are actually able to persevere. Strange, how can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, mumbled. As expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Chen Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills. If they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere. The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lianyun to me. I will not give up. I will never give up. Wu Zhenzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement. No matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are, as long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yu Yizi encouraged himself internally. Shi Zhengyi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Linglan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lianyun. How can I retreat? Do your best. Shi Zhengyi. For love and justice, you cannot retreat. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stared at Wuxia. Looking at their close relationship, that rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy is likely a member of Shadow Sect. I need to kill them all. This Reverse Flow River is the best chance for me to get rid of this threat. Chapter 1287. Reverse Flow River flowed quietly. The higher they went, the calmer the river was. But in the minds of the people who were swimming, Reverse Flow River was flowing in, creating huge waves that would repel any thoughts of swimming upstream. Destruction was not scary, but thoughts and spirits were destroyed. Back then, Renzu also lost in Reverse Flow River. Now, these Gu immortals were going to repeat Renzu's mistake. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the next moment, Yi Yizi reached his limit. He could not move forward anymore. He was quickly washed away by Reverse Flow River. Next was the second Central Continent Gu immortal. The third, Shi Zhengyi, was exhausted. He fainted and was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Wu Zhenzi was very unwilling, but he could only watch as he floated away. Bai Chen Tian and the rest had ugly expressions as the Central Continent Gu immortals got eliminated. Not long after, the Central Continent side that had the advantage in numbers only had rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang left. To be able to reach rank 8, his willpower was truly shocking. Wei Lingyang displayed the foundation of a rank 8 expert. As for those Gu immortals who were washed away, Bai Chen Tian gathered them one by one. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui Hu or the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu. Why are our Gu immortals washed away, but these useless people are still in the river? Some Central Continent Gu immortals could not stand Wuxia, Fang Yuan, and the rest. Mere rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we have all been washed away, they will be here soon. A Central Continent Gu immortal who had just been washed out of Reverse Flow River said. However, before Fang Yuan or Wuxia ran out of strength, they saw something happening to Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming with all his might, suddenly choked on some water. He was almost washed away. Be careful! Even Bai Chen Tian could not help but call out. Wuxia was overjoyed, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyun regained his composure and continued to swim. It was a false alarm. It's that girl, her willpower is quite shocking. Mao Li Chiu saw through the details. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had actually helped Ma Hongyun, allowing him to stabilize again. As a matter of fact, when the reverse flow river returned to normal, it didn't pose much of a challenge to one's stamina. This was especially true when one reached the upper reaches. The river water became slower and shallower, but the counteracting force against one's willpower and thoughts became stronger and stronger. Hongyun, we can't be separated again. Do you know how much I've experienced, how much I've suffered, and how much I've lost in order to be with you again? Zhao Lianyun was speechless. At this moment, she did not have the strength to speak. Her aged body had already burst forth with a power that even Zhao Lianyun himself found hard to believe. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her physical strength and her old age. She just wanted to be with Ma Hongyun. Even if he swam with all his might, he did not even have the time to look at the person beside him. Even if he couldn't speak, even if he was in danger. Even if the result is tragic, I will try my best to persevere. Every minute and every second, as long as I'm with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter what we do, no matter what the situation is, I feel blessed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued to swim forward. Although their speed was very slow, the situation had stabilized. It was a false alarm. Bai Chen Tian and the other Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were all shocked. Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted coldly, he could not conceal his disappointment. Reverse Flow River, which was the focus of all the immortals, every time the situation changed, the Gu immortals who were watching from the outside would be affected. Even if there were rank 8 Gu immortals among them. Even rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals were experts among the same cultivation level, they were elites of their regions. Even an immortal zombie body feels tired? Wuxia smiled bitterly. On his head, Zishan Makoto was pulling Wuxia's hair. He was screaming and playing around, crying and laughing at times. I am only a split soul of my main body, I have not been in this world for long. But from the moment I appeared in this world, I knew the responsibility I had to bear. Now, Lord Z has gone crazy again. If I leave him alone, he might choke to death in the river. I am the only hope of Shadow Sect. Even if I die of exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will I have a bargaining chip to stall for time until Lord Z regains consciousness. His responsibilities made Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her chest was heaving up and down. She even laughed lightly, her face was twisted, her eyes were shining with fervor. Spectacular! This is spectacular! In the Reverse Flow River, I experienced something I had never experienced before. This is the path that Renzu walked on back then. Interesting, this is too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip is not in vain. Even if I lose my life, it is worth it. He Lulan, however, had a furious expression. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not taken revenge for you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands. Roar! Hang in there for me. He Lulan's body was shaking, she was bursting with unimaginable determination. However, as time passed, someone finally could not hold on anymore. Is this the end of my excitement? I still have great enmity. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were exhausted and were washed out. However, There was no need to worry about their safety, old ancestor Shui who was already waiting outside the river. Thus, there were only 6 people left in the reverse flow river. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were first. Wuxia and the insane Zishan Makoto were second. Fang Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Now, old ancestor Shui who placed all his hopes on Wuxia. As long as Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, old ancestor Shui whose side would have the initiative and control central continents by Chen Tian and the rest, as well as longevity heaven's dog-tail life extending ferret. However, if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were washed out, everyone would have a chance. At that time, a chaotic battle would erupt, and it would be unclear who would win. Not only did it depend on their strength, it also depended on their luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is up to you now. Bai Chen Tian thought to himself, he clenched his fists, they were filled with sweat. The dog-tail life extending ferret snickered. A pair of huge eyes stared at the surface of the river. No one knew what it was thinking. The glory of our great celestial court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang screamed at the sky. He was unwilling, but he reached his limit. He was washed away by reverse flow river. Central continent's Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone shouted in disbelief, "How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a grand rank 8 Gu immortal. How can he lose to these people?" Upstream of reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level, it depends on one's own willpower. Someone explained. Central continent's Gu immortals were silent. Didn't this mean that the grand rank 8 celestial court's Gu immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower could not compare to these people? Bai Chen Tian spoke slowly. Don't forget, earlier, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were resting on a mound made of soil. According to the information, they even had wild fruits to eat. When reverse flow river flowed, they were already at the front. While the Gu immortals behind them had to fight for a long time, their stamina and willpower would be expended in this process. Central continent's Gu immortals realized. That's right. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if we start from the same starting point, he will definitely be the final victor. Because of Bai Chen Tian's words, Central continent's Gu immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Chen Tian was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. What should we do now? Bai Chen Tian was hesitant. As far as Central Continent was concerned, they were already at a huge disadvantage. The safer choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. Or they could go to Black Heaven and see if they could meet up with Myriad Tidal Dragon. With the help of the immortal Gu House, they might be able to retaliate. The third choice was to stay here and fight with old ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life extending ferret for Ma and Zhao. Let's wait for Wei Lingyang to return before discussing this. This was a huge matter. Bai Chen Tian could not make the decision. After all, he was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was the leader. However, while they were waiting, something happened in the reverse flow river again. Am unresigned. Wuxia raised his head and shouted, but soon he was submerged by reverse flow river and washed away. It is finally over. Wuxia die. Fang Yuan screamed internally. He had been waiting for this moment. He and Wuxia collided violently. Both sides fought in the water, but they stopped moving forward. But this way, Fang Yuan and Wuxia, as well as Zishan Makoto, were unavoidably washed away by reverse flow river. The sovereign immortal body against the strength path immortal zombie. Without a doubt, Wuxia was at an absolute disadvantage. He was instantly beaten by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks, his bones and tendons were broken. But immortal zombies were living dead. They only had one weakness, the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had been an immortal zombie for a period of time. He naturally knew the crux of this. But Wuxia protected his brain. No matter how Fang Yuan destroyed the other parts of his body, he chose to protect his brain. Undoubtedly, this was a smart choice. Because if he delayed, Fang Yuan would be dragged out of reverse flow river, then it would be time for Wuxia to counterattack. Don't forget, there was still He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and old ancestor Shui Hu. Among everyone present, only Fang Yuan was completely alone. This was a race against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Wuxia and Zishan Makoto before they left reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Wuxia was trying his best to stall for time. Chapter 1288. The main reason was, fighting in the water greatly affected Fang Yuan's attack continuity, because he needed to swim to the surface of the river to breathe. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could not compare to the dead Mu Ling Lan. The latter was a water path Gu immortal. He had special water path Dao marks on him that allowed him to breathe underwater. In contrast, immortal zombies did not need to breathe, because immortal zombies were dead people to begin with. Fang Yuan's attacks did not work. He suddenly changed his target to Zishan Makoto, who was in Wuxia's arms. Wuxia was worried about Zishan Makoto's safety. He quickly tried to save him. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, his fingers stabbing towards Wuxia's eyes. This move was vicious and ruthless. As long as he stabbed, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Wuxia's head and take his life. Wuxia's heart shook. He could not defend in time. He felt despair. But right at this time, a change occurred. Zishan Makoto suddenly came out, charging towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative. He naturally had the strength to defend. He grabbed Zishan Makoto. At the same time, he tried to clench his fist and crush Zishan Makoto to death. But even though Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal, his wisdom path Dao marks were deep and unfathomable. Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing a slippery eel. He actually managed to squeeze Zishan Makoto away. Zishan Makoto escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. His body was extremely agile. He swam in the water. His wings increased his agility. Fang Yuan's following attacks missed. Then, Zishan Makoto flew to Wuxia's side, grabbed his collar, and swam with all his might, unexpectedly shaking off Fang Yuan in an instant. Wuxia was both surprised and overjoyed. He looked at Zishan Makoto and saw that his eyes were clear and bright. He immediately knew that at this critical moment of life and death, Zishan Makoto had regained his senses. Awesome! Wuxia's heart leaped with joy. Now that Zishan Makoto had woken up, the two of them could completely regroup and capture Ma and Zhao alive. Let's go! Zishan Makoto carried Wuxia and quickly left along the river. His body was small, but he possessed enormous power. Lord Z! Realization dawned on Wuxia at once. Indeed, very soon, Zishan Makoto once again descended into a state of insanity. Sigh. Wuxia sighed deeply. He now knew why Zishan Makoto had retreated. Because he was in an unstable state. Because of Zishan Makoto's interference, Fang Yuan could not get rid of Wuxia. Moreover, he had fallen for a long distance. He was very far away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui, who had an unhappy expression. With Wuxia and Zishan Makoto's retreat, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Fang Yuan. Who is this person? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He actually foiled my plans? Old ancestor Shui, who showed deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside old ancestor Shui, who, hearing his question, she had a thought. Fang Yuan and Wuxia clearly had deep hatred. He had to answer now. He Lulan had already become a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had another identity, she answered. He is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kun Xing and cultivated ancient sword dragon transformation? Old ancestor Shui, who was stunned before reacting. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in snowy mountain blessed land, he had been paying attention to Northern Plains situation. Because the rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were the obstacles to him refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestor Shui, who did not care about them. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today, at this moment. Luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life extending ferret laughed loudly. Its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. By Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang had already gathered, Central Continent's Gu immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Shui Hu, He Lulan, and Bai Ning Bing stood together. All three sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our Central Continent Gu immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you. Wei Lingyang said loudly. Laughable. Central Continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, glared at them, feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Li Chiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtained fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu's recognition, you have Giant Sun's bloodline, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline, Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, threatening Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the third peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shui Hu, am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed, with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu immortals started to pay attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the chance to kill Wuxia. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path immortal zombie in reverse flow river, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity, all of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only old Ancestor Shui who could rely on. But old Ancestor Shui who had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave Reverse Flow River, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Feng Zi, even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Fang Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention old Ancestor Shui who, I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fang Yuan's movement. They were the only ones left in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's malicious intent was clear. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming forward. Persevere. I barely escaped from Snowy Mountain. I do not want to be captured again. And Lady Xiao Yun, she became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it, keep it up. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth, swimming forward with all his might. Even though he was extremely tired, he had great motivation in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But earlier, when he fought with Wuxia, he was pushed back by Reverse Flow River for a long time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were safe, unless something happened to them and they could not hold on anymore. Time gradually flowed by, and this peculiar competition had finally reached its final juncture. Outside the river, a large number of Gu immortals watched the 3's actions. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression changed. While she was swimming, her feet suddenly touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from Reverse Flow River. Her head and shoulders were above the water. This change made her and Ma Hongyun happy and surprised. How can this be? Flood Extremity was shocked. The dog-tail life-extending ferret yawned. Don't be so surprised. The upstream of Reverse Flow River gets shallower and shallower. Haven't you read The Legends of Renzu? Back then, Renzu wanted to walk out of Reverse Flow River, but he failed at the final step. So that's it. Mao Li Chiu said loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals also realized. Unknowingly, they are already at the upstream. Guys, look. They're only 100 steps away from the end of the upper reaches. Could it be that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun can break the record and do something that even the Renzu couldn't do? Could it be that they can walk out of the Reverse Flow River? Not necessarily. Back then, Renzu started from the downstream. Ma and Zhao gained a lot of advantages. Even so, it is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is truly shocking. The Gu immortals discussed this topic intensely. Even Mao Liqiu winked. This means that this Ma Hongyun is really not bad. He can actually get out of reverse flow river. Flood Extremity and Black Extremity looked at each other. The former said proudly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still moving his limbs, trying to swim upstream, while Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in reverse flow river. Almost all of the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the human record, in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of reverse flow river from the upstream. Step by step, step by step. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun held onto each other. They were shakily moving forward. They were extremely tired, they were numb, but they persisted. With every step, their bodies would shake, like willow branches in the wind. If they fell down at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. But in this state, they continued to move forward. This scene shook the immortals' hearts. What kind of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them supported each other, they went through thick and thin together. Regardless of the result, I am filled with admiration towards these two. The commotion outside the river gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun reached the end of the upstream, the immortals held their breaths. Chapter 1289. Am I going to fail? Fang Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart felt heavy. No, as long as it is not the last moment, I will still have a chance. I cannot give up. The last step. Bai Chen Tian shouted. The immortals did not even breathe loudly. All of them became nervous. Their eyes widened. They wanted to witness this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready. When Ma Hongyun comes out, we will snatch him. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life extending ferret. But the latter transmitted, no need to snatch. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. At this time, Ma Hongyun pulled Zhao Lianyun's hand, finally taking the last step. His left foot was still in the reverse flow river, and the water couldn't even cover his left foot. His right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this time, no one could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy, or Ma Hongyun himself gave up. But neither of those things happened. Ma Hongyun took a step. Splat. A soft sound, water splashed. He stepped into the water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun dazed, Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They could clearly see that the moment Ma Hongyun took the last step, the water level of the reverse current river had risen a little. So Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. Why is this happening? Ma Hongyun did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he took the second step. At this time, the same thing happened again. Reverse flow river rose a little again. He was still in the river. The immortals were in an uproar. Why was reverse flow river like this? Isn't this a little too shameless? Ha! Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed deafeningly. This is too fun, too fun. Look at your expressions, ha! This is really interesting, ha! The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity combined Mao Liqiu's words. He immediately understood. Mao Liqiu already knew that Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity became impatient, asking curiously. Ha, you bunch of fools, look at yourselves. Mao Liqiu laughed until its claws slapped the ground, creating loud bangs. It was extremely happy. This is what the reverse flow river looks like. There is an upstream and a downstream, but it is impossible to forcefully walk out of the upstream from the downstream. There was no end to the reverse flow river. With every step you take in the upper reaches, it will overtake you. During the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu wanted to save his eldest son, but that was fate Gu. It dictates the life and death of all living beings. How could a dead person have a second life? This goes against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus, Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu about this mystical ability of reverse flow river. Haha, this is so fun. I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing this time. At the end, Mao Liqiu started laughing maniacally again. It even rolled around on the ground, holding its belly in laughter. The immortals' expressions completely changed. This was a primordial secret. This was the first time the Gu immortals present had heard of it. This means, according to the legends, wasn't Wisdom Gu the one who harmed Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is, there will never be a final step. Because reverse flow river itself has no end. This is a scheme. This is Wisdom Gu's trap. Wait, if that is the case, would Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun be trapped in reverse flow river forever? Someone said, reminding everyone of the situation. The immortals quickly looked at reverse flow river. But this time, they did not pay attention to Ma and Zhao. Instead, they looked at Feng Yuan, who was not far behind them. Feng Yuan. He did not give up. The result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guanyi did not get swept away. He is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means, with his speed, won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guanyi has great battle strength. The battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Chen Tian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Feng Yuan, Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated. Their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed. They could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi runs out of energy? Bai Chen Tian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't be anxious, as long as you keep moving forward, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Chen Tian had fought with Feng Yuan before. He was very clear about Feng Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help, and was an immortal zombie. He was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Feng Yuan. They had to stall for time until Feng Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Feng Yuan was still the same. He was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after he landed on the ground, he was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly spoke, "Good, Lu Guanyi, capture Ma and Zhao. If you have any requests, you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, but as long as you hand these two to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me." Wei Lingyang was shocked. He also spoke, "Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old Ancestor Shui who will give you several times, or even 10 times the reward." Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huang Jin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external Supreme Elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huangjin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. Chapter 1290. This situation was quite amusing. The three parties simultaneously tried to recruit Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in the river, he would have a huge advantage no matter which party he joined. But Feng Yuan did not respond. He was too tired to speak. He stood on the riverbed and straightened his body, walking forward. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would he have the right to negotiate with the three parties outside the river. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. The immortals outside the reverse flow river watched Feng Yuan's every move. People kept raising their offers. There was a strange phenomenon. No one threatened Feng Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was Lu Guan's identity on the surface. This Lu Guan had killed even Yelu Kunxing. He had outstanding strength and had taken the initiative to attack, greatly offending the Lu family. It was clear that he was vicious and lawless. Threatening such a murderer would only produce the opposite of the desired result. I want to live, I want to be with Hong Yun forever. Zhao Lianyun cried, wailing in her heart. She walked forward step by step with difficulty, each step was an inch at a time. I'm here, I'm right here. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun, I'll protect you. Ma Hongyun's face was as pale as a sheet. He held onto Zhao Lianyun's arm, his vision darkening. With every step he took, he felt a strong dizziness, making him wonder if he would collapse the next moment. Where are you two going? Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao Lianyun trembled and turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on Ma Hongyun's and Zhao Lianyun's shoulders. At this moment, Ma Hongyun raised his head and roared. He pushed Zhao Lianyun and slammed into Fang Yuan. No. But how could Fang Yuan let Ma Hongyun have his way? His failure to deal with Wuxia and Zishan Makoto had already made Fang Yuan quite angry. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, was naturally a piece of cake for him. After a series of moves that dazzled Ma Hongyun's eyes, the two of them were subdued by Fang Yuan with one hand each. One on each side, they were clamped under Fang Yuan's armpits, unable to move. Ma and Zhao came to their senses and naturally struggled with all their might. But at this time, Fang Yuan's extremely cold voice rang out. If you move again, I will kill the person you love the most. Immediately, Ma and Zhao froze, looking at Fang Yuan with an incomparably terrified expression. Fang Yuan's words immediately grasped the weakness of these two people. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued forward with a captive in each hand. In this dangerous situation, at this moment, Fang Yuan forcefully found a chance of survival. He looked at the sky outside the river and said loudly to the three sides, "Now we can have a good talk. Ah, kid, you're not bad. With my demeanor in the past, everything can be discussed." Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly. "Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy all your conditions." Wei Lingyang followed. "Boring." Mao Liqiu curled its lips and lay on the ground, wagging its tail leisurely. Black Extremity laughed bitterly. "Lu Guanyi, what do you want? Just say it, hug." At this time, a sudden change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He died. The immortals were shocked. There was dead silence. For a moment, even Fang Yuan was stunned. "I clearly didn't use any strength." "No," Ma Hongyun died from exhaustion. He held Zhao Lianyun and moved forward, unrestrainedly squeezing out his essence, qi, and spirit, surpassing his limits again and again. In the end, not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. After being clamped by me, the moment his body relaxed, he instantly died. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This sudden change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun died. The immortals gasped. "Damn it. Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You will die a horrible death." Old ancestor Shui Hu was furious. He roared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Once Ma Hongyun died, his fortune rivaling heaven dissipated. That was to say, only a living Ma Hongyun had huge value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was merely a rank 5 Gu master. This was also why Lady Wanshou had been trying to refine Ma Hongyun alive, and not kill him first before slowly refining him. Like the spring dream fruit tree, Luck Path immortal materials had their own special characteristics. If it was a living Luck Path immortal material, it had to be kept alive. When refining Luck Path immortal goo, the living refinement method was needed. Ma Hongyun, by Chen Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the rest were dejected. "Little worm, you actually clamped Ma Hongyun to death. You clamped him to death." Mao Liqiu's voice was even louder than old ancestor Shui Hu's. It had a ruthless expression as it bared its sharp teeth. It was furious and its fur was bristling. It wanted to pounce on Fang Yuan and eat him alive. Ma Hongyun died just like that? Don't worry, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. Hong Yun. Hong Yun. The person she loved the most had died in front of her eyes. The unparalleled pain and sorrow were like a tsunami that swallowed her whole. But she could not scream, she could not shout, she could not make a sound. She could only scream and scream in her heart. It was not easy, she had gone through so much trouble to reach the step. She had just met Ma Hongyun not long ago, but they were separated forever. What could Zhao Lianyun do now? Her tears flowed down, the sorrow was etched into her heart, the pain was heavier than death by 1,000 cuts, her body was shaking intensely. Oh no! Fang Yuan quickly attacked, wanting to knock Zhao Lianyun unconscious. This was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying from excessive sorrow. However, just as Fang Yuan's hand was about to land on Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light shone from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it displayed its power again. This aura, Rank 9 Love. Wait, didn't they say that Gu worms cannot be used in Reverse Flow River? Flood Extremity shouted. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can there be absolutes in this world? Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it is filled with wondrous Dao marks, Gu worms cannot be used. But Rank 9 Immortal Gu are not Dao marks, they are fragments of the Great Dao. Reverse Flow River's Dao marks cannot suppress them, the Immortal Gu will show off. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed, he shouted in his mind. But Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled. The blue light brought Zhao Lianyun to the sky, he escaped from Reverse Flow River. Next, he went to Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang, he was so fast that the others could not react in time. Ma Hongyun's corpse was left behind. Fang Yuan held it tightly in his hands. Even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in his body. But old ancestor Shui who had already lost interest in this corpse. If reviving Ma Hongyun had any use, Lady Wanshou would not have to use such a difficult live refinement method. Mao Liqiu stared at Fang Yuan with hostility, baring its fangs. Fang Yuan had just grasped the opportunity, but who could have expected the situation to change, causing Fang Yuan to fall into an even more dangerous situation than before. Such an accident, it must be the work of Providence. At once, Fang Yuan realized. He fell into Reverse Flow River, all his immortal Gu were useless, so much time had passed, Providence's arrangements showed their power. First, he was swept into Reverse Flow River, then Zishan Makoto, in Wuxia, and finally Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Providence. Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Liqiu, and Central Continent's Gu immortals want to kill him to vent their anger, Providence was also everywhere, trying to get rid of him, the biggest variable in the world. Desperate situation. Then what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish, he was expressionless. He could not think of a way, just old ancestor Shui Hu alone was an opponent that Fang Yuan could not match. That huge sable was unfathomable, it had a huge origin, it was giant Sun Immortals' mount in the past. Not to mention the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan could not think of a way, he could only continue to move in Reverse Flow River. He could hear the shouts and screams of the Gu immortals. Lu Guanyi, you will not escape death today. You have done too many evil deeds. In the end, your evil deeds brought about your own destruction. You ended up in this state. Heaven is truly fair. Kill him, we need to kill him, he dared to ruin our plans. Do you know that you've killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today, you will die for sure. What? The dog-tail life extending ferret roared at the sky, creating endless sound waves. If not for Reverse Flow River blocking it, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. Is there no other way? Reverse Flow River will wash me away. With my current methods, there is little hope of escaping. Fang Yuan was very troubled. He could only continue moving in Reverse Flow River. Step by step. He was already at the front. With every step he took, Reverse Flow River would flow forward a step. Fang Yuan was always inside the river. Reverse Flow River had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not care. In my life, I have experienced too much despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was still clear, he was still expressionless. Based on the current situation, it seems like I can only wait for the three sides to fight each other before I can take the opportunity to leave. Then I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan pondered, step by step. As time passed, the Gu immortals who could not wait for Fang Yuan to be washed away started to get impatient. Is he done yet? What's the point of walking in the reverse flow river? You're going to die anyway. Come out, you coward. I will slap you to death. You have no hope left, Lu Guanyi. Even if you die, you will still have some pride. Some of the Gu immortals snickered, some watched coldly. Chapter 1291. If you think that you will wait for us to fight and find a chance to escape, then give up on that idea. I, Xuehu, only have you as my target today. Do you know how much I paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven, Gu? You ruined my cultivation plan. You are the person I hate the most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Old ancestor Xue, who looked at Fang Yuan eerily, his words were like cold water that poured on Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf and mute person made of iron. No words, be it threats or enticements, had any effect. Time passed, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Liqiu's growls became weaker. The expression on the enormous violet mink's face changed. It spoke with a strange and incredulous tone as it looked at Fang Yuan, muttering, "It can't be what?" Black Extremity felt strange. At this moment, old ancestor Xuehu, Bai Chen Tian, and Wei Ling Yang's expressions also changed slightly. They sensed something too. Soon, the other Gu immortals were also moved. They gasped in shock. Oh! This is the aura of a Gu worm? But it seems to be the same. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he have a rank 9 immortal Gu as well? Something is wrong. This is not the aura of an immortal Gu, or rather, it is incomplete, so strange. Suddenly Yizi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth. He said, "This situation, he is refining Gu." A Gu immortal scoffed, "How can this be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river?" Indeed, Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river unless they were rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, he was in Xianxia blessed land, he could not use any Gu worms, let alone refine Gu. Fang Yuan also sensed the mystical changes in his body. He was expressionless but his heart was shaking. It seems, he is really refining Gu? What is going on? Every time I move forward, the aura in my body gets stronger. What happened? Although Fang Yuan didn't know the specifics, he understood that this seemed to be his turning point. The situation was already terrible. No matter what, Fang Yuan was willing to continue trying. He walked on, one step after another. His steps were steady and his face was expressionless, but he gave off a strong feeling. Why is he expressionless? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was right. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else had either twisted expressions on their faces or were in extreme pain. They were either mad or weeping. Why was Fang Yuan so expressionless? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually wanted to ask another question. That is, why can this Lu Guanyi last so long? Moreover, he seems to be able to persevere for even longer, or even forever. How is this possible? Everyone was eliminated, washed out by the reverse flow river. Why was he still here? Why did he look like he still had some strength left? Why was it him? Why him? No one could answer this question. The Gu immortals were silent. A moment later, as Fang Yuan continued to move forward, the aura of the Gu worms in his body continued to grow. It had reached a limit. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a pure white light from inside out. To think that it really developed to this state. Mao Liqiu saw this and stared with wide-opened eyes. It was tongue-tied, unable to believe this scene. "Grandpa Mao, what is going on?" Black Extremity could not help but ask. At this point, it doesn't matter even if I say it. Mao Liqiu sighed deeply. showing a deep sense of defeat on its face. An immortal goo is being created in his body. This immortal goo is called perseverance. Mao Liqiu said something shocking. Perseverance immortal goo. Black Extremity was shocked. The other goo immortals were not any better. The legends of Renzu mention that perseverance immortal goo is the key to conquering reverse flow river? Didn't it not exist? Yu Yizi asked. No, it exists. Bai Chen Tian said. He was a goo immortal of celestial court. He knew many secrets. And someone had once controlled it. That person was the Lord of Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Lingyang added. What? Everyone was shocked again. But Perseverance Immortal Goo's refinement method, we did not expect it to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not reveal it either. Bai Chen Tian shook his head and sighed. Of course he did not want to reveal it. Because this is a scandal in his life, Mao Liqiu interjected. It seemed to be interested in anything that affected the reputation of Celestial Court. These words caused Shi Yi to shout, Nonsense, how dare you slander the name of an immortal venerable? To be able to challenge a legendary immemorial desolate beast, Shi Yi's courage was praiseworthy. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were worried for him. Mao Liqiu was not angry. Kid, what do you know? Immortal venerables and demon venerables have high cultivation level, but they are humans. Humans have emotions, they have flaws and weaknesses. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged into Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. In the end, he stayed at the top for a long time and refined Perseverance Immortal Goo in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River, becoming the first owner of Reverse Flow River in history. Reverse Flow River's first owner. Even old ancestor Shui, who showed a shocked expression. This Reverse Flow River had been in his hands for a long time. To think that there was such a secret. In that case, at once, the immortals' gazes turned to Fang Yuan. Mao Liqiu sighed, looking at Fang Yuan, who was bathed in white light with a deep gaze, saying helplessly, That's right. At this rate, he is going to refine Perseverance Immortal Goo and become the second owner of Reverse Flow River. The immortals were speechless. They watched as Fang Yuan walked forward step by step. He was expressionless. No matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River would always flow below his feet. It was like the greatest mockery of fate. But he continued to walk. He had walked from the 500 years of his previous life. He did not know how long it would take. But he knew where he wanted to go. It seemed no one could stop him. At the very least, there was no one who could stand in his way. 500 years in his previous life. Fang Yuan leaned on the bamboo building, looking at the village and Qing Mao Mountain behind him. He clenched his fists. His young face was filled with hope. It is time to give up on the past. It is my good fortune to be able to transmigrate here, because I can achieve longevity here. I need to make use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I face myself and this opportunity? Of course, right now, I need to improve my brothers and my living environment. Hey, the kid. After awakening, on the battle stage, Fang Yuan lowered his head with a furious expression. I was plotted against. Who plotted against me? They did not want me to defeat my opponent. The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our different talents, we are destined to be different. Guyue Fangjing said happily. Fang Yuan turned around and left, his eyes filled with determination. Since the village does not nurture me and uncle and aunt are purposely pushing me away, what's the point of me staying here? Could it be that I can become stronger and achieve immortality here? Why don't I leave? In the caravan, the bearded Gu master was dead. Fang Yuan stood in front of his grave. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, choking, Uncle Bearded, rest in peace. Thank you for the gift before you left. You said, when you were young, you wanted to be a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were young, you felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When you were young, becoming a clan elder was already a great feeling. When you were middle-aged, you were exiled by the clan, and found that as long as you could support yourself and raise the goo worms on your body, you would be satisfied. I will not let my dreams wither with age like this. This world is too big, and we are all small characters, but I will do my best. I will always work hard. Childhood, youth. Qing Mao Mountain, the caravan, they traveled. Middle age, old age, they obtained lifespan goo. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, central continent. After spring autumn cicadas rebirth, Qing Mao Mountain, Three Kings Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River. They traveled step by step, through wind and rain. Bai Chen Tian frowned. He stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what kind of willpower is this? Why is he so persistent? What is it that makes him so persistent? Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, a solemn light flashed in his eyes. He no longer had the disdain he had towards ordinary rank 7 goo immortals. That means to say, 300,000 years ago, there was Genesis Lotus, 300,000 years later, there is Lu Guan Yi, Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Liqiu looked at the bright light on Fang Yuan's body. It was helpless. It gritted its teeth and scratched the ground with its claws, creating deep marks. Bai Ningbing and He Lolan's eyelids twitched. They were deeply moved. Zhao Lianyun woke up slowly. She looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, which was held by Fang Yuan's other arm. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried in her heart, Hongyun, how can you leave me? Without you, I am alone in this world. What is the point of me living? Do you know? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? All the goo immortals present could answer this question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, some persevered because of love, and Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless. He continued to move forward without moving. I once screamed, but gradually I could no longer make a sound. I once cried, but gradually I stopped crying. I once felt sorrow, but gradually I could endure everything. I once felt joy, but gradually I became indifferent to the world. And now, I am only expressionless below. My gaze is firm like a rock. I only have perseverance left in my heart. This is me, a minor character, Fang Yuan's perseverance. The light shined brightly. It could not be looked at directly. Chapter 1292. I have revised this chapter many times. I did not hesitate to cut out many of the existing drafts, and in the end, I almost wrote it from scratch. In the end, I finally wrote some of the feelings in my heart. Without a doubt, the main idea of this plot is persistence. The legends of Rinzhu, as always, played a key role. A few days ago, readers who subscribed to the original version of this book might have seen some bad reviews from new readers when they were browsing Qidian's book review section. Actually, these are already considered good. Slander, abuse, curses that involve family members, reports time and time again. I started writing this book 4 or 5 years ago, and I've experienced this kind of thing too many to count. One of them is that an author who can write such a main character must also be a pervert. This point of view is too funny, and also a little sad. According to this logic, an author who writes small white novels is naturally a small white? An author who writes dark novels is naturally dark? Mr. Li Zhongwu who writes thick black novels is thick black? Then, I have written many stallion novels before. Am I a stallion? Many people do not understand Fang Yuan, just like how they do not understand the original intention of writing this book. Fang Yuan has never let his dreams shrink. I have never forgotten the original intention of writing this book, which is to write about a villain. I know that most people are used to seeing decent, because it is easy, and there is no moral pressure. However, real life is never easy, and is mostly cold and cruel. So, I suggest many readers to read the preface of this book before reading it. I want to write about a villain, and to write about a villain, it is impossible to not write about cruelty and coldness. Many readers do not like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I understand you, sincerely. But to me, I love the main character Fang Yuan, and also the supporting characters, such as Bai Ningbing, Ma Hongyun, He Lulan, Wuxia, etc. Because in them, they have their own will, their own brilliance, their own opportunities, and their own thoughts. They are living people, and they allude to some aspects of our real life. There will always be people who need to work hard. There will always be people who are especially lucky and can reap benefits without putting in any effort. There will always be people who have a high starting point. There will always be people who are attractive and lovable. Society is like this, and the novel I write is to create a world, and it should be like this, to include these things. I, on the other hand, tend to believe in personal effort and the realization of personal self-worth. Therefore, the protagonist was Feng Yuan. I know that most of my readers are also inclined towards personal efforts and the realization of self-worth, so they love the character of Feng Yuan. Ma Hongyun's death seemed funny, but I thought it was inevitable. Tonight, Weibo News will do a special topic on Ma Hongyun, explaining and analyzing this character. I think that everyone living in this world should have a tolerant heart. We love the character of Feng Yuan, so why don't we take a look at the highlights of other characters? Just like in real life, there will always be people around us that we hate. But if we look at them from a different angle, we might be able to find something special about them. People with such foresight are blessed, because he or she will be broad-minded and will not easily make oneself unhappy because of the external appearance. Wasn't it a beautiful thing to be able to live happily? More importantly, these people were open-minded and would not let their prejudices hinder their own understanding. If they looked at it this way, they would also discover some very interesting things in life. As for the book reviews from a few days ago, they could stand at a height and overlook these things. Thank you for your support. Feng Yuan has been persevering. I, the author, have also been persevering and have never given up. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe to the original version. Such support can never be too much. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1293. Perseverance Immortal Gu was finally refined at this moment. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals witnessed this as they fell into silence. They saw that Reverse Flow River's water was rippling as it flowed slowly. A rank 7 Gu immortal with a young appearance, he wore a white robe, his hair was long like a waterfall, his eyes were deep as he stood in the water, his body was like the wind. He really refined Perseverance Immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered with a complex expression. He did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent Gu immortals were still in disbelief. Look, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot, but Reverse Flow River is not washing him away. Shi Yi pointed and said loudly. Feng Yuan shut his eyes, half of his attention was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a stone tablet, it was huge, it was the size of a whale. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, it was squarish and black in color, the edges were sharp and straight. Looking at it, one would think that it was a reef that would not fall for 10,000 years, or a rock that would not melt in lava. It was a very special immortal Gu. In terms of size, it was the largest immortal Gu that Feng Yuan had ever obtained. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan could clearly sense the rank of this immortal Gu from the aura that Perseverance Immortal Gu was emitting. It was neither rank 8 nor rank 9. Feng Yuan was happy about this. The higher the rank of an immortal Gu, the better it was. There was no need to explain this, every Gu immortal knew this. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu was very compatible with Feng Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What does this Perseverance Immortal Gu feed? What effect does it have? How can I increase its usage? All sorts of questions appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He did not think about it, he focused his attention on the outside. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 existences were still eyeing him. The other Gu immortals were also emitting malicious intent towards Feng Yuan. With Perseverance Immortal Gu, I actually conquered Reverse Flow River. Feng Yuan soon realized that Reverse Flow River was like a docile kitten or puppy beside him. The immense pressure that he felt before had completely vanished. Feng Yuan didn't move. The Reverse Flow River had no effect on him. Not just that, Feng Yuan also found that he could use any Gu worms in the river. He could even freely open his immortal aperture's entrance. Alright. Fang Yuan was excited. He immediately stuffed Ma Hongyun's corpse into his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul also entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul possessed the luck path, true inheritance of all living beings. This was something that Fang Yuan had always remembered. Back in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were both protected by the All Beings' fate true inheritance, and each of them obtained a portion of the true inheritance's contents. Now that Ma Hongyun's soul has fallen into my hands, the portion of the fate of all beings' true inheritance that he possesses is naturally mine. It is a pity that Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 love immortal gu. I could not capture her. To Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun's soul had a lot of value. But his body, even though it was not mortal and had been refined many times, it could only be used as a gu material. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might be able to use her to negotiate with the gu immortals outside. But earlier, because of love immortal gu's power, Zhao Lianyun escaped from danger and returned to Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang's side. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would make you famous. Wei Ling Yang sighed. I want you to die, I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a sharp voice. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and resentment. She loved Ma Hongyun, but now she hated Fang Yuan even more. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, so what? Old ancestor Shui who sneered. Rascal, you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go. You killed Ma Hongyun and caused me to fail before I could do anything. If you walk out of reverse flow river obediently, I will kill you with one slap. I will give you a quick death. The dog-tail life extending ferret's eyes shined with a fierce light. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the only person in reverse flow river now, but the situation was not turning for the better for him. It was like he was trapped in the reverse flow river. Even though he refined perseverance immortal gu and conquered reverse flow river, he could not take the initiative and leave. Especially after losing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, Fang Yuan was in an extremely passive state. 3 rank 8 existences, many gu immortal experts, and providence is vast and mighty. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself surrounded. His success in refining perseverance immortal gu was too eye-catching. He became the target of everyone. Old ancestor Shui who suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, spitting out an icy cold wave. The cold wave quickly struck reverse flow river mountain. Reverse flow river flowed rapidly. The river surface shined as the cold wave was reflected back. Old ancestor Shui who dodged it, staring at the river as he sneered, Lu Guanyi, you ruined my plans. Surrender now and hand over reverse flow river. I can spare your life and make you my servant. But if you insist on going your own way and still want to resist stubbornly, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Saying so, he continued to spit out cold waves at reverse flow river. Reverse flow river continued to reflect the attacks, but old ancestor Shui who dodged them all, he continued to threaten, Lu Guanyi, if you think that reverse flow river can protect you, you are wrong. Even though reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has great power. It is a dead object. It will expend energy when it reflects the attacks back. Over time, there will be a day when the river will run dry. When that time comes, it will be your death. As old ancestor Shui who attacked, reverse flow river started to expend energy, even though it was only a small amount. At this rate, it would be used up eventually. Fang Yuan retorted loudly, Old ancestor Shui who, you are the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. The ones who ruined your gu refinement plan were Central Continent's gu immortals. Furthermore, there might have been an ambush by Longevity Heaven. I just happened to be at the right time and appeared here by chance. You did not deal with these true enemies, you chose to deal with a minor character like me? Once he said this, Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang became vigilant. They retreated slightly. Mao Liqiu grinned. Rascal, you are really good at sowing discord. Old ancestor Shui who was slightly dazed. Lu Guanyi, you seem to have forgotten, this reverse flow river below you belongs to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth. You are my mortal enemy. You even caused Ma Hongyun's death, completely destroying my hopes. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, we are all Northern Plains Gu immortals. Among them, this large sable is from Longevity Heaven. These Central Continent Gu immortals are from the 10 great ancient sects or celestial court. They are all righteous path cultivators, only we are of the demonic path. Righteous and demonic path cannot coexist, we can cooperate. Yes, I seized Reverse Flow River and became the Reverse Flow River Lord by luck. But as long as we cooperate, I can lend Reverse Flow River to you. With me, Reverse Flow River will be much more useful to you than before. I did kill Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not do it on purpose. I only used my fingers lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was overworked and exhausted, or maybe he received too much shock, he could not take it anymore. Without me, he would have died, I was just an innocent bystander. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect is gone, I can understand why you want to take revenge on me. But you want to undergo tribulation, even if you kill me to vent your anger, can I help you? Saying so, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, not only can I not, it will also be detrimental to Old Ancestor Shui Hu's tribulation. Because Reverse Flow River is so vast, even if you expend all of it, you will not be able to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu to help you pass tribulation. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, you have a family, you are a formidable overlord, you are the #1 overlord of Northern Plains demonic path. If you die in the tribulation, even if you are heavily injured, it will make Northern Plains and Central Continent's righteous path enemies happy. At the same time, it will make Lady Wansho sad. Even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is destroyed and the Gu refinement failed, as long as you, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, are here, we can rebuild a second Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. If the Gu refinement fails, we can loot and obtain the Gu materials to refine again. These righteous path Gu immortals have bad intentions, we can make use of them. I, Lu Guanyi, am of Northern Plains demonic path, I am willing to work with you to create a great cause. Fang Yuan's words were smooth and eloquent, he had a glib tongue. Old Ancestor Shui Hu heard these words and felt that Fang Yuan was not so hateful anymore. Because Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, even though Old Ancestor Shui Hu was furious and hateful, he did not lose his rationality. Moreover, Fang Yuan was standing on his side, thinking for him and making plans. How could Old Ancestor Shui Hu not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, even after this huge setback, he did not lose his ambition. If he was going to refine Gu in the future, where would the Gu materials come from? Old Ancestor Shui Hu subconsciously looked at Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the dog-tail life extending ferret. Seeing Old Ancestor Shui Hu's gaze, Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian could not help but feel nervous. Mao Li Chiu felt offended, its fur bristled as it opened its mouth, revealing its terrifying sharp fangs, showing no weakness towards Old Ancestor Shui Hu. This guy is still as crafty as ever. Wuxia was furious. If it were in the past, he might have persuaded Old Ancestor Shui Hu to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the result of Shadow Sect's painstaking efforts for 100,000 years, it could not be lost. But now that Wuxia was chased by Fang Yuan and saw Fang Yuan conquer Reverse Flow River, his wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Wuxia would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan and kill this terrifying enemy. But Wuxia did not say anything. Zishan Makoto, who was in his arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Zishan Makoto wakes up, he will have a period of clarity. Right now, the most important thing for Wuxia was to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was the time when Shadow Sect was at its weakest. Actually, Central Continent's Gu immortals were in the same situation. Even though they were wary of Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat rashly. Once they retreated, they might attract attention and become the target of everyone. The situation was in a deadlock. It was rather subtle. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, None of them dared to make a move, they had their own considerations and standpoint, and most importantly, they did not have the strength to make the final decision. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's attitude became the most crucial point. The immortals stared at him. Old Ancestor Shui Hu thought about it before saying, "Sure. We can form an alliance." Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1294. Seeing that Feng Yuan's words managed to convince Old Ancestor Shui Hu, be it Central Continent's side or Longevity Heaven's side, their expressions changed. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path. If he used his full strength, he could easily take away Feng Yuan in front of the dogtail life extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, by Chen Tian, and Wei Lingyang. However, Old Ancestor Shui Hu gave Feng Yuan a harsh alliance agreement. Feng Yuan's joy vanished. According to this agreement, he would not be Old Ancestor Shui Hu's equal ally, he would only be his servant. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, this alliance agreement? Are you joking? Feng Yuan's expression turned unsightly. Thus, Old Ancestor Shui Hu laughed, "Of course not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze it clearly and logically? Among us, only we are demonic path members, we are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, killed Lu tribe's Gu immortals, and plundered their resources. Are you going to surrender yourself to Longevity Heaven? Or leave my homeland and go to Central Continent? To become the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and celestial court? I'm your best choice." Saying so, he paused, looking at Wuxia. "You know, I have my own difficulties. I've already made an agreement with these people. But it seems that you have enmity with them. I cannot offend another rank 8 just for Reverse Flow River and a rank 7 Gu immortal, right?" Wuxia's heart jumped. On the surface, Old Ancestor Shui Hu was forcing Feng Yuan to surrender, but he was also probing Shadow Sect, probing Zishan Makoto's background. After all, everyone had seen Zishan Makoto's insanity. If Zishan Makoto went crazy and could not be controlled, Old Ancestor Shui Hu might attack them. After all, the loot from killing a rank 8 Gu immortal who had lost his mind was enough to move Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Not to mention, Old Ancestor Shui Hu's Gu refinement had failed, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was destroyed, his previous investments were all for naught. Feng Yuan's face darkened. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was an overlord of the demonic path, he was not so easy to fool. His previous words had indeed moved Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But Old Ancestor Shui Hu was shrewd and calculative, he used Feng Yuan's words to deal with Feng Yuan. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's words were probably filled with guesses and probing. But Feng Yuan knew that he would never cooperate with Mao Li Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was naturally protective of its people. Feng Yuan had killed Yelu Kun Xing, offending the Gold family, and now he had killed Ma Hongyun. Relying on Longevity Heaven was simply courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Zhongzhou State. Even though he had wisdom path methods to protect himself now, they were not reliable. He usually stayed in seclusion, either using his immortal aperture to isolate himself, or using the Super Gu formation in southern border to avoid Central Continent's deductions and investigations. If he went to Central Continent, he would be sensed by the Celestial Court's Gu immortal Fairy Myrtle. By then, his true identity would be exposed and he would be brought to justice. After all, his name had always been on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among the people present, only Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Feng Yuan could borrow his help. But now, Old Ancestor Shui Hu said that he could help Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan had to agree to the alliance agreement. And if Feng Yuan agreed, he would be selling himself to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. "If you agree, I can guarantee your safety. If you do not agree, I will attack Reverse Flow River, you will die here today, don't even think about it." Old Ancestor Shui Hu was domineering, he stared at Feng Yuan and forced him to make a decision. Feng Yuan hesitated and struggled, "Let me think about it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time." Old Ancestor Shui Hu had a cold expression, he breathed out coldly, giving Feng Yuan 3 breaths of time. How harsh was this? Feng Yuan smiled, thinking that he could not deceive Old Ancestor Shui Hu, he could not stall for time, he stopped pretending. Then I will have to test old ancestors' methods. Ha! Old ancestor Xue Hu raised his head and laughed. His smile was sinister. I knew it. How can someone who can become the reverse flow river lord submit to others so easily? Thus, I will beat you into submission and make you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Xue Hu was excited. He still did not want to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his scheme? Old ancestor Xue Hu attacked. Waves of frost attacked unceasingly with great might. Reverse flow river's water was turbulent. It reflected Xue Hu's attacks and expended its own water. Fang Yuan did not move. It was still too early to affect him. But he was bound to lose, because he could only take a beating. He had no way to retaliate. I need to think of a way to get out of this predicament and escape. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Central Continent's side. Central Continent's Gu Immortals are guests. If we do not leave now, when will we? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to unite and deal with you? Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lianyun screamed, Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die in front of me. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the two rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian did not move. They were like statues. They did not react. Fang Yuan looked at the dog-tail life-extending ferret. He was about to speak. Mao Liqiu chuckled. Little kid, no need to use words to drive a wedge between us. It is useless. I am right here. Even if Xue Hu does not kill you, I will. Saying so, it also started to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out purple qi. It was reflected by reverse flow river like a fog, increasing its expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. These rank 8 existences, be they humans or beasts, were extremely shrewd. Words could not be used to sway them. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. My new move is powerful, but to escape from 4 rank 8 existences, oh no, to escape from 5 rank 8 existences, it will be very difficult. The 5 rank 8 existences were old ancestor Xue Hu, Mao Liqiu, Bai Qin Tian, Wei Lingyang, and Zishan Makoto, who was in an unknown state. Fang Yuan looked at the water below him. He was in a daze for a moment. The attacks from outside the river were like a tide. There were loud explosions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not care about his surroundings. He did not care about them at all. An inspiration flashed in his mind. Activating the immortal Gu, the river below him started to ripple according to his will. It seems that if I use Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the reverse flow river lord. In this reverse flow river, I can use other immortal Gu too. Earlier, he used the Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan found that he could move reverse flow river like any other river. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not escape. One pulling water Immortal Gu was only rank 6. It moved reverse flow river very slowly. It was impossible for it to escape from the river. Old ancestor Xue Hu can use reverse flow river to form a formation. Why can't I? I am the reverse flow river lord. I have Perseverance Immortal Gu. I can control this river freely. Or maybe I can create an immortal killer move. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not stop thinking about it. Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow Fang Yuan to obtain reverse flow river's acknowledgement. Pulling water Immortal Gu could control the river water. This was the foundation of an immortal killer move. Adding other Gu worms to create the final immortal killer move, it did not seem difficult. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This feeling was not a wild guess. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan's attainment level was already very high. Among them, the most crucial was Water Path. Fang Yuan had become a Water Path Grandmaster not long ago. Water Path Gu worms were added in one by one, quickly completing the entire immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The skeleton was built, the wings were full, but it lacked strong muscles. Just 2 immortal Gu were not enough. Then add more. Fang Yuan's first thought was Strength Path. Myriad Self. He was most proficient in immortal killer moves that he created after rebirth. Now he had it. Strength Path Grandmaster Realm and Water Path Grandmaster Realm allowed everything to flow naturally, as if it was natural. Wait. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move originated from Yi Lui Kunxing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was the same as Fang Yuan using reverse flow river, using external objects. Thus, he had meridians. Skeleton, flesh, wings, meridians, all four were present. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move in a short time. This is myriad self-second style. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 1295. With attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because it used the killer move Myriad Self as the foundation, Fang Yuan called it Myriad Self Second Style. But this killer move had just been created, it was still far from being used. Boom boom boom. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Dog-tail Life Extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu, 2 rank 8 existences, pincer attacked Reverse Flow River, causing waves to form in the river. The attacks were reflected as the river level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had already crossed the bottom line of these people. Furthermore, he did not want to lower his head. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu were willing to expend a huge amount of effort and deplete Reverse Flow River to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the river as he estimated, "At this rate, I still have a lot of time." His heart calmed down a little. Reverse Flow River was worthy of being a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was only slowly being depleted despite the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences. Of course, there was a reason for this. Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other. Bai Chen Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were standing at the side, waiting for an opportunity. These people were restraining and guarding against each other. How could they put all their effort into Fang Yuan? Precisely because of this complex situation, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure on him. He could test his killer move calmly. The first activation. Fang Yuan was very careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Gu. It expended Red Date Immortal Essence, allowing Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River without being restricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were large numbers of Water Path Mortal Gu. They rose up and flew around the huge Perseverance Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Not long after, large amounts of water vapor rose up. Blue light could be vaguely seen in the vapor. But soon, these blue lights dissipated. Some even turned from blue to red. The cold vapor started to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not the scene he had expected. He stopped the infusion of immortal essence. Crack crack crack, a large number of Water Path Mortal Gu exploded in the air, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and pondered. According to his imagination, the blue light should be getting brighter, and the water vapor should be getting colder. Why did red light appear, and the temperature was getting higher? Fang Yuan continued to deduce in his mind. Soon, thanks to his wisdom path cultivation, he found the source. It used 2 opposing Water Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately replaced one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his immortal aperture. He could communicate with jewel yellow skies. It was easy to buy some Water Path Mortal Gu. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tested it again, activating the killer move for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Gu was still activated. The surrounding Water Path Mortal Gu flew up one after another, revolving around it. First was the evaporation of water vapor, then the blue light. Soon, this stage was over. Fang Yuan activated Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water. This was the second core of the immortal killer move. The first core was naturally the rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was careful. Activating Pulling Water after using Perseverance Immortal Gu was a very risky thing to do. If they were not coordinated properly, the 2 immortal Gu would interfere with each other and harm each other. It might even cause one or both immortal Gu to be destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves was not only risky for the Gu immortal, it was also risky for the immortal and mortal Gu involved. In fact, because the immortal Gu contained fragments of the Great Tao, if they suffered a backlash, the damage would be severe. Fang Yuan's caution was soon rewarded. he encountered a problem. Even though pulling water immortal goo was activated, the mystical power it emitted could not mix into the framework. Where did the problem occur? Fang Yuan stopped. Another large number of water path mortal goo were destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves had to pay such a price. A complete and effective immortal killer move. From conception to experimentation, the goo immortal had to expend a huge amount of effort and resources. The attacks from the outside continued, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body, thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he had Wisdom Path Dao marks and Wisdom Path methods, he could deduce quickly. This time, he was even faster than the previous time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the source. Perseverance immortal goo and pulling water immortal goo could not fuse into one. It was because the number and types of water path mortal goo were not enough. These mortal goo were in the middle of the two immortal goo. They were used to communicate and harmonize with each other. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced the number of water path immortal goo in a portion, while increasing the number of other types of water path immortal goo. At the same time, he added in some other types of water path mortal goo. The third activation. This time, Fang Yuan had a smooth journey. He successfully added pulling water immortal goo into the hole. Almost at the moment of success, reverse flow river started to ripple under Fang Yuan's feet. It was finally showing results. But there was still a huge distance to reach his goal. Fang Yuan did not stop. The situation did not allow him to. He continued to experiment, activating immortal killer moves. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak. It was unclear. What is this Lu Guanyi doing? All sorts of goo worm auras appear on his body. It seems that he is experimenting with immortal killer moves. Other than old ancestor Xue Hu and Mao Li Qiu, the other goo immortals were watching. When Fang Yuan experimented with immortal killer moves, his goo worm aura would leak out. It could not be concealed from the other goo immortals. To conceal the aura of goo worms, he needed a special immortal killer move. Such immortal killer moves were often rare. For example, Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination was one of them. Fang Yuan was already at his limit by creating the second style of Myriad Self. He could not consider the effect of concealing goo worm aura anymore. But it did not matter. Just based on the aura of the goo worm, it was hard to determine the type of goo worm. Furthermore, the second style of Myriad Self that Fang Yuan created was complex and varied. It involved many goo worms. He was not afraid of being exposed. Fourth time, fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to try using immortal killer moves. Sometimes he progressed quickly, but sometimes, because of some minor modifications, he fell back to his previous speed. Fang Yuan was not dejected, he was expressionless as he persisted. He is experimenting with an immortal killer move after all. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot? Does he think he is an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Even if he created an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all the goo immortals here. The spectating goo immortals discussed. They mocked Fang Yuan's naivety. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some goo immortals' expressions changed. They found that reverse flow river around Fang Yuan was undergoing some mystical changes. 21st time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing at the river below him. Rise. At the same time, he called out. There was a soft sound, and a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the river beside his feet. This bump was made of reverse flow river water. After it rose, it exploded and water splashed everywhere. The killer move activation failed. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Fang Yuan's nose. His immortal killer move is effective on reverse flow river? Yi Zi saw this and his eyes shined with bright light. No, more accurately, he wants to use this reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move. Bu Zhenzi blurted out. Laughable. Black Extremity laughed coldly. Back then, to make use of reverse flow river, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It took me several years. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, you are too arrogant. You want to create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Evidently, almost all the Gu immortals present did not think Feng Yuan would succeed. But next, Feng Yuan used it again. This time, a small mound rose from the river at his feet. The mound crumbled as the river water drenched Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook. This time, not just his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Feng Yuan recovered completely. Chapter 1296. A moment later, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and activated his killer move again. This time, the entire section of the reverse current river was affected by his movements, causing huge waves to surge. The immortals' expressions changed. Even old Ancestor Shui, whose attacks paused for a moment. But at the next moment, old Ancestor Shui who roared as he attacked even more fiercely. This is so difficult. Because there are too many Gu worms of different types, all sorts of problems occur. But this is already the limit of my abilities. To simplify the Gu worms, I will need to deduce for years, or raise my attainment level by another level. Feng Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many Gu worms involved. The factors that needed to be considered were huge and complex. While Feng Yuan was sighing about the difficulty of the progress, the other Gu immortals were shocked. Even though they did not say anything, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this guy, such rapid progress. He can actually move reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he even human? To reach such a level in such a short period of time. No, he will not succeed. How can he really think of an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Undeniably, Feng Yuan's rapid breakthroughs had broken the common sense of the immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time, and even test it time and time again, making huge progress. But this was happening right in front of their eyes. Feng Yuan was still continuing. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu subconsciously increased their attacks. But reverse flow river was too wide. After such an attack, they only managed to reduce the river by less than 5%. One more time. Rise. Feng Yuan had a serious expression as he grabbed at the river below him, calling out. This time, the entire reverse flow river was affected. It was like a slender dragon had awakened from its slumber and was slowly stretching its body. How can this be? Someone subconsciously exclaimed. The entire reverse flow river started to fly, like a dragon raising its head. It was about to soar into the sky and soar into the 5 regions and 9 heavens. In your dreams, old Ancestor Shui Hu roared. He slammed his palms into the air and an icy light shot out, hitting the middle of reverse flow river. The reverse flow river's first attack was immediately reflected back. The ice light was like it had hit a mirror, and it was reflected back to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the surrounding grassland had been frozen into a vast plain of ice. Cold air filled the air, snow fell from the sky, and the temperatures suddenly dropped. The northern wind howled incessantly, and the entire world seemed to have changed. This was the power of a rank 8. Feng Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river. The other Gu immortals were also protected with the help of their rank 8 existences. Wuxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zishan Makoto woke up at the most critical moment. If it wasn't for his protection, Wuxia, He Lulon, and the others would have died. Let's go. Zishan Makoto immediately said. But this place. Wuxia was still hesitating when Zishan Makoto waved his hand. Several rings of light flew out and enveloped Wuxia and the rest, bringing them to the sky. To think that Shadow Sect's group was the first to leave. Zishan Makoto left without saying a word. All of the Gu immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Zishan Makoto. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he will not die. He can definitely escape. Zishan Makoto was very certain. Wuxia did not quite believe Zishan Makoto's words, but he could not express his doubts now. But at the next moment, he saw that the entire reverse flow river started to shine with light blue light. The blue light surged like rolling clouds and surging waves. The immortals' gazes were attracted. They saw that while Feng Yuan was standing there, strong winds blew, his hair and sleeves were fluttering in the air. His gaze was eerie as he shouted, "Rise." Immediately, the river water surged. The immortals could hear the sound of splashing. It was as if thousands of people were shouting at the same time. The aura was extraordinary. Next, the blue light gathered, reverse flow river shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it had completely condensed into one. The huge reverse flow river vanished. It gathered around Feng Yuan, turning into a light blue robe. This robe had long sleeves that were fluttering in the wind. It was pure white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there were ripples. It was actually the scene of reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not just that, the surface of the robe was covered in mist. There was another rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Feng Yuan's arm, neck, and waist. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, was finally activated at this moment. Success? How can this be? He actually used Reverse Flow River to create an Immortal Killer move at the last minute. The immortals saw this and were tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Shui, who stared with wide eyes, "I don't believe it." He flipped his palms, pushing them towards Feng Yuan. Immediately, a beautiful icy light shot towards Feng Yuan at lightning speed. Feng Yuan was already prepared. The icy light hit his body, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal blocked it completely. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered. The terrifying icy light was reflected back. It flew towards its owner, Old Ancestor Shuehu. Success. Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally returned to its original place. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated, it had to be tested in actual combat. Old Ancestor Shui, whose attack proved the power of Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Old Ancestor Shui, who dodged the icy light, his gaze towards Feng Yuan became fierce and ruthless. "Let Grandpa Mao try." Mao Liqiu shouted. Its huge body suddenly vanished on the spot, appearing behind Feng Yuan at the next moment. It raised its ferocious right claw high into the air, then slammed it down again. Bam! With a loud sound, Feng Yuan was like a cannonball as he was fiercely sent flying. His vision changed. In a breath of time, Feng Yuan was sent crashing to the ground. There was another explosion, and a huge crater was formed on the ground that was covered in thick ice. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan slowly stood up from the crater. He was expressionless. His body was completely unharmed. There was not even a scratch on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's blue sash snow robe did not change much. Only the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated. If one observed carefully, the snow robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Feng Yuan, before turning to look at its right claw. Its right claw was bleeding profusely, its skin was torn. Feng Yuan was unharmed, but Mao Liqiu's injuries were severe. Gasp! The Gu immortals drew in sharp breaths. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chun Tian's eyelids were twitching. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless. He had a look of shock on his face. Even the pure claw attack of an immemorial desolate beast was reflected. Old Ancestor Shui, who frowned deeply. How can this be? Wuxia, who was far away, saw this and felt like he was in a dream. There had never been a case where a rank 8 great expert attacked a rank 7 Gu immortal, but the rank 7 Gu immortal was unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu immortal suffered heavy losses. Between rank 8s and rank 7s, the former had always dominated the latter. In the past thousands of years, only a monster like Feng Jioge had appeared. He had unparalleled talent and could fight rank 8s. But now, after Feng Yuan created the second myriad self-style and activated it, Feng Jioge's glory was no longer exclusive to him. From now on, this supreme glory would belong to another person's name. Lu Guanyi. The center has Feng Jioge, the north has Lu Guanyi. Bu Zhenzi muttered. He was already dazed. Old Ancestor Shui, who laughed lightly, "Good lad, I underestimated you." He placed his hands behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu roared, "Rascal, you are courting death, you dare to embarrass me like this." The immemorial desolate beast attacked Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was not its match, he was sent flying like a ball. But after dozens of attacks, Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was still as elegant as before, while Mao Liqiu was gasping for breath, its body was covered in blood. Every time it attacked, it would be reflected. It was equivalent to hitting itself. Mao Liqiu was furious, it thought. This rascal is like a porcupine, he is truly troublesome. When did such a monster appear in northern plains? Fang Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu could not do anything to him, he laughed heartily, he charged towards the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like a flock of frightened birds, they scattered in panic. 2 Central Continent rank 8 stayed behind, they attacked Fang Yuan together. But it was useless. Reverse flow protection seal reflected their attacks, they landed on Mao Liqiu, who was chasing them. Mao Liqiu was in great pain, its fur was standing on end from anger, it spat out a sky full of purple aurora, its attack was grand and enveloped the surrounding 1,000 li. This attack immediately caused a huge chaotic battle. The scene became chaotic, the Gu Immortals from all 3 sides started fighting. This was the final scene that Wuxia obtained. He felt great admiration towards Zishan Makoto's decisiveness in retreating. At the same time, he understood something. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions, he would shake the world, he would be on par with Feng Jiuge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed through the regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. It was Fang Yuan. I finally got rid of that raging fellow. Fang Yuan sighed. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Shui Hu, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and Longevity Heavenside engaged in an intense battle. It was a huge battle. Fang Yuan escaped from the battle, but was chased by Mao Liqiu. Fang Yuan was not Mao Liqiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Liqiu could only watch helplessly. It was a native beast of Northern Plains, it was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape, completely shaking off his pursuers. Chapter 1297. On the dark stone walls, there were specks of eerie fire. These flames were not big, the small ones were like fireflies, while the big ones were like lanterns. They emitted cold green flames, the eerie green light shone on Zishan Makoto, Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's faces. After escaping from the Battle of Reverse Flow River, they were directly transported here under Zishan Makoto's lead. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch once again fell into a state of madness. Looking at Zishan Makoto, who was gnawing on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Wuxia. "This is your plan? To let this rank 8 great expert kill Fang Yuan?" In this trip to snowy mountain blessed land, although Wuxia saved Zishan Makoto, he also suffered heavy casualties. Nu and Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. He Lulan was silent. Such a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not reliable no matter how one looked at it. But because of the Shadow Sect alliance agreement, He Lulan did not say anything. Wuxia's expression did not change at Bai Ningbing's sarcasm. He had experienced many setbacks, he had already developed a shrewdness that would not waver even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. He spoke slowly. "I underestimated Fang Yuan, to think that he refined perseverance immortal Gu and became the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder Providence chose him as a pawn. Such a person can only be destroyed, he cannot be defeated." Wuxia was not stingy with his praises towards Fang Yuan. Even though they were enemies, Wuxia was open-minded, he admitted Fang Yuan's superiority and strength. Bai Ningbing snorted, the scene of Fang Yuan conquering Reverse Flow River appeared in her mind, she did not make things difficult for him anymore. In the narrow cave, only Zishan Makoto's shouts could be heard, echoing endlessly. A moment later, Zishan Makoto suddenly stopped shouting, his small body shook for a moment before stabilizing. He straightened his back, and his eyes regained their clarity once again. "Lord, you are awake." Wuxia was overjoyed, quickly approaching. Zishan Makoto held his forehead, waves of intense pain were coming from his head, his expression was distorted. "Back in Reverse Flow River, I was forcefully awake, I did not have much time. But this time is different, I have more time. How long has it been? What was the result of the battle? More than half a month has passed. Fang Yuan followed the regional wall and escaped from northern plains. I think he entered Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan is Gu, Gu immortal, Gu immortal, Gu immortal, Gu. Gu of Gu immortal, Gu. Gu 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 immortal of the sects, the Gu immortal god, of the battle. Of Gu Gu immortal on. Of the god sect and Wu Yun of out, the king on, he the god. Purple Mountain true monarch nodded. This time, central continent's Gu immortals are doomed. Back then, giant sun immortal venerable used northern plains as his base. How could he not have made arrangements? Just the rank 8 Gu immortals in longevity heaven have never appeared. My lord, what should we do next? Wuxia asked. He was once the leader of the shadow sect. Now that Zishan Makoto had awakened, this rank 8 great expert was naturally the leader of the shadow sect, while he, Wuxia, retreated. Just as Zishan Makoto was about to speak, the sound of wind suddenly came from the cave. At the same time, the flames on the surrounding walls flickered and swayed violently, as if they were really in the midst of a strong gale. Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed. This cave wall is one of the escape routes that I meticulously arranged. I meticulously nurtured these eerie fires to form a natural Gu formation. There are no traces of craftsmanship and it prevents others from making deductions. How many times did these flames flicker when I went mad? 107 times, Bai Ningbing replied indifferently. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan is involved in this as well. His investigative killer move can follow the profundities of luck path to find our location. Even if we are in the immortal aperture, we cannot defend against it. Wuxia said solemnly. Zishan Makoto nodded. Fang Yuan is indeed someone nurtured by providence. He is a crucial person to deal with our shadow sect. This person is extremely courageous, he has shocking talent and unparalleled willpower, he is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The Great Purple of Shadow Sect actually had such a high evaluation of Fang Yuan. But the 3 Gu immortals present were silent, they seemed to agree with Zishan Makoto's words. Zishan Makoto continued, next, our plan is to negotiate with Fang Yuan. His words were shocking. What? Negotiate? Wuxia and the rest's expressions changed. What is so strange about that? Zishan Makoto looked at the 3 of them. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. This was because before he woke up, Wuxia had used information path methods to let Zishan Makoto know everything that Wuxia knew. You are still too young, you do not know much. Right now, our main enemy is not Fang Yuan, it is Celestial Court. Zishan Makoto shook his head, looking at Wuxia. Do you think it is so easy to save the main body's soul? Other than that super Gu formation in southern border and the huge dream realm, I can guarantee that when you make a move, Celestial Court will definitely come out and disrupt the plan. Like on Etian Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to destroy our sect's plan. Or this time, they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to try and save Ma Hongyun. Wuxia's expression sank. Lord, I have considered this, but my main body is in danger. He has been trapped in the dream realm and is being worn down by it. That is why I am so anxious. Precisely because of this, we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Zishan Makoto continued. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is extraordinary, just that immortal killer move alone can deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. His name is on the Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Finally, our cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Our shadow sect has a lot of cultivation resources, while he has unraveled dream methods. We can overcome the obstruction of the giant dream realm and save the main body's soul. Wuxia frowned deeply. He tried to put down his personal emotions and consider the possibility of this. But soon he had a worried expression. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty and sinister. He views us as a huge threat. He is thinking of all sorts of methods to get rid of us. Right now, he is the reverse flow river lord. Even rank 8 existences cannot do anything to him. Our sect urgently needs unravel dream methods, but Fang Yuan's need for cultivation resources is not that urgent. It is unlikely that he will cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto nodded. You are right, but you do not know that the sovereign immortal body has a huge flaw. Lord, what do you mean? Are you referring to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Wuxia asked curiously. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks is the greatest advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I am referring to the true huge flaw. Zishan Makoto shook his head. There is a huge flaw? Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal goo. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal goo can be considered perfect without any flaws. But clearly, we only refined rank 9 in the end. That huge flaw has not shown itself yet, but it will definitely force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto said. The sovereign immortal body still had a huge flaw. What kind of flaw made Zishan Makoto so certain that he could restrict Fang Yuan? Wuxia and the rest were very curious, but Zishan Makoto did not explain. At the same time, Zishan Makoto also had some suspicions. French. From Wuxia's information, our sect is refining sovereign immortal fetus goo in a hurry. It is not in accordance with our original plan. What reason is it for the main body to make a move so urgently? It seems that while contacting Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. On the blue sea surface, Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the white clouds. His target was southern border. It's here again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the power of dark tide in his body was being rapidly depleted. At this rate, it would be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing him. With no one around, Fang Yuan quickly entered the sovereign immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, he was isolated from the outside world. The great expert's deductions were repelled. He temporarily resolved the danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan sighed. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had been subjected to deductions one after another. Lu Guanyi's identity was completely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert goo immortals were very interested in Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was only a fake identity. The root cause was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan had to bear all the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal goo, he had to stop frequently and hide in his immortal aperture to rest. Along the way, Fang Yuan calculated secretly, he had been subjected to deductions 400 to 500 times already. This greatly disrupted his journey. He had no choice but to stop and move. He was still in Eastern Sea. If it was at his previous speed, he would already be in the southern border. If not for dark limit immortal goo, this situation would be even more severe. However, it is normal for me to cause such a commotion and attention. Some people are already placing me on the same level as Feng Jioge. Earlier, when I toppled 88-point Xianxia Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help. I did not feel any pressure. But now, I have experienced it. It seems that I need to create an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. It was not impossible for him to deduce an immortal killer move. But it was not as easy as reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, it was not just because of Fang Yuan's water path attainment level, there were other important factors. Most importantly, the immortal goo were suitable, they had a good foundation, they could have a smooth journey. And now, the immortal goo that was suitable for Fang Yuan was dark limit. But this goo was not wisdom path, it was dark path. Fang Yuan's dark path attainment level was not outstanding at all. Note, my body is not in a good condition. Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary, it was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km2. This was because he had been massacring Gu immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Dao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Gu immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally, it was 1 to 60, there were so many time path resources. But now, it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration, in Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood G forest and a Mirror Willow forest. These two came from Hu immortal blessed land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal Gu. There were many of them. Fang Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area. He created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Fang Yuan looted Jade Light Pit. He took all of the light path mortal Gu inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path Gu worms were placed into the 9 heavens Aurora Light by Fang Yuan. There was still a large portion left, and it was not easy to get rid of it. Fang Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal Gu. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources. It was rich in light path Dao marks. Any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become Gu. But the former was created by Fang Yuan to store light path mortal Gu. There was no production at all. The Mini Central Continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants, and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path Gu Immortal, Han Dong. After being annexed by Fang Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along, helping Fang Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here. There were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls, there were birds and beasts, there were many immortal materials. They had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Fang Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Dao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake. Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of it. The real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent, this was a sparse grassland. There were all sorts of wildflowers and grass. The main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Hu immortal blessed land. This grassland was huge. It was not something that Han Dong blessed land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison-beard wolves, and others. There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature, because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the eerie fire dragon python pit. There were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material. It was also the ingredient of immortal goo connect luck. But now that Feng Yuan did not have connect luck immortal goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Feng Yuan obtain immortal Yuan stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Feng Yuan's tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. It had already been modified by Feng Yuan. It was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the land spirit mud minimen. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were over 20 dog desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Feng Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yong's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 dog desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yong's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western Deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a large group of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubblefish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Feng Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Ceiling Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rockmen, a large number of primitive forests, musical trees could be seen everywhere, tea streams were crystal clear, and chi death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Feng Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. And in the Mini 9 heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in Mini Orange Heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from Jade Light Pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small section of the Gold Fragment River. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a large amount of Pill Azure incense. This was the food to feed change soul immortal goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in Mini Black Heaven. In Mini White Heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In Mini Purple Heaven, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Feng Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land. As for the original heavenly crystal eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle, nothing was left. In mini blue heaven, there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The two earlier desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were sold by Feng Yuan during the battle in Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit. It produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kun Xing, he obtained Kun Xing Blessed Land. It was also placed here by Feng Yuan. It was a floating continent. It was covered in star fragments. The star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, as well as other desolate beasts and plants. There was no need to elaborate. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were left in Langya Blessed Land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Feng Yuan. In terms of goo worms, rank 9 Wisdom goo was still left in Langya Blessed Land. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo had already been used by Feng Yuan. It was not recorded here. Rank 8 Immortal goo were Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Sealed. Rank 7 Immortal goo were Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning, Lentitude, Year goo, After, Dragon Breath, Affection and Perseverance. Rank 6 Immortal goo were Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Luck, Change Form, Strength, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Star Eyes, Spring Autumn Cicada, Stored in the Immortal Zombie Body with Providence Storage, Bone Spike, and Comprehensible Tao. There were many types of mortal goo. There was no need to elaborate on them. Heifan's Dark Arrow Immortal goo had self-detonated long ago. Feng Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Gue Fangjing, left in Langya Blessed Land, Heifan, intact body, Ma Hongyun's soul, Lu Yang's soul, and Yi Lui Kunxing's soul. As for Shinu's soul, Feng Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Feng Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shinu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others, like Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and the Eastern Sea Immortal souls, they had already been sold by Feng Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now, they had probably all been digested by Dang Hun Mountain and turned into Guts Gu. There was also a Featherman Gu Immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Feng Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Feng Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of Gu worms. The number was shocking. Thinking about Gu Immortal Heifan, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, how many Immortal Gu did he have? But there were too many Immortal Gu. Feeding them was a huge problem. Feng Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the Immortal Gu. The other rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu had already been dealt with. The difficulty was Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, these two rank 8 Immortal Gu. The newly obtained Perseverance Gu fed on reverse flow river water. Feng Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection Gu fed on hope and fear like Love Gu. Feng Yuan could easily deal with it. He could just buy a large number of Hope Gu and Fear Gu from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Feng Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter Gu Immortals and annex their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing Wuxia and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Liqiu's pursuit, Feng Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His Red Date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly. My immortal aperture could produce a lot of Red Date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, My immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions. I can only replenish my red date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse flow protection seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a Gu immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 Gu immortal. If he only had his green grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials, and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Wuxia and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic cults. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would cause a huge commotion. Gu immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic cult corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal yuan stones. 1 immortal yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could only condense 1 red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me and even cooperate. Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Jioge. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news, there were other letters. For example, Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chu Du's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chu Du described his difficulties. Because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path, he had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will, he was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan, the 3 eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains. Even Chu Du could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and did not comprehend the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Wuxia's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again, They were likely to imitate old ancestor Shui Hu in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Old ancestor Shui Hu used Ma Hong Yun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the immortal Gu refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With reverse flow protection seal, it was like a weakened version of the immortal Gu house. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Hair's letter was true, the reasons given were sufficient, cooperation was beneficial to both sides, it was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path. This was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. He did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he made a request. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to give Attitude Gu to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulan had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Gu. Because the will in Attitude Immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lulan's will. Right now, there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm. It could be used by expending mental energy. It had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times. It was a huge help to him. Even though Attitude Immortal Gu did not have a direct defensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost Attitude Gu, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yihai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly. It would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of Attitude Gu, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his Immortal Aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating Immortal Killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I still cannot deduce the location of our Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked Northern Plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Gu Immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them. they sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Goo immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location. How could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Goo immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have 1 or 2 crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Goo immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his immortal aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limits effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The immortal aperture's entrance opened, large amounts of heaven and earth chi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Goo immortals who could only absorb heaven and earth chi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb heaven and earth chi, but because of the difference in heaven and earth chi, the immortal aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed heaven and earth chi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the immortal aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once heaven and earth chi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance Immortal Goo and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of. But it was useless. So it was like this. The soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they are only soul path Dao marks, not immortal Goo. Rank 1 to 8 immortal Goo cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Dao marks on the Goo immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 Goo immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected. In fact, he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven Seal Mountain, using the Goo formation there to seal it again. Next, he started to refine Goo. A nightmare demonic cult's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade. A golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic cult's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic cults died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare cult had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic cult's front right leg from its body. Then he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many Goo worms to refine Goo. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded. 100 Dream Path mortal Goo flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 Dream Path Mortal Goo. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare cult. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's Goo refinement in the Dream Realm. In the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect Dream Path Goo materials before refining Goo. There was a risk in entering the Dream Realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the Dream Realm. Refining Dream Path Mortal Goo required an immortal killer move. The cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic cults. The refinement of Dream Path Mortal Goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier when I used the Spring Dream Fruit to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my Goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods. It was not a good combination and would expend some Dream Path Dao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material to see if there is a more efficient method. During the Goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Xianxia Blessed Land, Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in. He told Fang Yuan directly, if he wanted to truly control Attitude Goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, Attitude Goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon, his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to bargain. He continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new immortal killer move. He intended to use this immortal killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He soon encountered a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal Goo, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had pulling water immortal Goo and perseverance immortal Goo. He could use them as the core of his immortal killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other immortal Goo. He did not have an immortal Goo that could refine Attitude Goo. He could only use a vast number of mortal Goo to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange Goo. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of immortal Goo now. But in fact, a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather, they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom Sword and Years flow like water. Even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8. Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks. His sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, and other sword path immortal Goo were the foundation of his battle strength. They could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change soul immortal Goo. Woman's Heart was a poison path immortal Goo. It was rarely used. Flying Bear Strength immortal Goo was a strength path immortal Goo, but when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this immortal Goo was not suitable. And Bone's Spike immortal Goo, in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system, was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao immortal Goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical effect, but to Fang Yuan, it was not very useful. This immortal Goo needed to be tested. All in all, Woman's Heart, Flying Bear Strength, and Bone Spike, these 3 immortal Goo had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange Goo? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level Goo immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly, it was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his immortal aperture, he was either refining Dream Path Mortal Goo or deducing immortal killer moves, attempting to make Attitude Goo his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully, they had great strength. They were elites among Goo immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea, they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Wuxia instructed by Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path Goo formation. After the Goo formation was set up, Wuxia walked to the center of the Goo formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the Goo formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Mini-Man Goo immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 Goo immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions, he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven and White Heaven were already controlled by Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's Goo immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura. His life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Wuxia to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Wuxia, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wanshou processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up. Looking at the vast sea outside the island, he sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the Goo formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 Goo immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Wuxia felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center, but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the River of Time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Feng Yuan? Wuxia's first thought was Feng Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the River of Time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow Sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male Goo immortal, she said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress. Her sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips. Her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer move Lightning Soul Needle. No. The male Goo immortal did not even think. He rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist. He wore a set of battle armor. Even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miao Mingxin? Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi, these three Gu immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area, thus, these three Gu immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Gu immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. Then you can die together. There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gu Wen. He wore a blue robe, his skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light, he had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior, he was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a lightning path grandmaster, but once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash. He had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength, he had 2 immortal Gu, he was able to force the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder, you two are quite daring, you actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact. Gu Wen laughed sinisterly, his fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, "We found this year cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless, you guys got it before me." Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. Lord Miao Mingxin found this year cycle powder 3 years ago. He set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months, I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort, his expression turned grim. You have a sharp tongue. After I catch up to you, I will kill you first. Demonic path scoundrel, don't be arrogant. At this time, a loud voice resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. Who is it? Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next thing, it was smashed by the beast inside. Wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the 3 immortals. The sea dragon spoke, "Demon, die." The 3 immortals saw this and understood immediately. This blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move. Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously. How can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water. It collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly. Its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Gu Wen frowned, snorting angrily. Consider yourselves lucky, I will let you off this time. Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase, it watched as Gu Wen left. He is going back to the Gu formation. There is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Hua Dai's words exposed Gu Wen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. You are a righteous person, you repelled the enemy and saved my life. I will never forget this favor. May I know your name? The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking goo immortal. He smiled. I am Chewing. Fairy Huadai, how have you been? Immortal Huadai was overjoyed. To think that you are Chewing. Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Huadai explained. Thanks to this Chewing, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingshen could obtain the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 1302. So there is such a connection. Hearing Immortal Huadai's introduction, Feng Jiang's expression relaxed. He was overjoyed. Most of his wariness was gone. The so-called Chu Ying was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. He stored his immortal aperture and found that there were traces of goo immortals fighting in the surrounding sea area. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces to see if he could take advantage of them. But he found that Immortal Huadai and another goo immortal, Feng Jiang, were being chased. And the pursuer was only a rank 7 immortal zombie. For Feng Yuan, such a person was not enough. Long ago, Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Huadai to contact the space path goo immortal expert behind Immortal Huadai, Miao Mingshen. This person had a method to find out about the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale had an extraordinary origin. It had once received guidance from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture that was filled with treasures. It was like Northern Plains dogtail life extending ferret, Mao Lichio. But the blue dragon whale's intelligence was not awakened. It only followed its instincts and swam in the sea. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only opened an immortal aperture for it, he even used an immortal killer move on its body. As such, this blue dragon whale had no natural enemies and was not dangerous. The azure dragon whale had a gentle temperament and was harmless. However, its defensive abilities also rendered any malicious existence helpless. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's personality and style. According to the secret rumors of his previous life, the blue dragon whale had a true inheritance left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingshen had explored the blue dragon whale's inner world many times. But because of the aperture, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance. Feng Yuan naturally wanted this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Huadai being chased, he realized that this was a rare chance to show goodwill to Miao Mingshen again. Thus, he interfered and sent the lightning path immortal zombie Guwen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. Ancient sword dragons could not be seen in the light anymore. Because Lu Guanyi had once used the ancient sword dragon transformation to kill Yelu Kun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi's identity was Reverse Flow River Lord. Many of the rank 8s here were helpless against him. His name shook the world. Almost everyone in the Gu Immortal world knew of him. Who knew how many people were interested in Lu Guanyi, trying to figure out his background. The fact that Lu Guanyi had mastered the ancient sword serpent transformation was already widely known. Thus, if Feng Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation now, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of fame. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form immortal Gu. He could transform into all living beings in this world at will. Therefore, this time, he transformed into a blue-scaled sea dragon that was unique to the East Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. It was just that its might could not be compared to the ancient sword dragon. But Feng Yuan could still use Dragon Breath Immortal Gu. What was worth mentioning was that the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath was also breathed out. The reason why he could win against the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Guwen was because Feng Yuan used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. After Feng Yuan obtained it, he naturally had a lot of understanding and analysis of it. Gu Immortals nurture, use, and refine. These three aspects required a lot of effort. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Feng Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the blue-scaled Sea Dragon's Dragon Breath. If Feng Yuan only used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon breath could not deviate from the sea dragon's logic, it could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used perseverance immortal goo when he breathed out dragon breath, the dragon breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course, the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Guwen had some reputation after fighting for a while, he understood that Feng Yuan was a strong enemy, he wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are? Feng Yuan looked at immortal Hua Dai. I am Lord Miao Mingshin's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor, I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself, he was very enthusiastic, he was filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance, so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature, and because Fairy Hua Dai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard this, their impression of Feng Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. So many year ring powder, most of them ended up in Gu Wen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up that Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled, all right, Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Gu Wen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path. The Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive, we will need to add in immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. Listen to me, even though the year ring powder is lost, you two are still alive, that is hope. Don't be too pessimistic, there are gains and losses, isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily. Lord Chu's words are profound, I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Hua Dai was still frowning, she had a worried expression. That is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshin is attending the trading convention, one of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshin agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim. That's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshin does not blame us, we will feel very guilty, this is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshin go back on his word, this is our fault. Trading convention? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago, he was still thinking about exchanging some of the immortal Gu that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions, it was very high-end, Gu immortals would often exchange their immortal Gu. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them, Feng Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an immortal Gu that I want to exchange, I want to participate in this trading convention, I wonder if it is possible? Feng Yuan did not conceal his intentions, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, this trading convention has high standards, we do not have the qualifications to participate, we do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chu Ying is different, we are indebted to him. How about this? Lord Chu Ying will come with us first, after we meet him, we will see what he has to say. Feng Yuan immediately nodded, can we go now? He was very decisive. Because time was limited, the power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other Gu immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions, Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder. But they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Fang Yuan could even make rank 8 Gu immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw: he could not see the light of day. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Fang Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Fang Yuan finally entered the Super Gu formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Fang Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The three immortals traveled quickly. They did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Fang Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him, thus he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time. His words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Fang Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Mingxin, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable, rank 7 secluded cultivator Chu Ying. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Ge Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303. Eastern Sea. Sush. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless island. It was barren and barren. There were only strange rocks. Several Gu immortals floated down from the sky. They were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Fang Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago, to prevent people from plotting against us. A Gu immortal beside Fang Yuan replied. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor thin. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous rank 7 space path Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Mingxin. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects. He could not be underestimated. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Fang Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin did not hesitate. He agreed to Fang Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice. You saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal expert. While Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator, he was not famous. But Miao Mingxin did not put on any airs. He was very friendly and friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu immortal came out of a strange rock. So it's Miao Mingxin you're here? A Gu immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. Ha, long time no see. Miao Mingxin was very enthusiastic. He laughed loudly as he welcomed him. Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chu Ying. This is our East Sea's rare Earth Path Grandmaster Miao Mingxin said. Greetings, immortal friend Tuesday. Fang Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. 222 looked at Fang Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. It seems that you have received Miao Mingshen's recommendation and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair? Back then, I was also recommended by Miao Mingshen to participate. 222 was also very polite. He thought, Miao Mingshen's foresight is not bad, those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chu Ying looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Mingshen, he is not simple. As he thought of this, 222 said, "Follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island." "Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time, I am leading the trade fair." Miao Mingshen immediately said respectfully, "It is just an underground cave, it will not take much effort. Let's go." 222 saw Miao Mingshen and felt like he was seeing an old friend. He grabbed Miao Mingshen's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water, forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. 222 and Miao Mingshen walked in front while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. 222 and Miao Mingshen conversed along the way. Miao Mingshen's communication skills were outstanding. 222 laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingshen did not ignore Fang Yuan. He turned to speak to Fang Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary, but they were natural, and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary, but it was spacious. On a tall platform, there were several stone chairs. They were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them, they looked like flowing water, they were very smooth. This showed 222's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fang Yuan counted carefully, there were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fang Yuan guessed. "Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair." 222 stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground. It flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair. It looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu immortals to arrive. A moment later, 2 Gu immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child. She had 2 ponytails, her eyes were round and round, but she looked very mature. She was Tonghua, Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move Dark Arrow Veil had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Tong Hua chattered on and on, while Wu Ma Yang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingshen's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a 3rd Gu immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liang Bai, a wisdom path Gu immortal who cultivated some wood path methods. Of course, wisdom path was his main focus. Wisdom path Gu immortals were few in number, especially people like Fang Yuan who had inherited a complete wisdom path true inheritance. And Gong Liang Bai not only had a complete wisdom path true inheritance, he had also cultivated it. Even though he could not compare to the 3 most famous wisdom path Gu immortals, he had a huge network among lone immortals. He was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Huan Hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Turtle, Traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Song Jia Dan and Hua An were righteous path members. They rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time. His footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liang Bai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingxin said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guanyi? Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liangbai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingxin denied with a smile. Gong Liangbai nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi also has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side. His expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu immortals. Tu Tua shouted, "This Lu Guanyi is really famous now. He is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history." Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingxin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guanyi became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. But what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the immortals topic shifted from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time, the Gu immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea. The moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other 2 Gu immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time, in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light. After moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling. It illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon, I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants. They can be seen everywhere. I named them light shine fungi. They contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. Chapter 1304. Fang Yuan needed light. The first was aurora light. He had brought in large numbers of dazzling light Gu to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The denser the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits he could condense. And rank 8 immortal Gu, attitude, used them as food. The light that a desolate plant like the illumination fungus could provide was naturally not the colorful aurora. However, this was not the final conclusion. Humans were intelligent and knew how to adapt to circumstances. In this world, there were methods to modify and graft plants. Wood path Gu immortals specialized in this. Every path had their specialty, and Wood path Gu immortals were very skilled in managing their immortal apertures. Thus, if Fang Yuan brought in light shine fungi, he might be able to use Wood path methods to modify them and create new aurora shine fungi. It was not impossible. Other than attitude Gu, there was wisdom sword immortal Gu. Wisdom sword immortal Gu's food was multicolored overlord flowers. To grow multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, there were 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but light was difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had annexed a light path blessed land some time ago, but it was still far from Fang Yuan's standards. If he used light shine fungi, he could solve the problem of growing multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale. However, there was still a bit of doubt in this regard. That was, the environment that light shine fungi grew in was deep sea. If it was in another environment, could it maintain its vitality? That should not be a problem. After all, light shine fungi are desolate plants. Forget about Aurora Light, I looted Lu Tribe's Jade Light Pit, I had a lot of replenishment. Even though it is a bit off from the standard, it is not far from it. But multicolored Overlord flowers are different, they are far from the standard. After all, I do not have a lot of light path Dao marks, and I cannot use all of them on multicolored Overlord flowers. Other life forms also need light. Oh, right, I have transformation path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, I can turn them into light path Dao marks to replenish them. While Feng Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua continued, I'm willing to use this batch of luminous fungi to exchange for 3 Zhonglo water elephants. Once she said that, one of the Gu immortals replied, Heavy building water elephant. I have one with me, I wonder how many heavy building water elephants Tong Hua wants? The Chonglu water elephant was a beast unique to the East Sea. It was of different sizes and had white teeth and blue skin. The water elephant of the first floor was shaped like a small boat, and there was a layer of blue jade skeleton on its back, forming the shape of a tower. The 2-story building water elephant was slightly larger in size and had 2 layers of blue jade bones on its back. So on and so forth. The 6-story building water elephant had a wide back like a ship. It was a level 1 dire beast. 7-story floor water elephant, ancient desolate beast. The 8-story pagoda water elephant was a primordial desolate beast that was extremely rare. The 9-story building water elephant did not exist. Be it beasts, plants, or even variant humans, none of them had ever reached the 9th transformation. Other than humans, there were 10 rank 9 Gu venerables among them. They were unique among all living beings. Tong Hua displayed the size of the light shine fungi in her hands, informing the Gu immortals that she was willing to exchange for 3 6-story building water elephants. This price was not expensive, it was very fair. That Gu immortal frowned, but I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be disassembled, are you willing to exchange for it? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be telling the truth. After thinking about it, Tong Hua nodded. Then let's exchange. Thus, the first transaction was completed. Both sides made the transaction quickly. I want some light shine fungi, but I do not have any heavy building water elephants. I wonder if you can accept immortal Yuan stone? Feng Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject Feng Yuan. I do not have any heavy building water elephants, so forget it. However, my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven in the future. Fellow immortal, you can buy them yourself at that time. In fact, Eastern Sea was mostly water path Gu immortals. And light shine fungi were very suitable for Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like Wu Hai, his entire immortal aperture was an ocean. Tong Hua was only using this new thing to test the waters, to see if there was a chance to gain more benefits. As for selling immortal Yuan stone, Tong Hua did not want to do that for now. Because she did not know the market price. This was the first time such a new thing was put on the market. Tong Hua did not know how much it was worth. However, she was looking forward to it. Thus, she rejected Feng Yuan without hesitation. If this light shine fungi became popular in jewel yellow skies, wouldn't she be making a loss by selling it at this price? But if the price was too high, the other party would not trade. It would be better to sell it to jewel yellow skies directly. Since Tong Hua did not want to sell it, Feng Yuan was helpless. But he could understand. A brand new desolate plant could be sold at a high price. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu immortals were smart, they knew how to drive up prices. Especially this light shine fungus, Tong Hua was the only one in the world. If it were Feng Yuan, he would also take advantage of the golden period at the start to raise the price and make a huge profit. After all, light shine fungi were only rank 6 desolate plants. As time passed, someone would find them or research them. Tong Hua's monopoly would be broken. After all, Eastern Sea was huge. Light shine fungi would not only grow in one place. Gu immortals could use the light shine fungi to research a method to search for them. That way, the number of light shine fungi would increase greatly. Seeing that no one wanted to trade with her, Tong Hua walked down. Immediately, a second Gu immortal took her place, walking up the stage. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu immortals would go up in a certain order. Each time, they could only trade the same type of resources. That way it would be fair. As for Fang Yuan, this newcomer who had just joined, he also had the chance to participate in the transactions and take the initiative to trade, but he could only be in last place. This is a marrow absorption rock, a rank 7 immortal material. I want to trade for 1,000-year drifting wood. The Gu immortal on the stage spoke concisely, expressing his intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he displayed his goods in front of everyone. This marrow-sucking stone was completely black, and it looked no different from an ordinary reef by the sea. But in truth, any living being with bones that got close to it would have their bone marrow sucked into the rock. Thus, marrow absorption rocks were also known as demonic stones. The name demon stone came from the mermaids. Mermen were a type of variant humans. Most of the mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen lived at the bottom of the sea. They could breathe freely. They had suffered from marrow absorption rocks. They feared them and called them demonic stones. In Eastern Sea's history, some merman tribes even worshipped demonic stones like gods. But to Gu immortals, this marrow absorption rock was just an immortal material. This transaction was also successful. Even though 1,000-year drifting wood was rare in the market, the Gu immortals who participated in this trading convention were all wealthy, otherwise, they would not have gathered here. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Gu immortals who could get along with Miao Mingshun were naturally extraordinary. One could say, this small-scale trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After the second Gu immortal got off the stage, Tu Tua walked up. I have an ancient desolate beast Queen Mother Toad. It can command rank 6 and below giant toads. If nurtured properly, it can even produce enslavement path immortal Gu. Are you interested? The Queen Mother Toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tu Tuo's transaction ended in failure. The fourth Gu immortal went up. I want to find clues about Qi Si. Who knows how to find Qi Si and enter it? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. Information was part of the transaction, but the Gu immortals present did not speak. This transaction also ended in failure. The Sea of Qi was a very special and mysterious part of the East Sea. Maybe none of the Gu immortals present knew about it, or maybe some did, but did not want to trade it. The Gu immortals took turns to go up. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was last, he was last. And Miao Mingshun was second last. He walked up the stage. I have a rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. Who is willing to make this transaction? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes brightened. Chapter 1305. The trading convention was still ongoing. As the organizer of this trading convention, Miao Mingshun was supposed to be the last person to go up on the stage. But because of the newcomer Fang Yuan became the last person. This caused Miao Mingshun to be the second last person to go up on the stage. From Fang Yuan's point of view, he could see Miao Mingshun's interpersonal skills. The trading convention naturally benefited the Gu immortals who were at the top. Miao Mingshun took the initiative to be the last person to express his goodwill to all the Gu immortals. But he did not arrange for Fang Yuan to be in front of him. This was because of the rules. The newcomer had to be the last. If this rule was violated, people would feel disgusted. This time, Miao Mingshun was the organizer, but what about next time? The so-called interpersonal skills were nothing much. It was just having a sense of propriety when interacting with people. Miao Mingshun had a good grasp of this. He made people who interacted with him have a good impression of him. However, right now, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Mingshun. He was looking at the immortal Gu in Miao Mingshun's hand with a bright gaze. Rank 7, Divination Tortoise Shell Gu. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. Because Fang Yuan had many methods that could not be exposed easily. For example, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Once these methods were used, unless Fang Yuan killed them in time, more information would be exposed. Gu immortals might even find out more of his secrets. He would be left with no way out. Speaking of which, it was quite awkward. Fang Yuan's strength continued to grow, but the trouble he caused was also getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven. looking at his opponents and enemies, which one of them was not a giant force. Recently, he had even offended old ancestor Xuehu. That was the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan faced huge pressure. He had not reached rank 9 yet. Only by cultivating to the 9th revolution could Fang Yuan openly announce his identity, and no one in the world would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others could find trouble with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, needed to keep a low profile and disguise himself, cultivating and accumulating strength. When I disguise as Wu Yihai, I have a weakness. Or rather, a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight while disguised as Wu Yihai, because he was not the real Wu Yihai. After soul-searching Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan knew that Wu Yihai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was in the form of a coral, one was in the form of a seagull, and the third was in the form of a turtle. Previously, when they fought in the regional wall, Wu Yihai had turned into a turtle to defend. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned god turtle. Ancient desolate beasts had tough shells. They were among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yihai's immortal aperture blessed land. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture blessed land was an ocean. There were 3 types of life forms in it. First were corals, which had a large number of ancient desolate plant silent corals. Second were seagulls, which had the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. Third were turtles, which had the ancient desolate beast horned divine turtle. As transformation path Gu immortals, they would often raise some transformation-related life forms. Firstly, these life forms could be considered resources. They could be used to cultivate transformation path. For example, Wu Yihai's horned divine turtles cultivated this transformation. If he needed any immortal Gu in the future, he could kill these horned divine turtles and refine them. Secondly, for transformation path Gu immortals to raise their battle strength, they needed to have a clear and deep understanding of these life forms. By raising them in their immortal aperture, they could observe them and simulate them. After the transformation, they would be able to pass off as real. Their battle strength would increase. As for Fang Yuan, he was an exception. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level rose rapidly through dream realms and tribulations. Once attainment level rose, it would affect all aspects of cultivation, including this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan could save himself from the tedious and time-consuming process of observation and practice. If I could have such an immortal Gu, it would be very useful to me. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he was moved. This divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had an ability to defend against deductions. Many Gu immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but it was very difficult to use wisdom path to deduce its location. If Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise, it would be very helpful to him when he traveled. To sum it up, this immortal Gu could only be described as practical to Fang Yuan. To add a few more words, it would be too practical. To others, rank 7 divination tortoise immortal Gu might be of little value. After all, it was only used to protect one's back. If it had an additional advantage of being able to defend against deductions, it would not be very effective. It would be inferior to other methods. Thus, it was not widely used. Moreover, would ordinary Gu immortals make deductions for no reason? Do you think everyone is like Lu Guanyi? Fang Yuan was different. Fang Yuan attracted the most attention. His infamy spread throughout the 5 regions. Even his disguise was the same. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a complete divination tortoise, using transformation path Dao marks. That would be an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions was much stronger than a single divination tortoise immortal Gu. Fang Yuan looked at the surrounding immortals. What reassured him was that these people did not seem to be very interested in this immortal Gu. Transactions of immortal Gu had always been trading Gu for Gu. This was because immortal Gu were unique. Their value was hard to determine. The value of immortal Gu depended on the situation. Some people would rather give up on the same immortal Gu. They felt it was a burden. After all, feeding immortal Gu required a huge price. Others, however, tried all sorts of methods to pursue it. They would not give up. Once they succeeded, it would be like obtaining a priceless treasure. Immortal goo. To think that there would be an exchange of immortal goo in the first round. The goo immortals sighed. They discussed softly, but they sat in their seats without moving. Miao Mingxin smiled. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Among the goo immortals here, there were few transformation paths. Only Chu Ying seemed to be. But even if there were, Chu Ying might not like this immortal goo. Transformation path goo immortals often cultivated 2 or 3 transformations. They would not bite off more than they could chew. Unless they obtained one of the essences of transformation path, change form immortal goo, they could not change their form at will. But Miao Mingxin had his reasons for doing this. This trading convention was organized by him after all. If news of an immortal goo exchange in the first round got out, it would make the trading convention even more interesting. More goo immortals with deeper foundations would be attracted to participate. I am willing to exchange for this immortal goo. Fang Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. At once, the immortals turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. Miao Mingxin was slightly dazed before reacting. He smiled brightly. I wonder what friend Miao Mingxin wants to exchange for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Mingxin chuckled. Chu Ying, this is the first time you are attending the trading convention, and I am indebted to you. How about this? Actually, I do not need this immortal goo. I can exchange for anything. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be dazed. He did not expect Miao Mingxin's conditions to be so lenient. But even so, immortal goo transactions could only be exchanged for immortal goo. Other things could not be used. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength immortal goo, yes. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Miao Mingxin said without hesitation. Fang Yuan assessed Miao Mingxin again. He thought, no wonder this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. He was a lone cultivator, but he had several goo immortals around him who were loyal to him. But there were some things that Fang Yuan had to make clear. A wry smile appeared on his face. I admire fellow immortals' heart. But I have not finished. My flying bear strength immortal goo is only rank 6. Miao Mingxin's expression changed. The immortals on the seats also had grim expressions. Some of them looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal goo. Divination tortoise shell immortal goo was a transformation path immortal goo. Strength path was declining, but transformation path was flourishing. Between the two, flying bear strength was weaker than divination tortoise shell immortal goo. But now, flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal goo compare to a rank 7 immortal goo? Chapter 1306. The difficulty of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was completely different from refining a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan wanted to use a mere rank 6 immortal goo, flying bear strength, to exchange for the rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal goo. To put it nicely, it was wishful thinking, but to put it bluntly, he was greedy and trying to take advantage of others. This taking advantage had a hint of disdain in it. What did they think Miao Mingxin was? Did they think he was easy to bully? Or did they think everyone else was stupid? Thus, it was understandable that the goo immortals had dark expressions. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. He could see the immortals' attitudes and expressions. He was well aware of the changes in their mentality. But he still asked, I wonder if friend Miao Mingxin is willing to trade? Miao Mingxin smiled. It was a forced smile, but he still nodded. Yes. I am indebted to you. You helped me twice. These are enough. The other goo immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingxin in a new light. They even expressed disgust towards Fang Yuan. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing deep dissatisfaction towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He continued, everyone says that Lord Miao Mingxin is so and so. I had my suspicions, but after trying it out today, my suspicions disappeared. How can I take advantage of you like this? I will use something else to make up for the difference. It will definitely satisfy you. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingxin secretly. After Miao Mingxin heard this, his expression changed. He said excitedly, Chu Ying, is this true? Ha, Won't you know if it is true or not after we complete this transaction? Fang Yuan smiled again. Sorry, we need to complete this transaction alone, Miao Mingxin said as Fang Yuan followed him out of the cave. After going outside and completing the transaction, the two of them returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingxin's smile showed satisfaction. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two of them had advanced by leaps and bounds when the two of them held hands and swam together. Before sitting down, Miao Mingxin bowed to Fang Yuan and said, I did not want to owe you a third favor. Fellow immortal's demeanor is truly admirable. This is just a transaction, not a favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. This conversation made the other Gu immortals even more puzzled. For a moment, everyone was secretly guessing, what kind of bargaining chip did this chewing offer to make up for the difference in price so easily and make fellow immortal Miao Ming make such a statement? Miao Mingxin sat down but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction was completed, it was Fang Yuan's turn, so he directly walked up to the platform. The gazes of the immortals below silently changed as they looked at him. They became solemn, and there was even a hint of curiosity and probing. At the same time, they were quite interested in what exactly Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. This was because they did not know much about Fang Yuan. He was a complete stranger. According to the contents of Fang Yuan's transaction, the Gu immortals could deduce some information about him. For example, there were a lot of immortal materials that were produced in the Gu immortals' blessed land. This way, they could deduce some information, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, or which types of Dao marks were denser in the immortal aperture. If there were 1 or 2 corpses of ancient desolate beasts, they would be the Gu immortals' spoils of battle. After all, if the ancient desolate beasts in the immortal aperture died, their corpses would not be so damaged. From these corpses, the immortals could deduce Fang Yuan's battle strength. Gu immortals had a lot of importance in collecting information. In this aspect, information path Gu immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked the immortals. Everyone, please take a look. This is a rank 6 bone path immortal Gu. It is called Bone Spike. I obtained it by accident. Unfortunately, I am not a bone path Gu immortal. I will trade it now. Which Gu immortal is interested in this Gu? As for what to trade for, I am the same as Lord Miao Mingxin. I do not have many ideas. Fang Yuan smiled. It is another immortal Gu. This is only the first round, but there are already 2 transactions of immortal Gu. This Chu Ying is quite wealthy. He is a transformation path Gu immortal but has 2 other immortal Gu. The first transaction is done. However, this time, it was uncertain. Are there any bone path Gu immortals here? The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. They were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no Gu immortal spoke. But he was not disappointed. Just the rank 7 immortal Gu divination tortoise shell that he obtained was enough for him to participate in this transaction convention. Right when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice resounded, Wait, I think. I can trade this immortal Gu. The immortals quickly looked towards the source of the voice. It was Wu Ma Yang. Strange, he is a dark path Gu immortal. Why does he want to trade for a bone path immortal Gu? This question lingered in the minds of the immortals. Bone Spike immortal Gu naturally had little to do with dark path. But if Wu Ma Yang had some immortal killer move that needed Bone Spike immortal Gu as a supplement, it was not impossible for him to buy this immortal Gu. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the Gu immortals were curious, they restrained their thoughts and watched quietly. There is actually a Gu immortal who wants Bone Spike immortal Gu? Fang Yuan was curious too. He asked, I wonder what you want to trade for? Wu Ma Yang frowned. He hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. I will use this immortal Gu. He displayed his immortal Gu. This was also a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was the same rank as Bone Spike immortal Gu. The immortals looked at it. Someone immediately shouted, This is immortal Gu Day. Indeed, this was rank 6 time path Gu. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that I was right to come to this trading convention. Fang Yuan cheered internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this immortal goo, he wanted to trade for it. But because he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he had rank 7-year goo. After immortal goo, years flow like water, and a large number of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance, He Fan was constantly thinking about immortal level day goo and month goo. He kept talking about it. He also remembered the 4 immortal killer moves that were similar to days pass like years. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level day goo or immortal level moon goo, then these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day goo and moon goo, and the effect of the killer moves would also increase by a lot. These were the words in He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had seen this before, but did not think much about it. He was not greedy, he was already satisfied with year goo. But this was the wondrous thing about fate. When Fang Yuan did not have any hopes of finding immortal level day goo and month goo, day goo appeared in front of him. Then let's trade. Even though I do not know much about time path, feeding bone spike immortal goo is indeed a burden. Fang Yuan said, my day goo can draw water from the river of time, there is no need to worry about feeding it. But I cannot use this immortal goo, why don't I trade this bone spike immortal goo, it can be used in my other killer moves. Umayang said. The two exchanged on the spot. The wills in the 2 immortal goo retreated slowly, allowing the other party's immortal essence to infiltrate them. Immortal essence contained the goo immortal's will, this was the key to goo refinement. To goo worms, using an analogy from Earth, willpower was like a preset program. Wolves could think. Wild goo worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal goo was to use the goo immortal's will and immortal essence to get rid of the wild wills. Wild wills focused on survival, they did not know how to self-destruct. Thus, even though it was difficult for goo immortals to refine wild immortal goo, the risk was not high. Other people's immortal goo were different. A goo immortal's will was very different from wild wills. If one tried to refine other people's immortal goo directly, the immortal goo would self-destruct. It was like when Fang Yuan planted the special will in his immortal goo, he only needed to summon it and it would return to him. Almost all goo immortals would not allow their immortal goo to be refined by others. Once that happened, the immortal goo's will would forcefully self-destruct. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal goo's will. But often, it was hard to suppress them all at once. If anything went wrong, the immortal goo would self-destruct. Precisely because of this, even though Fang Yuan captured He Cheng, he did not obtain his immortal goo dark arrow. Chapter 1307. This time's trade fair is very different. That's right, it can be said to be different. In the past trading conventions, even though immortal goo were traded, they rarely appeared in the first round. Immortal goo were hard to trade, each member had limited opportunities in the trading convention. Thus, they would often move some transactions that were unlikely to succeed to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade their immortal goo, the goo immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was the norm in trading conventions. However, this time's trade fair was clearly different. Not only did immortal goo trade occur in the first round, it happened twice. And most importantly, they succeeded both times. In these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan played an important role. Even though this was his first time participating in the trading convention, the goo immortals present could not underestimate this newcomer, Chu Ying. Next, we will begin the second round, Fairy Tonghua. Miao Mingxin said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started and there was already an immortal goo trade. This result would be a great help to him when he roamed Eastern Sea's goo immortal world in the future. Tonghua walked onto the stage. She wanted to trade for another desolate beast. It seems that she wants to develop her blessed land on a large scale. Fang Yuan said to Miao Mingxin, who was sitting beside him. Miao Mingxin smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tonghua has just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood immediately. After a goo immortal passes a tribulation, a lot of resources would be lost in the immortal aperture, but the Dao marks would also increase by a lot. These new Dao marks would change the environment of the immortal aperture, making it more abundant and able to contain different species. Thus, the female immortal Tong Hua would trade for all sorts of resources in this trading convention. She wanted to raise them in her immortal aperture. This female immortal Tong Hua has a lot of wealth. Not only is her immortal aperture developed, she even has a private sea area called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Every day at dawn or dusk, the sea would shine with rainbow light. It would be a beautiful sight to behold. This sea area is nearby. It is not far away. After this trade fair ended, Tong Hua would definitely invite everyone present to her place to have a seat. Brother Chu, you can come with me then. Miao Mingxin transmitted, giving out some information about Tong Hua. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of her. Thank you for your recommendation, fellow Taoist Miao Ming. To tell you the truth, I'm quite interested in the light shine fungus in her hands, Fang Yuan said bluntly. No problem, I can be the middleman for you, Brother Chu. Miao Mingxin immediately understood what Chu Li was trying to say and took on the responsibility. Ever since he transacted the immortal goo with Fang Yuan, their relationship had improved greatly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the change in Miao Mingxin's attitude. The reason was none other than lifespan goo. To be able to move Miao Mingxin, lifespan goo was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan only had a rank 6 immortal goo. He exchanged for Miao Mingxin's rank 7 immortal goo, and the former was a weakened strength path immortal goo. Miao Mingxin was very satisfied after the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of lifespan goo to make up for the difference. Although lifespan goo was immortal goo, it was very rare. Many goo immortals would keep it in their hands after obtaining it. They would not trade it unless they had no other choice. They would keep it as a trump card, planning to use it when their lifespan ran out. Even though Miao Mingxin's lifespan was not at its end, he did not have much left. Precisely so, he tried all sorts of ways to find a tributary of the River of Time and use some secret method to extend his lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingxin had entered the Blue Dragon Whale many times to search for the lifespan goo. Fang Yuan sent lifespan goo to him. How could Miao Mingxin not be happy? Especially when Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan goo as a bargaining chip? What did this mean? Miao Mingxin was not stupid. He immediately thought. This meant that Chu Ying definitely had other lifespan goo in his hands. Otherwise, why would he not cherish them? Thus, Miao Mingxin wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's scheme was much bigger. Blue Dragon Whale. With his previous life's information, Fang Yuan was much more familiar with this immortal opportunity than the current Miao Mingxin. The transactions continued. In the second round, goo immortals appeared one by one. Most of the transactions were successful. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was about to display this rank 6 immortal goo and sell it, but his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there was an unexpected situation. Everyone, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan said directly. The goo immortals were slightly surprised. This trading convention was a rare opportunity. To think that Fang Yuan would give it up like this. But the trading convention was free to enter and leave. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. The immortals could not stop him. What's going on? Do you need my help? Miao Mingxin took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. It is a pity that I missed the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingxin quickly consoled. Don't worry, if there are such trading conventions in the future, I will inform Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Miao, goodbye. We will meet again. Fang Yuan flew away. His figure flew into the clouds and vanished. Miao Mingxin sighed. Seeing that Fang Yuan had vanished, he turned around and went to the underground cave. Flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was not so good. The reason why he left was because a wisdom path great expert came to deduce his location. His dark limits effect was almost depleted. This caused him to expend even more energy. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop participating in this trading convention and leave. Damn it, I wonder which goo immortal is trying to deduce me? I wonder if he is deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he had more time, he might even be able to trade Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After a transaction, many Gu immortals would lay low for several years before they would trade again. After getting to a safe distance, Fang Yuan activated the divination tortoise shell immortal Gu that he had just obtained. Of course, he also used change form immortal Gu. Immortal killer move, divination tortoise transformation. Transformation path killer moves had always been this simple and crude. Because he lacked some mortal Gu worms, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. However, because he had change form immortal Gu, and because Fang Yuan did not need divination tortoise transformation to provide him with battle strength, he could barely use it. Divination tortoise transformation bought more time for Fang Yuan. A moment later, he chose a safe environment and placed his immortal aperture. For the next few days, he stayed in his immortal aperture. He started to think about how to refine attitude Gu. Although he had exchanged for 2 immortal Gu, they did not seem to have much use in refining attitude Gu. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the third woman's heart could be exchanged for a suitable immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had already lost this chance. He had to wait in his immortal aperture for a long time to use Dark Limit Immortal Gu again. Looking at the time, he had definitely missed the trading convention. In this case, I can only borrow Immortal Gu from Xianxia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was only a secondary plan. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to complete it alone. Borrowing Immortal Gu was not a problem. If Fang Yuan relied on his own Immortal Gu to create an immortal killer move and refine attitude Gu, it would be of great help to him in the future. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Imagine, by then, Reverse Flow River would surround Fang Yuan. Any immortal Gu that flew into the river would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting would that be? Fang Yuan had a long-term vision in this aspect. Unfortunately, even though he participated in the trading convention, he did not make any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Xianxia Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, expending Xianxia sect contribution points to rent several immortal Gu. This time, there was an unavoidable commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could barely come up with an immortal killer move that could be used with Reverse Flow River to refine attitude Gu. Fang Yuan purposely delayed his journey, and finally succeeded in refining attitude Gu after half a month. At this point, he finally had this legendary rank 8 immortal Gu in his hands. BZ, I've been in a slump recently. Chapter 1308. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. We pay respects to the upper immortals of Celestial Court. 2 Gu immortals knelt on the ground. They were an old man and a young man, grandfather and grandson. They were Gu immortals of Wind Cloud Manor. The young Gu immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the old man was Old Man Beifeng. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He was famous among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have already become a member of Celestial Court. After all, it was not easy to become a member of Celestial Court. It was not normal. Rank 8 cultivation level was far from enough. One had to be an elite among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since the establishment of Celestial Court. Celestial Court did not waver. They would rather have nothing than a shoddy product. But now, this old man Beifeng was almost prostrating himself on the ground to express his respect. The only person worthy of his respect was an extremely weak and shaky old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But this old man was not ordinary. He had a huge origin. He had a huge influence in the history of Celestial Court. He was Duke Long. "Get up, bring me to the cave." Duke Long said plainly. "Yes." Old man Beifeng replied. A moment later, Duke Long arrived at the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a huge and deep earth trench. It was bigger than the earth trench controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Hundreds or thousands of cities could easily fit inside. It was more than enough. Duke Long and Old Man Beifeng were tiny compared to this earth trench. From their point of view, the entire earth trench was shrouded in a deep layer of darkness. This darkness was so deep that it was impossible to see what was actually going on inside. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth trench experienced an intense earthquake. On the walls of the earth trench, countless rocks fell down. The huge sound waves created by the earthquake were deafening. People could not help but feel fear. Old Man Beifeng's expression changed. He quickly activated the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Immediately, there was a bright light everywhere, countless lights and flowing water interweaved together. It turned out that there was a huge super goo formation here. Compared to this goo formation, the Southern Border Goo Immortal's Dream Realm Goo formation was like a kitten beside an elephant. Old Man Beifeng controlled the goo formation. His expression soon changed. Cold sweat covered his forehead. The commotion this time is so huge. He was a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal, but he was having a hard time now. The Super Goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Even Old Man Beifeng could barely deal with it. It seems that after so many years, you are still so energetic. Di Zongxing, Duke Long said calmly. Roar! In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and shook the entire trench. The multicolored light of the Super Goo formation dissipated, water splashed everywhere. Old Man Beifeng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, he thought. This is even with the isolation of the Super Goo formation, it is still so loud. If we were to face this evil dragon directly, it would be. Duke Long did not mind, he commented plainly. It seems that your temper has not changed, you are still so violent. Damn old man. This time, a human voice came from the goo formation. The voice was also deafening. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from the multicolored light. It was evil dragon Di Zongxing. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was central continent's earth veins that were formed from countless emotions of hatred, anger, curses, and grudges, forming a legend. It was born from heaven and earth, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. Ever since it was formed, it had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Initially, it could only roar like a dragon, but after learning, it used Hope Goo to awaken its aperture and learn human language. For a period of time, it even turned into a human and learned Goo Immortal techniques. For a period of time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent, causing the people to have no way to live. The world was turned upside down. But eventually, it was suppressed by Duke Long. This suppression lasted for countless years. But the Celestial Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as the human race was prosperous, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger. Even if this body was completely destroyed, not even a speck of ash would be left. But soon, it would form on other earth veins and continue to cause chaos. Thus, the Celestial Court set up a Super Goo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The Watchman changed. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for personal gains. He was sent to Hidden Dragon Cave as a watchman. His grandfather knew that Feng Chanzi did not have the ability, so he gave up on the chance to enter the Celestial Court and came here to watch over the evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it acted out of character and became extremely furious. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, you cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long had a plain expression. Di Zongxing heard this and stopped shouting. He laughed. Haha, I almost forgot. Damn old man, you are really going to die. You are at the end of your lifespan, you only have one last chance to live. Even lifespan goo cannot be used. Ha, this is hilarious. Even though you suppressed me, so what? I am still alive, you won't be able to live for long. Duke Long nodded lightly. You are right. Sometimes, I really envy a life like yours. You're born with longevity, so you have to live forever. This time, I'm afraid it's the last time we see each other. Let me borrow 10 more years of lifespan from you. As he said that, Duke Long breathed in lightly. Old Man Beifeng was shocked to find that as one of the guards, he had lost control of the goo formation at this moment. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This super goo formation was also created by Duke Long. Duke Long was the true owner of this goo formation. Roar! Di Zongxing screamed in pain. Duke Long was still breathing. Old man Beifeng could not tell what Duke Long was breathing in. It was as if an invisible life essence was forcefully extracted from Di Zongsheng's body before being absorbed into Duke Long's body. So this super goo formation is not just suppressing Di Zongsheng, it has such an effect. Old man Beifeng realized. In the process of absorbing, Duke Long's body, which was originally thin like a stick of wood, inflated like a balloon. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple-gold in color, piercing the sky. The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Beifeng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongsheng. It spoke in a hoarse voice, "Damn old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, huh?" It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins. And these 10 years of lifespan are enough." "Enough for what? What do you want?" Evil dragon asked. "What else? The great era is coming." Duke Long said with deep meaning. "Great era? Great era? Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing. The regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one. Damn old man, don't leave, explain it to me." Di Zongsheng shouted. But Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the hidden dragon cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place. River water was flowing. There was a tributary of the river of time here. Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time, staggering. "Quick, let's move together and welcome Lord." Wuxia saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing beside him moved at the same time, activating the goo formation. Under the effect of the goo formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the river of time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty, breathing heavily, his body was soaked in water, he was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. "Lord, did you succeed?" Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Wuxia quickly asked. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations." "Is that so?" Wuxia was overjoyed. But Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. "I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Feng Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years. We exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable who had yet to mature. We even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow Sect no longer has the ability. The Great Era is about to descend." Wuxia's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, "What is the Great Era?" Wuxia breathed in deeply, answering, "The earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This is the Great Era." Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Feng Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu clan's headquarters were already in sight. "I'm finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time." Chapter 1309. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Feng Yuan used the appearance of Wu Yihai. After stepping into southern border, he returned to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing of his arrival, Wu clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, immediately summoned him. "Brother, these are the immortal goo that I borrowed from the clan. I am returning them." Fang Yuan handed the immortal goo over with both hands. Wu Yong received it. Sitting at the main seat, he smiled. "Brother, did you have a smooth trip to Eastern Sea?" Every goo immortal had their own secrets, especially for someone like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not pry too much into Fang Yuan. Most of the questions were just pleasantries. "My gains were not small." Fang Yuan showed a trace of joy on his face. He even sighed a little. His expression was very genuine. "That's good." Wu Yong nodded. He would never have thought that Fang Yuan's gains would be so bountiful. After leaving southern border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not achieve his goal, his gains were huge. Fang Yuan not only obtained Perseverance Immortal Goo and became the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength soared to the point that even rank 8 Goo immortals could not deal with him. Lu Guanyi's name shook the 5 regions. Furthermore, on the way back, he even participated in a high-level trading convention in Eastern Sea. He exchanged for Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo and rank 6 Day Goo. "Thank you for your concern, brother. When will I return to the Goo formation to continue cultivating? Please arrange it for me." Fang Yuan said again. His tone and attitude were very humble. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days, he had been in charge of Wu clan. Because Fang Yuan took the initiative to step down, Wu clan's internal obstacles were greatly reduced. He managed to control everything and gain authority. At this moment, Wu Yong had already undergone a subtle change compared to when he had just ascended to the throne. He was more composed and dignified. He gave off a feeling of authority and inviolability. Naturally, Wu Yong was gratified that Fang Yuan knew how to adapt to circumstances. The system of a clan was different from that of a sect. It focused more on bloodlines. Wu Yihai's identity made him special among Wu clan Goo immortals. Purely in terms of bloodline, Fang Yuan was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Since Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong had to help him. Immediately, Wu Yong agreed. "Younger brother, you should return to your residence and rest for the time being. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll definitely have something in the next few days." "Thank you, elder brother. Little brother will take his leave." Fang Yuan saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately withdrew. He also had a residence in the Wu clan. When he just joined the Wu clan, he was allocated a mountain peak for Fang Yuan to reside in alone. This Wu Yong has already taken initial control of the Wu clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he colludes with an ambitious clan like Qiao clan and causes trouble, it will be a huge headache for Wu Yong. Thus, for the sake of safety, Wu Yong will not let Wu Yihai roam around and build up his reputation. Other Wu clan Goo immortals could do it, but Wu Yihai could not. At least not for the time being. After all, Wu Du Xiu had just died. Even though Wu Yong was in control of Wu clan, it was not stable yet. Fang Yuan was very clear about Wu clan's situation. He was not worried that he would not be able to return to the Super Goo formation. In the days on the mountain, he continued to cultivate. But he could not leave his immortal aperture. Not to mention opening his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too strong. Every time it absorbs heaven and earth chi from the outside world, there is a huge change. It creates gales and clouds. The commotion is too huge. But Reverse Flow River expends a lot of heaven and earth chi. It seems that even if I return to Etian Mountain, I will need to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish it, to maintain the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. This was a burden, but it was a sweet one. Even though Wu Yong told him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. It was a race against time. During this period, many clan Goo immortals came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special identity, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude and style made Wu Yong very satisfied. He felt that Wu Yihai did not want to get involved in the clan's internal affairs. Thus, he personally gave Fang Yuan many immortal materials. Not only was it a show of goodwill and rewards, he even gained the reputation of caring for his brother. At the peak of the mountain, in a spacious hall, Feng Yuan had already turned into a giant tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house, its body was dark and eerie, its back was thick and hard, there were tens of thousands of markings on its shell. It was a dazzling sight, but also orderly. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was a wisdom path beast. After transforming, all of Feng Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. Adding on his previous wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, it reached a huge quantitative change. With such a foundation, when Feng Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions, his efficiency rose sharply. He was several times faster than before, sometimes even more than 10 times faster. It was a simple divination tortoise shell immortal goo. In terms of goo worms, it could not compare to attitude goo and wisdom sword goo. Even sword escape, flying sword, dragon breath, and other goo paled in comparison. However, for Feng Yuan, it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the divination tortoise. After tens of days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing divination tortoise transformation. Feng Yuan willed and returned to human form. Next, he tried to activate the complete divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After a dozen or so attempts, he continued to make subtle adjustments and finally succeeded. A brand new divination tortoise transformation. He added a large number of transformation path mortal goo, like tortoise head goo, tortoise tail goo, tortoise feet goo, and others. There were also some wisdom path goo worms that increased the innate ability of divination tortoise's defense against deductions to the limit of Feng Yuan's abilities. There were also many defensive goo worms. Of course, there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal goo, the other was change form immortal goo. The brand new divination tortoise was much larger than before. It was extremely lifelike, as if it was an ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise back mountain, there were over 100,000 Dao marks crisscrossing together. Not bad, I have reached the limit of my current abilities. Feng Yuan experimented and was very satisfied. This was thanks to his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. Deducing these killer moves was as natural as eating and drinking. Similar to the ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Transformation Path was fused with Sword Path. This Divination Tortoise transformation was a combination of Transformation Path and Wisdom Path. At this point, Feng Yuan had a new method. The previous incomplete and hasty version could not be brought to the table. But this one could be used. Most importantly, when Ancient Sword Dragon, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and myriad self-killer moves could not be used casually, this Divination Tortoise transformation was very timely and solved Feng Yuan's urgent problem. Feng Yuan stopped the transformation and rested for a while, recovering his mind. He closed his eyes and pondered, his consciousness entering the sovereign immortal aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 immortal goo was activated, aiming at reverse flow river in his immortal aperture. Red date immortal essence was expended intensely, under the effect of landscape as before immortal goo, reverse flow river slowly gained water. The efficiency is too low. Feng Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment. The result was very disappointing. Landscape as before immortal goo had an effect on reverse flow river, but the effect was not obvious. This was a clear contrast to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Why did I use landscape as before to restore Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley? But why is it so useless on reverse flow river? Feng Yuan was puzzled. Was reverse flow river more special than the 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth? Or was there another reason? If he could repair reverse flow river immediately, that would be wonderful. Reverse flow river's water could be used endlessly. But the truth was far from Feng Yuan's expectations. Wait, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once in the hands of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created sovereign immortal fetus goo. Maybe, these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth have already been modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use immortal goo of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His guess was very accurate. Shadow Sect not only had recipes for Gu Immortals, they could let Gu Immortals cultivate other paths without conflicting Dao marks. They even had recipes for modifying secluded domains of heaven and earth, allowing them to be extremely effective against immortal Gu of other paths. They would not be restricted by Dao marks. For Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, if they used Time Path Immortal Gu, they would not be restricted by the countless Soul Path Dao marks in the valley. This was because Landscape as Before and Man as Before belonged to Shadow Sect to begin with. Later, Zishan Makoto gave them to Tai by Yunxing. As for Reverse Flow River, Shadow Sect did not obtain it. They were not interested in this river. Thus, Reverse Flow River did not receive any modifications. When Fang Yuan used Landscape as Before Immortal Gu on the river, he was weakened by the vast number of Dao marks in the river. The effect was very low. And this was after Fang Yuan became the Reverse Flow River Lord. Otherwise, Landscape as Before Gu's effect would be reflected by the river. Reverse Flow River's water has been weakened by a lot because of the rank 8 existence. But thankfully it is repairing itself, just that the speed is very slow. Can I use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist the immemorial year beasts? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Using Reverse Flow River, he could only protect himself. If the immemorial year beasts wanted to destroy his immortal aperture, he could do nothing about it. The reason why Fang Yuan thought of this was because of that sealed rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water. Unfortunately, even though his battle strength rose rapidly, Fang Yuan had not found the time to unseal years flow like water. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangements to let him return to the giant dream realm. Chapter 1310. Southern Border, Wu Clan. In the hall, not only were there Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, there was also another Gu immortal. He was tall, he wore a black and white cloak, his beard was smooth and extended to his chest. His eyes were long and narrow, they were shining with divine light, his body was covered in water vapor. Wu Clan's Gu immortal Wu Yubo was arrogant. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. He was only slightly weaker than old Treeman Bada. Gu immortal Yen Huang challenged Uncle Yu, but the truth is that Xia clan wants Moon Bowl. This place produces Moon Path Gu worms. It is one of the most important production areas of my clan. We cannot lose it. Wu Yong said. With me here, First Supreme Elder does not need to worry. I defeated Yen Huang twice. I can defeat him a third time. Wu Yubo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape. It looked like a huge bowl. It produced a large number of Moon Path Gu worms. People called it Moon Bowl. There used to be a fort in the moon worshipping bowl. When the Wu family expanded, they eradicated this mountain village in order to take over the moon worshipping bowl. In the village, there was a Gu immortal called Immortal Yen Huang. Wu clan sent Wu Yubo to defeat him. Immortal Yen Huang was inferior, he could only run away with tears in his eyes, abandoning his former home. As a Righteous Path member, Wu clan had a reason to take over Moon Bowl, but they could not kill Immortal Yen Huang directly. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. Immortal Yen Huang left with hatred. In order to take revenge, he concealed his identity and cultivated his killer move, but he still lost to Wu Yubo the second time. Wu clan knew of his whereabouts. They knew that he was an enemy of their clan. They gathered Gu immortals and secretly chased after Immortal Yen Huang. At the crucial moment, Immortal Yen Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu clan wanted to pursue the matter, but at that time, Wu Du Xiu died, Wu clan was in chaos, Wu Yong became the leader, the political situation was in chaos. This gave Immortal Yen Huang a chance to catch his breath. But now, a few days ago, Immortal Yen Huang sent a challenge letter. He wanted to use Moon Bowl as a bargaining chip to challenge Wu Yubo. The Lunar Greeting Bowl would belong to whoever emerged victorious. The Wu clan was the #1 superpower in the southern border. How could they not accept it? However, what worried Wu Yong was that this time around, Immortal Yen Huang did not come alone like the previous 2 times. Instead, he had sought refuge with a superpower, the Xia family. Because of this, the mysterious force that helped Immortal Yen Huang before was obvious. It must be the Xia clan. On the surface, This was immortal Yan Huang challenging Wu Yubo. However, on the inside, it was of great significance. It concerned the struggle between the two superpowers. This news had already spread. It immediately attracted the attention of Southern Border's large forces and Gu immortal experts. After Wu Duxiu's death, although the Wu clan still had the reputation of being the #1 faction, its power was greatly reduced. The Xia clan was undoubtedly the first to challenge the Wu clan's authority. If the Wu clan was defeated in this battle, it would definitely allow the other clans to see through the Wu clan's weakness. By then, the hearts of the people would waver, and there would definitely be more and more operations against the Wu clan. This was what Wu Yong was worried about. This time, immortal Yan Huang publicly challenged them. It was the first obstacle that Wu Yong faced after gaining authority. Yubo, don't be careless. You should know that this matter has great significance to our clan. Wu Yong sighed. That Yan Huang joined Xia clan, he has the support of a super force, and now that he is challenging us, he definitely has ill intentions. He is well prepared. First Supreme Elder, just listen to my good news. Wu Yubo still had an indifferent expression. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said, in my opinion, there is no need for anyone else to hold the fort. It is just Yan Huang, a defeated opponent. He will definitely be captured. It is better to play it safe. My brother is proficient in 3 transformations. He is a rank 7 expert. With him holding the fort, I can be assured. Wu Yong replied. Wu clan's influence was too huge. Even though they had many Gu immortals, they were scattered everywhere. There were not enough of them. Originally, Wu Yong had planned to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong sent Fang Yuan to hold the fort for Wu Yubo. After all, immortal Yan Huang was not alone this time. Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Qingcang was with him. Fang Yuan joined Wu clan. Even though he could avoid it, it was not a big deal if he participated. Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good job. He only needed to hold the fort. After the matter was over, the clan would record his contributions. Even though Wu Yubo did not care, since Wu Yong insisted, he could not object. This matter was decided. Several days later, Wu Yubo and Fang Yuan arrived at the meeting place. Xia Qingcang and immortal Yan Huang were already waiting there. Immortal Yan Huang was a middle-aged Gu immortal. He had an ordinary appearance and had an old face. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed. His eyes opened wide like they were about to spew fire. Xia Qingcang, on the other hand, had an extraordinary aura. His body was tall and straight like a mountain. His face was simple and fangjing. His hair and beard were all white. Especially his beard, it was hard like needles. His eyes shined brightly. It was hard to look at him directly. Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants. I will return all the humiliation I suffered to you today. Immortal Yan Huang shouted. Wu Yubo smiled coldly. You are slandering me. The reason I did this was to investigate the traces of blood path, to uphold justice and get rid of evil for the people. You are not a righteous person, yet you accuse an innocent person. You deserve death. The two fought without saying a word. Fang Yuan and Xia Qingcang stood at two ends of the battlefield, holding the fort for their respective Gu immortals. There was nothing much to say. Everyone knew the true reason. But when the righteous path did things, they had to put on a facade. Immortal Yan Huang cultivated fire and earth. His hand was covered in fire. It was like a dragon that burned intensely. His other hand was earth path. Rocks were rolling. It was a grand sight. And Wu Yubo cultivated water path. His movements were like falling leaves. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He had a sense of carefree beauty. Around him, there was a dense water aura. It was drizzling like a cow's hair. However, it was able to cause immortal Yan Huang's flames and rolling stones to melt and collapse. Evidently, Wu Yubo had the upper hand. But the battle had just begun. Both sides were probing each other. Immortal Gu and immortal killer moves had not been used yet. Fang Yuan observed the battle while inspecting the surroundings. He was wary of Xia Qingcang, preventing him from making any sneak attacks. But Xia Qingcang was very relaxed. He looked at Fang Yuan from time to time. When Fang Yuan looked at him as well, he would nod and smile. This scene gave Fang Yuan a faint feeling of unease. Xia Qingcang was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was famous in southern border. He was an important person. The battle continued. Both sides continued to use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Wu Yubo. The latter's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Victory was about to be decided. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his duty, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, go and die. It is your honor to die under my signature killer move. Wu Yubo's killing intent was intense. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He activated his immortal killer move. Rain poured down, dark clouds covered the sky, cold winds howled. The three gathered and formed a spherical cage that trapped immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside. He could not escape. He was in a desperate situation. He was about to die. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xia Qingcang, guarding against him. But Xia Qingcang had a smile on his face. He watched from the side. He had no intention of helping. Right at this time, immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly. The aura of countless Gu worms burst out from his body. A blazing light spread out from his body. At once, the spherical cage that trapped him was dissolved. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked. He was caught off guard. His signature killer move was broken. He was heavily injured. The lava under immortal Yan Huang's feet interweaved. It quickly turned into a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Yubo's face was pale. He was trapped in the battlefield. The situation changed. Wu Yubo was in danger. The situation changed. Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but Xia Qingcang flew close and warned, Wu Yihai, don't bring shame to Wu clan. Fang Yuan chuckled, how can an outsider like you care if my Wu clan is shamed or not? Saying so, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged towards the lava battlefield. Xia Qingcang praised Fang Yuan's decisiveness. He did not slow down. In that case, have a taste of my killer move, Mind Scattering. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Xia Qingcang immediately used his signature killer move. It was a powerful method. Gu immortals hit by this move would have their minds in chaos. They would have all sorts of thoughts. Their battle strength would be greatly affected. They might even fall into chaos and be unable to extricate themselves. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He ignored it and charged towards the battlefield killer move. Fool! Xia Qingcang said coldly. At the next moment, his mind scattering hit Fang Yuan, but the result was that it dissipated while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Qingcang's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise? Xia Qingcang finally recognized the origin of Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It could defend against the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. His wisdom path killer move was based on the concept of deductions, but it was countered by the divination tortoise. There was a deafening rumble. A hole was created in the battlefield killer move by Fang Yuan. The divination tortoise entered and saved Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Xia Qingcang was about to attack again when Fang Yuan spoke. Wu clan lost this battle. The battle ends here. Moon Bowl belongs to you. Hearing this, Xia Qingcang stopped attacking. Immortal Yan Huang wanted to attack again but was stopped by Xia Qingcang. The former could only watch with hatred as his greatest enemy escaped safely. Why did you let him go? Immortal Yan Huang shouted angrily. Xia Qingcang looked at him coldly. We have already won Moon Bowl. We have achieved our goal. It is not time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget, you are already an external supreme elder of Xia clan. You need to consider our clan's benefits first. Xia clan had already gotten the upper hand this time. If they forced it, Wu clan would definitely retaliate. Chapter 1311. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Yubo lost to immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia clan. The whole of southern borders Gu immortal world soon learned of it. Everyone's hearts wavered. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert. Wu clan's famous battle strength. He actually lost to immortal Yan Huang? Immortal Yan Huang had high battle strength to begin with. Now that he obtained Xia clan's help, it is not impossible for him to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is a prideful person. it is strange that he lost to a loser this time. Most importantly, Immortal Yan Huang actually broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. That is amazing. It was probably Xia Clan's Xia Lu Pei who deduced it. Xia Clan had a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He was one of the top deduction experts in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. It was Xia Lu Pei. This time, Wu Clan has lost too much face. Wu Yubo not only lost to Immortal Yan Huang, he almost lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai breaking the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo might have lost his life. That can't be. It's true. All sorts of goo worms have already spread. They show the scene from back then. Wu Clan actually lost Moon Bowl because of this. Hee hee, what a joke. If we trace back to the source, Moon Bowl was snatched by Wu Clan. This time, it is the Wu Clan who deserves it. Haha, with Wu Du Xiu gone, Wu Clan can no longer maintain their reputation as the #1 clan. Losing the Lunar Reverence Bowl wasn't considered a huge blow to the Wu Clan, which had a huge business and a solid foundation. However, Fang Yuan took the initiative to break the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. Wu Clan fell into a passive situation. This was the difference between the righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan took action and saved Wu Yubo. He went against the rules of the competition. This competition was unfair. Wu Clan lost face. And most importantly, there was evidence for this. They could not deny it. The one who helped Immortal Yan Huang was Xia Clan's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Xia Qingsong. He did everything flawlessly. He had already used Information Path Immortal Gu to record the entire scene. Since they were targeting the Wu Clan, the Xia Clan had naturally made ample preparations. Wu Clan had to admit this. After Fang Yuan brought Wu Yubo back, Wu Yong ordered for Fang Yuan to be punished. Because he broke the promise and interfered in the battle, he was punished to face the wall and receive a number of Xian Yuan stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. He had done a great deed. To Wu Clan, they had lost face, but they had saved a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Comparing the two, the latter was naturally more important. Fang Yuan had contributed, but he was punished by Wu Yong instead. However, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he pinched his nose and accepted the punishment. After returning to the Wu Clan's headquarters, he hid in his residence on the mountain peak and didn't take a single step out. The Moon Bowl incident was still brewing, and its influence was still growing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to Immortal Yan Huang, he was furious and embarrassed. Not long after he returned, he announced that he would go into closed cultivation to fight again in the future and regain his face. Even though Wu Clan lost Moon Bowl Valley, and Wu Yong also punished Fang Yuan for breaking the rules, Wu Clan's reputation fell because of this. And most importantly, Xia Clan's actions brought inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous Path was different from Demonic Path. The Righteous Path had its own rules. Xia Clan made full use of this rule. Even though Wu Clan lost Moon Bowl, they had nothing to say. Xia Clan was quite special in Southern Border, and even in the 5 regions. Because this super force mainly cultivated Light Path and Wisdom Path. Even though Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in number, Xia Clan had 4 to 5 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and many of them were experts. Among the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in the whole of Southern Border, Xia Clan was the #1 surname. They had a huge share. It was not strange that Wu Clan was plotted against by Xia Clan. The other forces saw Xia Clan's success and became restless. They wanted to imitate them. When Wu Du Xiu was alive, Wu Clan was like the sun in the sky. They devoured other people's resources and expanded their territory. There were many incidents like Moon Bowl. There were also many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was something that the other forces could use to deal with Wu Clan. All sorts of information came. Wu Yong felt something amiss. A storm was coming towards Wu Clan. Sure enough, after the Moon Bowl incident, Luo Clan attacked Wu Clan. Their reason was very legitimate, similar to Xia Clan's. Next, Qi Clan and Chai Clan tried to get their hands on Wu Clan's Inspiration Silkworm Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong stayed at the center and mobilized his troops, but Wu Clan's territory was too big. They lacked manpower. They could only maintain an undefeatable situation. Wu Clan was in trouble. Wu Yong was in a terrible predicament. But as Wu Yong's younger brother, Wu Yihai, was living a comfortable life inside the sovereign immortal aperture. "Let me go, please let me go." Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored it. He continued to soul search. Ma Hongyun's soul could not bear such torture. It soon became extremely weak. "That's goo." Fang Yuan used a goo worm and healed Ma Hongyun's soul. He continued to soul search. "You demon! Kill me, kill me." The intense pain directly affecting his soul was unbearable for Ma Hongyun. He kept on cursing, scolding and crying for mercy, but Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. After a while, he finally stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul had become extremely thin. It was like a lump of mist, on the verge of vanishing. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan crushed a gut's goo, healing Ma Hongyun's soul. "I finally obtained all the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had memorized. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead. This Ma Hongyun's soul can still be captured and imprisoned." After Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in Reverse Flow River, he obtained his soul. These last days, he had been soul-searching Ma Hongyun. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched Ma Hongyun, he no longer had any secrets to hide from him. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck. These were the three true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. Self-luck true inheritance was in Langya Blessed Land. All living beings' luck true inheritance was in 88-point Xianxia Tower. Heaven and earth luck true inheritance was in Longevity Heaven. Following the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xianxia Tower, the all living beings' luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. But back then, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had obtained the protection of all living beings' luck true inheritance. They each obtained a portion of the true inheritance's contents. Along the way, after Fang Yuan's soul search succeeded, this portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he wanted a healthy Ma Hongyun, so he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyun left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by shadow sects Qin by Sheng. The contents of the all living beings' luck true inheritance that he knew should also be known by shadow sect. Fang Yuan analyzed, in this portion of the true inheritance, the most valuable part was the recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Ma Hongyun happened to remember this portion of the true inheritance. This was the most important part of all living beings' luck true inheritance. But it was not strange. Precisely because Ma Hongyun knew this immortal goo recipe, after old ancestor Shui who bought him, he also learned about this immortal goo recipe. Thus old ancestor Shui who had the thought of refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to the contents of this immortal goo recipe, even if he used all his wealth, he would not be able to gather even a tenth of the immortal goo recipe. Unless there was a living goo material like Ma Hongyun, who could save many precious goo refinement materials, Fang Yuan could barely see a trace of hope. How could Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? This was a rank 8 immortal goo. What would happen if he rashly refined a rank 8 immortal goo? Old ancestor Shui whose outcome was clear. This rank 8 goo immortal with the strongest battle strength in Northern Plains was definitely not having a good time now. Not only did he fail to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he even lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even his beloved wife Lady Wanshou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is deep enough to compare to ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. But I have little immortal Yuan Stone and Red Date immortal essence. Most importantly, I have little surplus resources. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia and the rest, from southern border to eastern sea, and then to northern plains. He expended a lot of immortal essence. Not to mention comprehending immortal killer moves in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the one that consumed the most immortal essence among all the immortal killer moves. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture originally had a lot of production, but because time was delayed and calamities and tribulations were delayed, the efficiency of resource production was greatly reduced. Even though I am still making profits, the expenditure is not small. Especially in the aspect of feeding immortal goo, wisdom sword immortal goo and attitude immortal goo are not resolved yet. I still need to invest in them. Fang Yuan had to solve the feeding problem and also store up immortal essence in case of emergencies. This caused his current situation to be quite awkward. Not long ago, because he broke the rules and saved Wu Yubo, he was fined an immortal Yuan stone. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Delaying time caused the immortal aperture's time path resources to fall sharply. In this case, I can only expand production and win through quantity. However, I need to think carefully about what kind of resources to expand production. Some resources are already saturated in the market. If I expand production, I will only be shooting myself in the foot. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about these problems, Wu Yubo's will flew to his residence with an immortal goo. I will never forget the debt of saving my life. I will give this rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo to Lord Wu Yihai as a token of my gratitude. Wu Yubo's will had actually given an immortal goo to Fang Yuan. Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. Evidently, this was a wisdom path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had also benefited from the incident of Moon Bowl. He obtained an immortal goo. Even though it was rank 6, immortal goo were unique and priceless. Chapter 13:12. This Vajra Thought Immortal Goo was the size of a fist. It looked like glass, translucent and shining with golden light. It had a great appearance. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. It felt heavy, like he was holding a lump of solid gold. The exchange was smooth, the process was short. After Fang Yuan refined this Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, Wu Yubo's will said goodbye to Fang Yuan and flew away. He obtained a rank 6 immortal goo just like that, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had made a contribution to Wu clan. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yubo. It was a huge contribution to Wu clan. Even though he violated the rules and lost Wu clan's face, he saved a precious rank 7 battle strength expert for Wu clan. Evidently, his contribution was greater than his mistake. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood it well. This was the righteous path. They had to be presentable in public. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not show up. If Wu Yong showed up, the political significance would be completely different. Once he was found out, he would be attacked and criticized by others. Thus, Wu Yubo's will showed up. This Vajra Thought Immortal Goo was Wu Yubo's personal gratitude to Fang Yuan. It was actually Wu clan's expenditure. But there was a need for this. This was the righteous path's way of doing things. I got another immortal goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Maybe ordinary goo immortals would be overjoyed, but to Fang Yuan, it was different. There were too many immortal goo. The burden was too heavy. However, Vajra Thought Immortal Goo is a wisdom path immortal goo. It came at the right time. It can make up for some of my shortcomings. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level. He only lacked wisdom path immortal goo. In the past, he only had attitude goo and unravel mystery goo, but now, he had affection goo and Vajra Thought Goo. For wisdom path immortal goo, this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he would be able to do much. Fang Yuan injected red date immortal essence and tried to activate Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, flashing with a metallic luster, giving off a sturdy and solid feeling. As the thoughts collided, there seemed to be clanging sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly generated Vajra thoughts to perform mental calculations. He quickly discovered that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. It was very difficult for thoughts to fuse, and they would often collide with each other and shatter. Fang Yuan thought to himself, as expected. He wasn't surprised at all. Vajra Thought Immortal Goo itself was not used for thinking. Its strength was in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts from his mind. These thoughts were originally small and exquisite, but once they left his mind and came to the outside world, they expanded and formed golden balls the size of a fist. Their surfaces flickered with a glass-like luster. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cattail husk. Hundreds of Vajra Psyche beads floated around him. For a moment, golden light shone brilliantly. As soon as he thought of this, one of the Vajra psyche beads flew out. Shwa! It was extremely fast. Thoughts were very fast to begin with, especially in the mind. They were faster than light. When the Vajra psyche beads were sent to the outside world, they were not as fast as in the mind, but they were still very fast. This speed is almost 50% of Sword Escape Immortal Gu's. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched. He was very satisfied with this speed. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu with the best speed. Vajra Thought Immortal Gu was only rank 6, but its Vajra Thoughts had half the speed of Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Of course, for an Immortal Gu like Vajra Thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the Vajra Thoughts produced would not have a qualitative change, but a quantitative change. Theoretically speaking, the Vajra Thought produced by Immortal Gu was no different from the Vajra Thought produced by Immortal Gu. The difference was in quantity. Rank 5 Mortal Gu Vajra Thought could produce 100 Vajra Thoughts at once. But Immortal Gu Vajra Thought could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Then how powerful was one Vajra Thought? Feng Yuan aimed at a floor tile and shot out his Vajra Thought. With a soft sound, the Vajra Thought drew a dazzling golden light in the air. It pierced through the floor tile and went deep into the ground. Feng Yuan nodded. The power was not bad. The hall he was in was a mortal Gu house. Its defense was nothing in the eyes of Gu immortals, but it was not made of paper. Vajra Thought's power made Feng Yuan think of the bullets on Earth. However, it was much bigger than a bullet. Activating Vajra Thought Immortal Gu once can produce thousands of Vajra Thoughts. If so many thoughts are shot out at once, it would be a grand sight. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He thought of two Gu immortals. One was Dongfang Naganori, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Hataru. The latter also had an immortal killer move that used stardust as the main body. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. I have Vajra Thought Immortal Gu now. Why don't I imitate Hataru and create an immortal killer move? Feng Yuan had a thought. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment told him that this should not be difficult. Thus, Feng Yuan stopped activating Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He calmed down and started to deduce this immortal killer move. The main thing was to imitate Hatu, using Vajra Thought Immortal Gu as the core. Sure enough, it went smoothly. The difficulty was low, just like Feng Yuan's intuition. Less than an hour later, this immortal killer move was already in its embryonic form. For a day and a night, Feng Yuan did not rest. He transformed into a divination tortoise and deduced, obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Feng Yuan did not name this new immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. This immortal killer move only uses rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Gu as the core. It does not have much power. Maybe I can combine it with Divination Tortoise Transformation and modify this immortal killer move, increasing its power. Feng Yuan felt that this modification was not simple. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment, combining the two was not something that could be done in one go. The speed of modification was extremely slow. But Feng Yuan was not in a hurry. Right now, the external environment was still peaceful. Even though Shadow Sect had not been exterminated, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were after him. But with the help of Dream Realms, Feng Yuan believed that his foundation would rise rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he was much more confident. 3 days later, there was not much progress in modifying the killer move. It was less than 30% complete. Wu Yong called someone over. He wanted to meet Wu Yihai. In the hall, after the two brothers chatted for a while, Wu Yong told Feng Yuan, if he was not satisfied with Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he could choose any rank 6 Immortal Gu from the clan's treasury and exchange them. It turned out that after Feng Yuan accepted Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, Wu Yong did not make a move. He thought that Wu Yihai was a lone cultivator and did not understand the righteous path. He might have thought that this was Wu Yubo's token of gratitude. That would not do. Wu Yong called for Feng Yuan and reminded him that he could obtain Vajra Thought Immortal Gu because of this elder brother of his. At the same time, he used the excuse of exchanging Gu to express his goodwill towards Wu Yihai. But he did not know that Fang Yuan already knew this. He was just pretending to be ignorant. It seems that Wu clan has been in a difficult situation recently. Their Gu immortals are lacking in strength. Wu Yong wants to make use of my strength. Fang Yuan immediately realized Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently, many super forces had tacitly allied together to make trouble for Wu clan. Facing the storm, Wu Yong was somewhat tired from dealing with them. The giant dream realm was the same. Ba clan led some Gu immortals and made things difficult for Wu clan. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to swap Fang Yuan over there, but with Ba clan's actions, the Super Gu formation was facing huge pressure as well. To be safe, Wu Yong did not dare to change people at the last moment, causing Fang Yuan to be unable to move into the Super Gu formation. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I also want to go to the treasury to gain some experience. Even though Fang Yuan had designed an immortal killer move for Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he did not want to exchange it, but it was good to take a look at the immortal Gu in the treasury. Last time, he chose immortal Gu from the clan's treasury. It was just the outer treasury. The immortal Gu in the inner treasury were naturally of higher quality and value. Wu clan was the #1 force in southern border. Fang Yuan was looking forward to seeing what they had in the treasury. Chapter 1313. Among them, there was an immortal Gu named Rain. It was a rare information path rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was quite moved. After all, he was weak in the information path aspect. It restricted his development to a large extent. Name Rain Immortal Gu also had a special effect. After activating it, it could turn into a rain that could bind any desolate beast, desolate plant, or even ancient desolate beast or desolate plant. That's right, even though it was an information path immortal Gu, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and mystical. What moved Fang Yuan the most was that this name Rain Immortal Gu's power varied according to the Gu immortal's reputation. This was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Be it Fang Yuan's real name or Lu Guanyi's fake identity, they were both famous across the 5 regions and spread far and wide. Who was the most famous during this period of time? Other than Fang Yuan, who else could it be? But my information path attainment level is very ordinary. Even if I exchange for this name Rain Immortal Gu, what use would it be? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not very useful to me. Unless I enslave immemorial desolate beasts. But with just a rank 7 name Rain Immortal Gu, it is impossible to enslave an immemorial desolate beast. The only possibility is to use it as the core to create an immortal killer move. If that is the case, it will be even more far-fetched. After all, my enslavement path and information path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. As for immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, Grandmaster attainment level is not enough. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not exchange for it. He kept Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. This choice surprised Wu Yong. I made some gains after returning to Eastern Sea. From now on, Divination Tortoise Transformation will reflect Wisdom Path. It will be my main cultivation path. Fang Yuan explained. This was also a foreshadowing for him to continue using Divination Tortoise Transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called brother here. Other than this, I have another task. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Please speak, brother. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. My tribe's Frosty Peak is being targeted by Xia clan. There were some historical reasons here. They were all in this information path Mortal Gu. I hope that brother can protect the Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to resolve brother's problems. Fang Yuan agreed and received this information path Mortal Gu, inspecting it carefully. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very satisfied. Fang Yuan looked through the information path Gu worm's contents and immediately understood this matter. So after immortal Yen Huang defeated Wu Yubo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl Valley and became the biggest beneficiary. Following this, some superpowers also sought trouble with the Wu family. After the Xia clan tasted the sweetness and saw that the situation was like this, they wanted to continue to make a move and scheme against the Wu clan to obtain benefits for their own clan. This time, they targeted the Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's property. It belonged to a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. A long time ago, this itinerant immortal had sought help from the Wu clan. The Wu clan had taken a fancy to his territory, but the itinerant immortal wasn't willing to give it up. After a difficult negotiation, the itinerant immortal lent this place to Wu clan for hundreds of years. 100 years later, this itinerant immortal died from his tribulation. This frosty peak became Wu clan's property. It was produced in large amounts every year. The reason why Xia clan could cause trouble was because they found this itinerant immortal's descendant. The itinerant immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak. This was completely reasonable. There was also evidence of this. The Xia clan was supporting them from behind, waving flags and shouting war cries. Their intentions were clear. They were plotting against the Moon Peak. The itinerant immortal's descendant is a Gu master. He actually dares to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu immortals. They are indeed good at scheming. But this time, I have to protect Frosty Peak. This is a good chance for me to display my strength. The reason why Wu Yong is not willing to send me to the Super Gu formation is because he is worried that I am not strong enough to suppress the situation there. Fang Yuan accepted the mission but was not in a hurry to leave. He thought to himself, even though he was strong, he had many methods that could not be exposed. Divination tortoise transformation was good for defense but lacking in offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He needed to modify that immortal killer move first. Thus, for the next 10 days or so, Fang Yuan stayed in his mountain, deducing and modifying the immortal killer move. This half a month was not peaceful. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not make a move. They urged and spread the news. Wu clan was facing huge pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Yuan. No rush. If I do not show up, Xia clan cannot openly annex Frosty Peak. Xia clan is clamoring everywhere? It's nothing. No matter how much he changes, I will remain unmoved. Be steady. This is the principle of life that I comprehended when I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. Be slow. Slow work produces fine results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons. He rejected them clearly. Eventually, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not have much pressure, but as the leader of Wu clan, his pressure was increasing day by day. The clan's matters are my matters. Since you've entrusted this matter to me, I will definitely do it well. I won't disappoint the trust and expectations that you have placed on me. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. Wu Yong could do nothing about this. He had no Gu immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan completely modified the immortal killer move and tested it a few times, after he was sure of success, did he set off for Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been paying close attention to Wu clan. The moment Fang Yuan left, they received news. On Frosty Peak. Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Zhuoremo said. This Frosty Peak is comparable to Moon Bowl. Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen. This is a stupid move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xia Zhuoremo pondered. Wu clan has no one to send. Wu Yubo is a prideful person. He lost to Immortal Yan Huang. Unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and avenge himself, he will not leave. As for Wu Zhen, he is guarding Phoenix Peak. How can he leave so easily? During this period of time, all sorts of phoenix birds go to Phoenix Peak to breed and lay eggs. Ha! Wu Yong had no choice but to send Wu Hai. What is his battle strength? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Xia Zhuoremo thought about it before replying. His battle strength is unknown. He had been cultivating in Eastern Sea before this. There is little information. But he was able to escape and return to Wu clan. He has the strength to protect himself. The most recent time, he saved Wu Yubo. He used Divination Tortoise Transformation. It was a lucky hit. Lord Xia Qingcang's scattered will killer move failed. Saying so, he smiled bitterly. Divination tortoises are naturally resistant to wisdom path methods. Against him, I might not be able to do much. I will have to rely on you, Lord. Xia Zhuoremo was rank 6 wisdom path, while Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7 light path. The latter laughed heartily. This Wu Yihai took so long to move, it shows that he does not have much confidence. Don't worry, I will suppress this person this time and occupy Frosty Peak. We will expand our territory and gain merit for Xia clan. Chapter 13-14. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan was flying in the sky, he was surrounded by clouds and mist. I'm here. He willed as he descended, the clouds and mist faded away, revealing a vast land. Southern border had many mountains, the land below Fang Yuan was also covered in mountains, they were lush and green. In this deep green sea, Frosty Peak was unique, it was pure white and stood out from the rest, it was a stark contrast to the surroundings. At the peak of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, had already sensed Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate, he naturally would not conceal himself. It was normal for Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals to find him immediately. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really something. A journey that should have taken 2 to 3 days has taken him half a month. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. It's good that he is here, let's welcome him. Xia Zhuemo smiled. The 2 sides met in the air. Both sides had smiles on their faces, they had elegant demeanors, after all, they were representing 2 super forces. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he really looks like Wu Du Xiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7, he was evidently the leader of Xia clan's side. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was like his name, he was impatient, decisive and had strong battle strength. Xia Zhuemo was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he had many thoughts and liked to think. Xia Zhuemo's nature was related to his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important matter, he would subconsciously think about opportunities and think about them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's nature was the aftereffect of cultivating a certain immortal killer move. This was the first time the 2 sides were meeting. As they conversed, Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the peak of Frosty Peak. Please come in, please have some tea. These 2 Gu immortals acted like they were the masters, they seemed to be announcing the ownership of Frosty Peak. The battle had already begun, but Fang Yuan did not react, it was like he did not sense anything. He smiled as he sat down, sipping his tea. The tea is not bad, he praised after taking a sip. Xia Zhuemo smiled. This is my Xia clan's 4 seasons tea, personally made by my clan's grand elder. When he took a sip, there were 4 different tastes, making him feel as if he had arrived at the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. That's why we call it 4 seasons tea. Xia clan's first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea she refined showed her deep attainments in time path. Xia clan's Gu immortals used this tea to establish their might, but after Fang Yuan drank it, he smiled brightly. What a great tea! I wonder if the 2 immortal friends from the Xia clan have any left over? I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a few portions, how about that? Fang Yuan said with a smile. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, this Wu Yihai really knows how to speak. But even though they were enemies this time, the righteous path's demeanor was still important. Furthermore, the political situation was ever-changing. Today, everyone was making things difficult for the Wu clan, and it was possible that the Xia clan would cooperate with the Wu clan after tomorrow. Xia Zhuemo made up his mind and was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai replied, Sigh. This is nothing, we have a lot of 4 seasons tea, since Wu Yihai wants it, take it. Saying so, he gave out more than 10 portions of 4 seasons tea. Then I shall accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai continued, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan slowly raised his cup and took a sip before putting it down, saying, Xia Fei Kuai, please speak. Xia Fei Kuai immediately spoke, his mouth opening and closing non-stop. It's a long story. Since everyone knows the reason, I will go straight to the point. Little Zhang, come out. The moment he said that, the door of the Gu house opened and a rank 5 Gu master walked out. Zhang Sanfeng's descendant, Zhang Kai Zui, greets the 3 immortals. This Gu master had white hair, he greeted the 3 Gu immortals in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This little Zhang's bloodline is authentic, there's no doubt about it. Come, Wui Hai, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai left his seat and walked to Zhang Kai Zue, grabbing his arm and bringing him in front of Fang Yuan, showing an impatient expression. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator Gu immortal from back then, the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his real name, it was a title. Because he had 3 mystical peaks, Frosty Peak was one of them. As for his real name, it could not be verified, because ever since he started cultivating, he had never revealed his full name, only saying that his surname was Zhang. Thus, people called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his full name and surname. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Wu clan's intelligence was quite comprehensive. But now, he waved his hand and pretended to be confused. Wait, who is this Gu master? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Zhang Kai Zue was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Zhang Kai Zue, we all heard him introducing himself. I know it is Zhang Kai Zue. Fang Yuan nodded. Next, he paused and drank a mouthful of tea, continuing, but what does this mortal Gu master have to do with Frosty Peak? It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng once. Xia Fei Kuai immediately answered. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned again. Wui Hai, after all this time, you still don't know who Zhang Sanfeng is? Fang Yuan smiled embarrassedly. The clan asked me to negotiate and protect Frosty Peak, but I came in a hurry, I did not know the reason. Please don't take offense. Xia Fei Kuai thought, you came in a hurry, taking half a month to get here. This is called being in a hurry? Even though he thought so, he still spoke politely, then I will tell you the reason. I am all ears. Xia Fei Kuai's lips moved quickly again, almost leaving afterimages as he spoke at an extremely fast speed, explaining the entire history. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and nodded. Xia Fei Kuai, do you know the truth now? Fang Yuan put down his cup and stood up from his seat, greeting Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai did not understand why Fang Yuan was greeting him, he felt it was strange. But as a righteous path member, he had to maintain his composure, no matter what. He returned the greeting. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smile embarrassedly. Fang Yuan said, thank you for explaining, but you spoke too quickly, I only heard the gist of it, I did not hear the rest. Please repeat yourself, fellow immortal. Repeat yourself? Xia Zhuemo, who was at the side, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai sighed, but did not repeat himself. He said, Wu Yi Hai, what part of it did not sound good, let me explain. Chapter 13:15. Fang Yuan acted as if he didn't notice, smiling as he said, first of all, I didn't hear the first sentence clearly. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again. Fang Yuan nodded. Then the second sentence, Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuan continued, I didn't hear it clearly either. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again, his tone very unhappy. Is there anything else that you didn't hear clearly? The third sentence. Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes instantly widened. He directly said, forgive me for being blunt, but you didn't hear the third sentence clearly? Are you trying to make fun of me? You've really misunderstood. Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. The third sentence, I did hear it clearly. Xia Zhuemo's expression darkened. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows high, his eyes widened, his face showing anger. Then what else do you have to say, Celestial? Fang Yuan said again, really, the fourth sentence? Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. Then I'll say it again, listen carefully, listen clearly. So he really repeated it. This time he spoke very slowly, word by word, very clearly. Fang Yuan stood up and bowed to Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai was confused, he had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly bowed back. His tone softened. Celestial friend should be clear about this, right? Clear. I'll have to trouble Celestial friend to repeat it, I can't be clearer. Oh, so it's like this? Fang Yuan patted his forehead, then sat down again. So, it's a reasonable request for your side to return Moon Peak. My Xia clan also came to uphold justice. This Zhang Kaizui is the bloodline descendant of Zhang Sanfeng. Without a doubt, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai made another request. But Fang Yuan only glanced at Zhang Kaizui, smiling as he waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Is there something that celestial friend doesn't understand? Xia Fei Kuai's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. I've troubled fellow immortal to explain so much, but is the actual situation like this? I'm not sure yet, Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. Everything I said is true. Fellow immortal, feel free to verify it. Ha! Fang Yuan also smiled and clapped his hands. Fellow immortal, you are a straightforward person. Then I will first seek confirmation from my clan. Saying so, he closed his eyes. His consciousness seemed to sink into his immortal aperture, using information path methods. The other three waited for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai could not help but urge, Immortal friend Wu Yihai, have you verified it yet? Fang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. My elder brother is very busy and doesn't have time. Let's wait for a while. Regarding a rank 8 Gu immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything. Xia Zhuemo interrupted. Lord Wu Yong has been very busy recently. He has no choice but to be busy. Wu Yihai, you can seek confirmation from other Wu clan Gu immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving Xia Zhuemo a thumbs up. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal, good idea. This praise made Xia Zhuemo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, but I am not familiar with other Gu immortals. Does fellow immortal have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Xia Fei Kuai, who was at the side, heard this and was instantly enraged as he blurted out. My sister? I only have an elder brother, but no younger sister. You must have remembered wrongly, right? Fang Yuan smiled with squinted eyes. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He and Xia Zhuemo looked at each other. They communicated secretly. They could tell that Fang Yuan was joking. To think that Wu clan sent such a person here. This is simply shameful. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to discuss things properly, but Fang Yuan did not. But because of his righteous path status, Xia Fei Kuai could not do anything out of line. Now that he looked at Fang Yuan's smiling face, he really wanted to punch him and beat Fang Yuan up. Don't be anxious, don't be angry. Once you are angry, you will fall into his trap. It seems that this person is an experienced negotiator. He is purposely provoking us and making us expose our flaws. Xia Zhuemo quickly persuaded. Xia Fei Kuai could only huff and puff a few times. Fang Yuan spoke, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with a serious expression. Do I really have a sister? Immortal friend Xia, please tell me. Xia Fei Kuai. He took a few deep breaths, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said, It was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me. Is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your mouth is dry and your chest is heaving up and down. It seems to be a sign of internal heat. Please drink some tea, it will help to lower your internal heat. Speaking of which, this 4 seasons tea is really good, please drink some more. Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fei Kuai shouted, What are you drinking? We are talking about proper matters. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Immortal friend's words are biased. What is proper matters? It concerns the health of the body and mind, isn't it proper matters? The so-called Frosty Peak is just an external object, a resource. Immortal friend, you cannot get angry because of this external object, you will hurt yourself. His earnest and well-intentioned words of consolation were like adding oil to the fire. Xia Fei Kuai fiercely slammed his palm on the table. Uihai! He shouted angrily, don't think that you can bluff your way out of this and keep Frosty Peak in your Wu clan. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he said with sincerity, Immortal friend Xia Fei Kuai, what are you saying? You are really wronging me. The ownership of Frosty Peak, we have to follow the rules. This belongs to Zhang Sanfeng's wandering immortal. If this Zhang Kaizui is his descendant, it naturally has to be returned. I am representing Wu clan this time. I will handle this impartially. I will not be corrupt and break the rules of the righteous path for personal gains. You are an understanding person. Xia Zhuemo smiled reluctantly. His words were filled with deep meaning. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. He stopped shouting and said, "That's why. Quickly verify that Zhang Kaizue is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. He is the real deal." "No hurry, no hurry." Fang Yuan smiled as he started to drink his tea. "Let me verify it from the clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but I have a huge responsibility. I do not dare to make a rash decision." "Then quickly verify it." Xia Fei Kuai shouted. "Brother Wuyong, there is no reply yet." Fang Yuan said with difficulty. "Then someone else." Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his thigh. "That's right. But I have just arrived. I am not familiar with the other Gu immortals in the clan. I do not know who to verify it with. Earlier, I asked you to recommend someone, but you refused to do so. I am also in a difficult position." Once he said this, the two Xia clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. After all this time and all sorts of excuses, it turned out to be our Xia clan's problem instead. On the other side, the rank 5 Gu master Zhang Kaizhe looked at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu immortal? He was simply shameless to the extreme. Zhang Kaizue had a feeling of amazement. His good impression of Gu immortals was completely shattered. "Alright, I can see it now. This person is clearly stalling for time." Xia Zhuemo transmitted. "Why is he stalling for time?" Xia Fei Kuai asked. "Evidently, Wu clan is not in the right. They are in a passive situation. Wu Yihai is pestering them endlessly, stalling for time. When Wu clan gets over this crisis and comes to deal with us, we will be in trouble. Let alone anything else, after the phoenixes reproduce, Wu Zhen will have time to come here to negotiate. If he comes, the situation will be different." Xia Zhuemo analyzed. "You're right. But what should we do? Wu Yihai is clearly stalling for time, but he is speaking in a righteous manner. We cannot find any reason to do so. If he wants to stall for time, he has many reasons. For example, he needs time to verify it, and after that, there is also a process to verify his identity. What happens after he verifies Zhang Kaizue's identity? Would he bring up whether or not he was Zhang Sanfeng's only descendant?" Xia Fei quickly realized the severity of the problem. There's really no end to these questions. Xia Fei quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. "I have a plan." Xia Zhuemo said. "What plan?" Xia Fei Kuai quickly asked him. Chapter 13:16. Spar. The word sounded grand, but it was just a small disagreement and they would fight. But this fight was different from demonic path battles. Demonic path battles were life and death battles. Righteous path Gu immortals often had huge businesses and clans. Why would they fight to the death for no reason? It was enough to decide who was superior. This was also because Fang Yuan was purposely stalling. He did not want the matter of Frosty Peak to be decided. Thus, Xia clan's two Gu immortals decided to use their fists to resolve the situation. Actually, even on Earth, if negotiations failed, powerful countries would send their armies over. The essence was the same. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He represented Xia clan and made Wu Yihai the glory of Wu clan. He was saying that this spar was not just a fight between the two of them, it was also a fight between Xia clan and Wu clan. One sentence forced Fang Yuan into a dead end. If Fang Yuan avoided the battle, it would damage Wu clan's reputation. In the righteous path, he would be looked down upon. What Xia clan's two Gu immortals did not know was that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu clan's reputation. But then again, he was currently acting as Wu Yihai. He wanted to sneak into the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan could not reject this challenge. He was silent for a while before saying, "If it is a spar, with both of you working together against me, I will definitely lose in numbers." Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. He could not say that. Actually, he was the one who suggested the spar. He was already in a passive position. If he lost this spar, he would be asking to be humiliated. If both Xia clan Gu immortals fought and won, they would be bullying him with numbers, they would lose face and it would not be good to spread the news. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had never thought of working together with Xia Zhuemo. He said, "I will fight alone, Wu Yihai, you don't have to worry." Fang Yuan's expression was very forced as he said, "Since your side wants to spar so urgently, it would not be good if I don't agree." But since it is a spar, there has to be a time limit. We can't fight until the end of the day, right? What rules do you have? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Sparring naturally had rules. It was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, "You attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose." Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids twitched. He said solemnly, "Okay." Xia Zhuo frowned. He felt something was amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai agreed, there was no harm. He had confidence in Xia Zhuanggu. Naturally, the Frosty Peak was not a place for the two sides to fight. It would not be good if it was damaged. Both parties flew out and chose a desolate valley. Fang Yuan and Xia Fei Kuai stood facing each other. "Let's begin." Xia Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among the rank 7 Gu immortals of southern border, he was a famous expert. In Wu clan, Wu Yong was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu clan's strongest rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly stronger than him. Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo. Xianxia played it beautifully. In a real fight, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Xia Clan broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was forced back. He suffered a huge backlash. Immortal Yan Huang won. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped him. He felt uncomfortable. He shouted, "Wu Yihai, what do you want?" "I almost forgot, since it is a spar, we can't just spar like this, right?" Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, how can it be so casual? Teaching you a lesson is the most important part of this battle. He thought, but he could not say it out loud. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to record the current situation. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yubo, it was recorded by Xia Clan's Xia Qing Tsang. It was widely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his anger. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. If fellow immortal loses, this Frosty Peak will belong to us. If I win by luck, then the matter of Frosty Peak will remain the same." Fang Yuan said. "How can that be?" Xia Zhuo, who was watching from afar, was anxious. He finally shouted before Xia Fei Kuai could. This time, Xia Clan was in control of Zhang Sanfeng's bloodline descendants. They had a huge advantage. Wu Clan was in a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not a wise move. Xia Fei Kuai pouted, thinking, "I am not an idiot." At the same time, he rejected, "This cannot be done. In that case, forgive me for not fighting. Let's forget about this spar." Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around to leave. Xia Fei Kuai saw this and almost cursed out loud. "We left the Moon Peak and came here. After a lot of hard work, we carefully selected a valley where we could spar with each other. But with just one sentence from you, we stopped fighting? Are you playing with us?" His expression turned dark. Wu Yihai retreated without a fight? Is this the glory and bravery of Wu Clan? Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around and faced Xia Fei Kuai, but his expression was solemn and serious without any shame. "You are wrong. I have never avoided sparring. It is just that you did not agree to my small request. We cannot come to an agreement, but that does not mean I want to avoid sparring. Look, I have already chosen the location for the spar." "Oh my, damn it." These words made Xia Zhuo, who was watching, furious. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes. His hair was about to stand on end. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. How did Wu Clan produce such a shameless person? Didn't Wu Clan's Gu immortals fight each other whenever they had a disagreement? Where is your Wu Clan's bravery? Where is your Wu Clan spirit? Where did it go? But soon, Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's birth. That's right, Wu Yihai was not a true Wu Clan Gu immortal. He was a secluded cultivator from Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan smiled even more brightly. "Since we cannot spar, we can chat and drink some tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really good. It leaves me with endless aftertastes." "What tea? What chat?" Xia Fei Kuai suddenly had an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death. The anger in his chest was burning fiercely. Xia Zhuemo looked at Xia Fei Kuai with some resentment, thinking, it is all because Lord gave them a lot of tea when we met. Fang Yuan pondered, how about this, if I win, we will maintain the status quo for 5 years, and you will not harass Frosty Peak anymore, how about that? This. Xia Zhuemo started to ponder. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was many times more relaxed. It did not seem so hard to accept. But Wu Yihai suddenly threw out this condition. He might have planned it. Xia Zhuemo was still thinking. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. All right, I agree. Xia Zhuemo was stunned, transmitting, Lord Xia Fei Kuai, are you going to let this son of a bitch stall for time again? I will bear the consequences of this. It has nothing to do with you. I cannot afford to waste my time. For this stupid matter, the less time I have to spend with this guy, the better. Xia Fei Kuai immediately rejected with a firm attitude. Xia Zhuemo smiled bitterly. If this spar fails, even if you, Xia Fei Kuai, bear the consequences, will I be able to escape responsibility? The clan sent me to assist you, wasn't it to persuade you? Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh in his heart and helplessly transmitted his voice over. Then I wish you victory in this battle, sir. Are you sure? Fang Yuan asked again. His condition, to Wu clan, was only delaying the problem, it did not solve it. But once 5 years passed, Fang Yuan should have finished what he needed to do. At that time, who would serve Wu clan? I'm sure. This time, Xia Fei Kuai did not speak, Xia Zhuemo spoke. Fang Yuan slowly flew back. His tone was very annoying. Actually, I do not want to spar. No matter what, it will hurt our relationship. But since Lord Xia Fei Kuai insists, then on account of the 4 seasons tea that you gave me, I will agree to this spar. Don't mention the tea, let's fight. Xia Fei Kuai shouted, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's body glowed. He turned into a divination tortoise. Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Fang Yuan was hesitant before, but now he was very straightforward. This surprised him for a moment. It's the divination tortoise again. Xia Zhuemo frowned. The divination tortoise was huge. Its 4 legs were like pillars. It stood firmly in the valley, filling up the entire valley. The whole divination tortoise was dark and eerie. There were countless markings on its shell. It was very eye-catching. Xia Zhuemo stared at it for a while before feeling dazzled. He quickly retracted his gaze. Xia Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move at once. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals spar, there was a process of probing. Fang Yuan skipped that and used his trump card. Looking at the sturdy tortoise's shell, one can imagine the divination tortoise's defensive strength. No wonder he suggested this spar. Thinking of this, Xia Zhuemo's frown deepened. What should I do? Xia Fei Kuai hesitated. He did not know what Wu Yihai was good at, but Fang Yuan knew. Xia Fei Kuai's hesitation was short. He attacked almost immediately. First move. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. He punched towards the divination tortoise in the valley. His fist shined with dazzling light. The pure white light left Xia Fei Kuai's fist in an instant, turning into a ball of light that was the size of steel wine, and smashed downwards. Immortal Gu auras and mortal Gu auras intertwined. Chapter 13:17. Xia Fei Kuai saw that Fang Yuan had used an immortal killer move. He could only use an immortal killer move to deal with it. The pure white ball of light was not fast. It did not have the advantage of agility of light path. But when it flew in the air, it pushed against the air, emitting a buzzing sound. Bam! The wine steel-sized ball of light smashed on the divination tortoise's back. It had the weight of a mountain. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was smashed into the ground. The huge divination tortoise's body sunk a foot into the ground. Xia Fei Kuai's move was indeed powerful. Light Path was known for its speed, but Xia Fei Kuai's Sky Essence attack was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy punch. As long as it hit, the huge force would catch the enemy off guard. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged. After the attack, Xia Fei Kuai inspected the result. His eyes widened. Not to mention a deep hole, the divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged. There was not even a dent. Of course it was like that. Xia Fei Kuai's move used Light Path to imitate Strength Path. It was a unique move. And Fang Yuan's Divination Tortoise Transformation was a rank 7 Immortal Killer move. It used Change Form Immortal Goo and Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo as the cores. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan could activate it to create a shell that was not weaker than the ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise Shell. Now that it was an Immortal Killer move, with so many supplementary goo worms, the defense of the tortoise shell was not weaker than a true ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise. Ancient Desolate Beasts had thick skin and strong vitality, and among all species, tortoises were one of the toughest life forms. It was not strange that Xia Fei Kuai's Sky Essence attack had no effect. But to the person involved, it was a bit exaggerated. Sky Essence attack has no effect, such a tough shell. Xia Zhuemo was shocked. Xia Fei Kuai immediately stopped. He felt an emotion that he had not felt for a long time, and that was a headache. Looking at such a thick shell, he felt a headache. He could not attack. Actually, he could have attacked other parts of Fang Yuan's body, but he chose the toughest tortoise shell. Of course, this was also because he wanted to test the depth of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Xia Fei quickly thought. Although he was impatient, he was able to calm down during the sparring. But at this time, Fang Yuan used a second Immortal Killer move. The aura of all sorts of goo worms spread out. There were Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out countless small turtle shells. The small turtle shell was very similar to the back of the divination turtle. If the divination tortoise's head, tail, and limbs were removed, and the tortoise was shrunk countless times, it would look like a small tortoise shell. A large number of small turtle shells floated in the air, spinning at high speed. What is this thing? Xia Fei quickly stopped thinking. Just to be cautious, he flew backward, putting some distance between him and Fang Yuan. Boom! He brandished his fist and punched out. It was still the first strike of the sky element. But this time, the heavy light ball the size of a wine jar didn't touch the divination tortoise. Those fist-sized turtle shells were like flies that had smelled blood, or like a swarm of bees. With a flurry of buzzing sounds, they aimed at Fang Yuan and directly surrounded him. Bam bam bam. The small turtle shells seemed to be very hard. In the collision, hundreds of them were destroyed. But Fang Yuan's attack was also expended. It turned into fragments of light and dissipated in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Vajra Shell. This was an Immortal Killer move that Fang Yuan modified from his previous one. He combined it with his own Divination Tortoise Transformation, making its first appearance in Southern Border, or even in the 5 regions. The core of this Immortal Killer move was rank 6 Immortal Goo Vajra Thought. However, rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo and a large number of supplementary Mortal Goo were added. Its power naturally rose by a lot. Fang Yuan's effort were not wasted. This looks like a turtle shell, but it is actually a thought. Xia Zhuemo's eyes shined with a strange light as he exposed the secret. He was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. He was very sensitive to all kinds of thoughts. This was what he excelled in. As for Xia Fei Kuai, he cultivated Light Path and not Wisdom Path. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he only realized it after Xia Zhuemo's reminder. Immortal Xia Zhuemo is very knowledgeable. You are very cooperative. The divination tortoise spoke in human language. Its tone was filled with sarcasm. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to hide it. It was just that after combining with the divination tortoise transformation, those golden thoughts turned into small black turtle shells. Little Mo, keep quiet. I will definitely break his turtle shell in this battle. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Xia Zhuemo grunted, not saying anything else. Being mocked by Fang Yuan, his expression turned ugly. Xia Fei Kuai closed his eyes. He started to gather. The aura of all kinds of goo worms continued to rise, rising one after another and quickly spreading out. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended rapidly. At the same time, he stretched out his arms, slowly raising them before putting his palms together above his head. The light on his body flowed like flowing water, converging into the center of his palms. It was still gathering. The light was restrained, but the intense aura continued to expand, becoming more and more dangerous. Fang Yuan lowered his tortoise head, his limbs were firmly planted on the ground, he was like a silent black mountain. But at the same time, all kinds of small turtle shells flew out from his body, increasing rapidly in number. There were close to 10,000 at first, but soon it broke through 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. The growth was extremely rapid. Rank 6 Vajra thought immortal goo could produce tens of thousands of Vajra thoughts when activated alone. Now that it was an immortal killer move, the effect was even greater. And most importantly, the wisdom path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. Actually, Fang Yuan did not have many wisdom path Dao marks, but he had transformation path Dao marks. He had a lot of transformation path Dao marks. Because he had killed many transformation path Gu immortals, he had accumulated all of their Dao marks. The most important gain was killing 3 Gu immortals in the regional wall, including Wu Yihai. Just from the battle alone, Fang Yuan obtained close to 50,000 transformation path Dao marks. 1,000 Dao marks was twice the amplification. 10,000 Dao marks was 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks was 50 times the amplification. What did that mean? Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals only had 10 to 30,000 main path Dao marks. Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 expert, he had more than 30,000 light path Dao marks. But how could he compare to Fang Yuan? Thereupon, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhua Mo, these 2 Gu immortals, stared dumbfoundedly as a large number of small tortoise shells spread rapidly, soon filling the whole valley and spreading out. The dense black mass resembled a swarm of locusts or ants. Xia Fei Kuai had a grim expression. There were so many of these small turtle shells at once, it was a huge psychological pressure on the bystanders. But Xia Fei Kuai used the environment of the spar ingeniously. According to the rules of the spar, Fang Yuan could only defend, he could not attack. Thus, Fang Yuan could not control the small turtle shells to attack Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai calmed his emotions and activated this immortal killer move. Light path immortal killer move, saw wheel light. His palms that were raised above his head slashed down. A dazzling wheel of light flew out of Xia Fei Kuai's palms. The wheel of light expanded with the wind, rapidly expanding to the size of a boat. The wheel of light continued to rotate, its edges were covered in sawteeth. Good. Xia Zhua Mo saw this and cheered inwardly. Even though the turtle shell is thick, this move can cut through even the thickest turtle shell. However, at the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless small turtle shells flew up. Crack 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 crack. Under the suicidal encirclement of countless small turtle shells, the wheel of light only managed to fly for a short distance before it completely shattered. Xia Zhua Mo, Xia Fei Kuai, Fang Yuan praised, such a powerful killer move, this move is no small matter, it actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap to Xia Zhua Mo and Xia Fei Kuai's faces. Xia Fei Kuai needed a lot of time to activate this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the activation time, the better, because it was very dangerous and could be easily interrupted. Once interrupted, the activation of the killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer heavy injuries from the backlash. Xia Fei Kuai used the rules of the spar to safely activate this immortal killer move. But, while he was activating it, Fang Yuan was also activating the killer move. Xia Fei Kuai activated a saw wheel light. Fang Yuan could activate 30 to 40,000 small turtle shell thoughts at the same time. Then, the saw wheel light was surrounded by more than 6,000 little tortoiseshell intents and shattered. Even an idiot could calculate this clearly. The method that Xia Fei Kuai had high hopes for actually ended up like this.